a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. Vince really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupa's killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy! Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
Ready, set, go.
Aloha and welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Amelie May, joined by Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Custer Kennedy, and we're totally not salty that we're not in Hawaii right now. Guys, I was gonna ask if we're feeling the FOMO yet though, but look at Johnny's face.
Can you see anything at this point?
No. I don't know where the camera is.
Just use muscle memory to remember
There
where
you
you're
go.
sitting.
I was told this desk needed more Hawaii. And here we are.
And you brought it. I wanted to say you look like that kid who shows up to the water park who's just ready to get in there as soon as
I am
possible.
so ready to dive into some Overwatch.
Dive into Overwatch. I'll give. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Let's go.
That's how you started.
He outdid me. I gotta just accept it. I got outdone today.
You said that there was like some sort of sentimental value to your pineapple shirt.
Well, this is the shirt I wore last year when we were actually in Hawaii as a desk, and I wore this shirt, so it has sentimental value. He's a child waiting for the pool. I'm just reminiscing to the good old days of when I was actually in Hawaii.
And Alyssa, our hair and makeup artist, as soon as she put the flower in my hair, went, wait, does putting the flower on one side signify anything? Like, are you married? Are you like, who knows? And then she ran out the door. So I don't know if I'm accidentally sending a message to anyone out there. But if I am, let me know in my Twitter DMs. They're open for some reason. But we are living our own little island life here on set in tropical Irvine, California. So why don't we hang loose with our bracket for the tournament? Now, yesterday, the top 4 teams picked their opponents from our winners from yesterday, starting with the Shock choosing the Spitfire, the Gladiators picking the Outlaws, the Dynasty picking the Spark, which means that Dallas would end up with Shanghai. Gentlemen, this is our bracket for the day. Scott, any thoughts as we're taking a look?
Oh, man, I'm so excited to see all these matches. We get to see the top 4 seeds finally play. We get to see some rivalries. We get to see some exciting things. The San Francisco Shock made a tweet of like Kong versus Godzilla.
We're gonna talk about that.
With Chatty versus Kalush. Like, that's what it feels like. That's the moment that we got today, so I'm excited for it.
Now, Johnny, I would ask you what you thought about seeing the brackets, but you can't see them. So we're just gonna go ahead and move on because, guys, we didn't get.
It has to go.
We took it off. How can you breathe without your snorkel?
Crisis.
He's lost. But guys, we didn't get a lot of time to talk about the picks and everything last night, so I think that it's time for good pick, bad pick. Now, before we start and get into good pick, bad pick, we actually have some inside information all the way from Hawaii. It's the one and only Danny Lim. Danny boy.
Amelie, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say before I start, Johnny and Costa, you guys look ridiculous. Take the flower off. you guys look so. Anyways, yes, guys. Of course, we had no selection show. I know, so that's why a lot of you guys were. I'm guessing that were very curious to see why the teams picked who they picked. Don't worry, guys. I got you guys. I talked to the teams probably like 30 minutes ago, so I got all the info. Let's start off with Shock versus London Spitfire. I talked to head coach Krusty, and Krusty said that they picked London to prove that they are the best Overwatch League team. And in order for them to do that, their first step is to beat the London Spitfire, who are the best Rhine team that we have. And then from there, they're going to take it step by step, one by one, by eliminating teams one by one. And then when Poco from London Spitfire heard this, he said, quote, "Shock is a really good team. We lost against them in our first match of the season. Our team grew a lot since then, and now we are more ready to take on the Shock. As for the Gladiators, I talked to head coach FaZe, and he simply stated Houston Outlaws were the worst team that were left, and they just sort of had to go with that. When Coach Jake heard this from FaZe, what he said was, quote, "Yeah, well, that's like your opinion, man," end quote. And that's it from me, guys, and I guess back to you, Desk. You guys look ridiculous.
We look great, probably, right?
Johnny looks great.
Oh, man.
Johnny looks great. He committed to it. He's sitting there and
Hey!
Hey!
Careful, careful. He may be sunburned.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You sunscreened up, right, for the
Very
truck?
sensitive skin.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about what Danny just shared with us, though? Because I love that quote from Jake. Well, I mean, that's just your opinion.
Dude, Jake's just been getting beaten up. Do you remember in the kickoff clash as well when Unter went hard at him and Jake's just like, I got nothing. They keep getting picked by the best team. Is this the second time they got picked by the Gladiators as well? I think it might be. So they've just been getting beaten up by the Gladiators for the last 2 tournaments. So
Yeah.
it's all Jake's got.
He said from the Gladiators coach, and I quote, Outlaws were the worst team left.
That does sound like the LA Gladiators.
That does sound like something.
But I
And
like,
they might have been right.
yeah, I do like the Shock picking Spitfire because, you know, they want to take down the team with one of the best Ryans out there.
Sure.
So, I mean, props there. Yeah?
Yeah, props there. I mean, I think it was the logical choice
Yeah.
for the San Francisco Shock. Because they've been one of those teams who actually know how to beat the London Spitfire with this round of composition. We've seen several times this season where the San Francisco Shock, they know how to orient their way around the Reinhardt shield, they know how to set up positions, proper fantastic tracer, like all of that. So I think it was a very logical choice because the Shock, they don't have any reason to be worried about the London Spitfire, whereas some of these other teams are just like, oh, Johnny.
Yeah, I was basically,
No.
I was following up off the interview, but I mean, that exactly leads into our first match there with good pick or bad pick. And as you say, it's a logical one.
Yeah, and I want to follow on like what Johnny just said. Like the London Spitfire, they're a great team. We hype them up all the time. They've been like popping off, and they've exceeded expectations by such a large margin. It's very impressive what they've done with the players that they have. But we're talking about the San Francisco Shock. We're talking about Proper. We're talking about Kilo. We're talking about all of their great rookies. On top of that, they have Violet in the back line. So they're looking absolutely dominant. They should not be afraid of the London Spitfire. And as they said in the interview, they aren't.
Now, as the second seed, the Los Angeles Gladiators were up next to choose, and for their opponent, they chose the Houston Outlaws. So, Custa, was this a good pick or a bad pick?
I think it's a good pick. The Houston Outlaws have been, you know, somewhat inconsistent, and they've been solid throughout the season, but they've never sort of hit that next level, nowhere close to what the Gladiators are right now. We saw these two teams play off, you know, just a few matches ago, and the Gladiators got away with a clean 3-0 sweep. There was some, I guess, Charlie Niners in there, some questionable positioning, some questionable choices being made by the Houston Outlaws. But if they're C9ing, that means they were in the game at some point. They were close to winning, so the Houston Outlaws aren't that far away, but if you're the Gladiators, you have to come in confident in today's match.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't C9 on New Queen Street and Gibraltar in that series, the Houston Outlaws, they're one fight away from actually winning both of those maps against the LA Gladiators. So even though that was a 3-0, I don't think this matchup is as cut and dry as we like to believe. I actually do think that the Houston Outlaws, even though they're the underdog, they have a genuine chance to win this matchup.
I think we're going to have spicy predictions later in the day, but
No.
last, but certainly not least
did.
of the choosers, we're talking about another team right
sorry.
now. We're talking about another match. Please, let's share some spotlight with our next match, which is going to be the Seoul Dynasty, who chose to take on the Hangzhou Spark, even after seeing what Chai did to my poor Philly boys yesterday. So was this a good pick or a bad pick, Johnny?
I mean, considering the two teams that were left, yes, I think this was the right pick from the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah.
This is a team you know. As you can see, Dynasty swept Spark in the last two meetings. But also, like, if you're the Seoul Dynasty, like, yeah, they have Shy, but you have Fitz, you have Stalker. Like, come on, you can match them when it comes to the Sojourn and the hit scan play. And I mean, then you have the entire rest of the Seoul Dynasty to worry about, Costa. So I do feel like the Seoul Dynasty, they're in a pretty good spot here. And if you might lose, like, the Sojourn battle where it comes to this matchup because Shy is just, like, unbelievable, Alfie, by the way. Alfie is so good.
Okay,
But Seoul Dynasty, as a whole, I think they are the better team. So I don't think you should be too concerned, Gustav.
are you really going to say, Alpha Yi, though, when Profit is on the other side? And Smurf, you think Banar and Alpha Yi are going to go toe-to-toe with Smurf Profit?
Well, I'm just saying Alpha Yi was good.
But he's not Profit good. And that's my whole take for this match. Like, the Hongzhou Spark, they have had good performances. Shy is going to do Shy things, but at the end of the day, Seoul Dynasty has one of the best dives in the world with Profit and Smurf.
Didn't you say yesterday that you said that Shy best hit scan player in the entire world? Right now?
He did.
He said that. We can roll back the tape.
Well, I don't think we can.
We can't do it right now, but Twitter can do it.
Okay, Twitter, don't come at me, okay, because I'll fight for this. But yes, I think he is one of the best hit scans in the world. But you know, Fitz is no slouch, Stalker's no slouch. They can go toe-to-toe with him. It's the rest of the team that you have to worry about. The entire Seoul Dynasty. We haven't even talked about the backline. Vindame has a Rookie of the Year candidacy going for himself right now on main support. So I'm excited
Super
to
Rich
see
and
more.
Irony, though. I don't have a point there. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
Super Rich.
I just said their names.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm just gonna like go speak with our graphics department and see if I could get like a lower third or something that pops up and just says in quotation marks, Custa says, Shy is the best hit scan player
Custa says.
in the world.
I shouldn't have said
Custa
that.
says.
I love it. I shouldn't have said that.
That's, you know what? That's a new show. That's a new segment, Custa says. We're just going to fill it with all of just like these baseless, not baseless, because we actually saw the gameplay and Shy slapped everyone. But I do like that idea for a segment. But guys, those are the 3 matches that were chosen. But the one which I suppose we can call the leftovers match might actually be the most compelling of them all. We'll get into the Dallas Fuel versus the Shanghai Dragons right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Bad pick. Bad pick.
Well,
Come on.
They were leftovers.
They don't
Bad pick.
pick.
everyone, and welcome back to Watch Point, where when we wear sandals, we also keep our socks on. Wait, don't you have? Where are your feet? Did you put?
Where are your feet?
On my legs usually.
What?
I thought you went. Did you take your? You took your flip-flops off?
Well,
What happened to the flip-flops?
they're
Oh.
Okay, no. That's this. We just got Jane. Now
We
what is
got
that?
a Ryan flop right here. Yeah, I got my own. I got my own little line here. Yeah, we got Ryan flip as well, but the flip is hiding somewhere.
Flip is hiding.
So yeah, it's you know, keep your eyes out for the Hawaii line from Reinforce something. Thank you to whoever made this. I forgot who made it, but thank you.
I would purchase this merch. I thought you were just going to shove your feet up and then that was our quick bit, but I love the fact that you actually just had them on hand. Now, later today, the Dallas Fuel will take on the Shanghai Dragons. These two teams seem destined to meet each other because this rivalry kind of defined the 2021 season, Costa.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that we've seen so many times over the last 12 months because it was the East versus the West. You know, the Shanghai Dragons versus the Dallas Fuel all of last year. They were the dominant teams coming out, and you can see the results here on your screen. The Dallas Fuel had the better of them in the first half of the season, but as time went on, as soon as Shanghai Dragons adopted that wrecking ball setup, they started to get that edge and they went on to win the entirety of the 2021 season. We have not seen these two teams face off head-to-head so far this season, and I'm excited for it because, funnily enough, we actually see very similar styles coming out from both of these teams. The Dallas Fuel are playing on the back of that fearless Winston. They are still playing some of this Lucio Moore. Oh my God, look how many players are on this game. This is 2021 footage, obviously, but there's the Shanghai Dragons as well playing Fate on that wrecking ball. Izzyaki likes to play that Zenyatta. He's not playing it here, but they are playing those two styles right now, so it's a clash of what we expect from both of these teams. We know the Dragons are a great team. They stumbled a little bit in this midseason madness, started slow trying to lean on Void, but ever since they made that transition to Fate being the main tank and playing around that dive style, they've looked a lot better. So will Dallas Fuel have the answer to that in this matchup today?
What is this match?
There's... What? 2CP is dead, and we are happy about that, John.
Can I say it now? Can I say it?
Oh, okay. Yes, you should say it now. Get it out of the way.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Everyone of Watch Point. I'm confused. Where's Hanamura on the map cycle? I like Hanamura.
No, we don't.
I miss Hanamura.
You do not.
We're talking about something important here, and you bring up Hanamura. And how much you like Hanamura?
Hanamura and 2CP, they're gone. Thank you.
They're gone. They're gone forever. But you know what's not gone? The history between these two teams, Jonathan, because this one is extra spicy, with both teams returning to their 2021 strategies despite so many changes in the game since, like Hanamura being gone.
Yeah, I mean, Costa hit on it. Costa hit on it perfectly. But it's so exciting because even though we've changed to 5 versus 5 and like the game is all messed up, or in a good way, but the Dallas Fuel are playing the same stuff they were doing last year with 6 players on their team. They're playing this very aggressive dive style. They like to bring out the Moira. You can't see the Moira here, but you can see like Tracer, Sojourn. They did play some Ana and Zenyatta in the mid-season madness, but Lucio, Winston, these are the kind of heroes you're going to see when Dallas Fuel play the actual game. Genji in there as well, 8.4%. But if we take a look at the Shanghai Dragons, they're playing what they were so good at last year. A ton of Sojourn, Brigitte, Zenyatta. Like they're not playing this fast Lucio-style backline. They're playing Zenyatta and Brigitte, which is way slower and way more about controlling the game. You can see Wrecking Ball as well, 11.6%. Ashe as well comes in 8.9%. That's an APAC favorite. But you can see the difference in compositions from both of those teams, and I think it's going to be so much fun to watch these teams go head-to-head because Dallas Fuel, they're known for their aggressive dive style. When fearless, he can play the Doomfist like he's showing right here, punching people off the map, but you're going to see much more Winston from him come the actual game time. And Winston, I mean, we've seen a couple teams like utilize it, like Muse, for example, from the Toronto Defiant, but you really have to be like a top-tier Winston to be able to make it work. But there's also been times when he hasn't been able to make it work. So a lot of question marks going into this matchup when it comes to the Dallas Fuel and being able to play this Winston. Will Fearless get away with it? He hasn't had the best year so far. And then, of course, you have the Shanghai Dragons, who already proved last year, as we saw with the matchup, Costa, they know how to punish Fearless on this Winston. So I would say that Dallas are the underdogs here.
Interestingly enough, the thing that has been shutting down the Dallas Fuel is the Doom Doomfist. The Doomfist is very good against that Winston with those shotguns. The Shanghai Dragons haven't shown any willingness to play that so far this season. So will that be a boon for the Dallas Fuel? Will they have more freedom to play their game compared to the Shanghai Dragons?
I mean, just as you had said it, the Doomfist and Fearless, I just want to know, do you think what else could be the X factor besides Fearless on the squad?
I think, we talked about Lips so much yesterday, how good he is on that Ashe. I want to see him pop off because the Dallas Fuel don't really have an answer to that. Gurio has been fine, but they haven't really been leaning into that this tournament. And then we have, Edison, who just hasn't really played much of that hit scan. They prefer to play that like Tracer Genji or just fast style. So the question becomes, can the Dallas Fuel play fast enough to shut down Lip and sort of not give them that tempo, being able to get that damage out? Or will they just get, as Johnny said, just ignore Lip? Maybe that's not the strategy again for another team. Let's not ignore Lip.
That's matchup specific, all right? All right?
They need to shut down Lip.
You can't just copy-paste analysis.
Yeah, I can.
Work that way.
I can and I will. That's what I do every day.
That says more about you than me.
We just pull up a Reddit thread, copy paste this into that. But I know that there are going to be quite a few people who will be excited for that match. But when I woke up this morning, I was excited for other reasons. Because we're getting a new Mercy skin. That's right, you can get Royal Knight Mercy for 200 League tokens now throughout August 19th. Now, Custa, I know that you also like Mercy like me.
True.
So what do you think of this new skin?
Yeah, I actually really like it. I think it's a cool skin. Everything about it's very unique to what other Mercy skins. But I'm getting like Tomb Raider vibes, like Tomb Raider PS1 from the breastplate. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it.
You know how I would feel if I saw a Hanzo arrow flying at me full speed? I would wish that I had a Mercy breastplate like that because it's just gonna doink off and I'm protected.
Yeah, okay. You're right. Anything that keeps me alive, that's all I need.
What is Bob made of? Is he made of plate?
Well,
Metal?
Because he's a robot, right? Is he
Yeah.
like resistant to Hanzo arrows? Because he's a Bob plate? Never mind.
You know what? I think we need to discuss this a little bit more in depth, but we can't do that right now because we are going to take a short break. But when we get back, we've got our predictions, and then we'll do our best to defend them and not throw stuff at each other on set this time.
Johnny.
Again, see you on the other side, guys. Don't throw the pineapple or the coconut, because that's...
no, put it down. No.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. As day 2 of the Midseason Madness tournament is about to start, it's time for predictions. What? What's that? Predictions now instead of at the end of the show?
Oh my lord.
I'm changing everything up. New
She's
host,
crazy,
new
man.
Watchpoint. Let's go. Let's see them. Let's see the
Chaos.
prediction.
No. Oh God, I'm so out of rhythm.
I can't wait to see what happens.
This.
Whoa!
You did it, didn't
Oh,
you? I
you
knew.
did.
What did you do? Oh my
Okay.
God.
Gentlemen, hear me out, okay?
That's
hear me
disgusting.
Out. I chose the Outlaws, I chose Spitfire, and I chose the Spark, and I just hear me out, okay?
I'm
Now
hearing.
remember, I'm good buddies with our friend Jake, who is the assistant coach over on the Outlaws, and I have full faith in him. And not only that, but I found out that my buddy Bishu is over there now too as like a manager.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the Outlaws are going to take it over the Gladiators. They've got no shot. And then of course, Spitfire, I'm sticking with them. They're going to take down the Shock. I don't care that
Over
they're
the
the
Shock,
first
yeah,
seed.
Of course.
And then, now hear me out for the final prediction, okay? I can't let the Spark lose and potentially have to go against the Fusion again in the losers bracket. I just can't let it happen.
Not strong enough.
I can't let it happen. But listen, that's enough from my very valid prediction.
Please, Philip, play Soul.
God.
Wait, actually, they beat Soul. Oh my God, it's so genius.
Oh my God.
Because they beat Soul, so
Yeah.
you want Soul to drop down so Fusion can beat them again.
That's exactly that was exactly my game plan that was going on through my head the entire time. But Scott, you picked Soul. So how
Yes.
confident are you in that matchup?
I'm kind of confident, exactly for the reason that Johnny just said. So, you know, we're going to use some transitive properties here. Hex just taught me that long word. So, if Seoul lose to Philly and MN3 being sick, like we all remember this match of MN3 clicking heads, we all went crazy,
Oh
and
my
the Fusion
gosh.
beat Seoul in this matchup. So then, if Shy and the Hongzhou Spark beat Philly, then that theoretically means that by some form of idea of math or something, then the Spark should beat the Seoul Dynasty, if it all makes sense. So there is a chance. Seoul Dynasty, they are one of the favorites heading into this tournament. They have such a great team. We highlighted that earlier. You know, Prophet, Smurf, all that good stuff. But if Shy does what he did to MN3 here, and he can do this again, the Spark are in for a shot, and there is always a chance because we know how much MN3 did against the Seoul Dynasty last time. They didn't have an answer to that hit scan prowess, so
Yeah, that was
like 70-30, I would say. 70% chance Seoul wins, 30% Spark wins.
Ooh.
Yeah, and look at this. This is how much Shy did against MN3.
Oh
He
my
went
gosh.
crazy on all these heroes. He had 20 plus more final blows. He had 20 more eliminations. He had 10 less deaths, and he did more damage than MN3. Shy, as I said, best hit scan in the world right now. If he can show up against Seoul Dynasty, it could go crazy. It could be an upset, and then
And that's
Seoul
your
Dynasty
30%
would
to
lose
70.
to Philadelphia Fusion in the lower bracket, and Seoul Dynasty would get knocked out first round like everyone thought.
I like this. I like
Yeah.
this thought process a lot. But Johnny, you, like most people, have picked San Francisco, but you're looking even further ahead for what this tournament could mean for the Shock from
I'm
this
looking
game.
into the future.
Looking into the
I'm
future.
looking into the future. And what does my brain see? Well, success for the San Francisco Shock, actually. Good things are coming their way. I don't know why I'm speaking like a wizard. Because if they beat the Outlaws Spitfire here today, it's actually really good for the San Francisco Shock, the fact that they're avoiding the LA Gladiators and they're avoiding the Seoul Dynasty, the two kickoff clash champions in their respective regions. So you can see that the San Francisco Shock, if they beat the Outlaws Spitfire today, that means that they'll play the winner of Dallas Fuel and the Shanghai Dragons. And, you know, before we get into like, oh, 2021, you know, these teams were amazing. Like, both of those teams have had their fair share of struggles in this stage. Dallas Fuel, of course, they haven't really found out their identity. Shanghai Dragons just recently found out who they were going to be with Fate playing the Wrecking Ball and going back to a 2021 strategy. So I think that the San Francisco Shock, they're unbeaten so far in the regular season, and they struggled in the Kickoff Clash tournament itself. But if they beat the Outlaws Spitfire here today, I would not be surprised to see the Shock go on a bit of a run in the upper bracket that could help them out.
Yeah.
And now you've been sharing this player's name basically as soon as I pulled into the
Gospel,
parking
yeah.
lot. Gospel, singing it like gospel.
Yeah.
Who is proper and why are we so crazy to see him play.
So Proper, let me just, welcome to the Overwatch League.
I'm so excited.
Okay, yeah, Proper is the truth. Okay, he is a Rookie of the Year candidate coming in. He's an MVP of the Year candidate so far on not just his Tracer hero. Look at those stats. Hero damage, final blows, #1. But he has been good at everything else that he's ever had to touch for this San Francisco Shock team. He can play the Sojin, he can play the Genji. He's so versatile, and that's been such a big boon for the San Francisco Shock this season. He has been incredible, and also legally we have to put him in every play.
Star building.
It was written into his contract. But Proper is that player. But I do want to caveat this: in the kickoff clash in the West, he did not show up in the level that we know him for. So when he was on LAN, when it all came down to it, the San Francisco Shocks team said, we need to be better in the playoffs. So that is the player I'm primarily looking at for the San Francisco Shock team to take them to that next level now that it all matters.
And hey, this is Hawaii, this is the tournament. It's got to show up now, and especially he has to continue to supply us with more obligatory Tracer highlights.
Yeah, we gotta keep him going.
Got to keep him going.
Yeah, gotta keep him going.
Absolutely zero shortages for us here. But gentlemen, that is it for Watch Point. Day 2 of the Midseason Madness tournament starts right now.
Woo! Let's go!
Bet I beat you to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Chorong to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Alright, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupus killed 2, and Z drops at sights 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy! Looks incredible! Mary, what? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
Ready, set, go.
Ah, yes, once again, the Houston Outlaws get dragged out to face the Los Angeles Gladiators, who sort of look around them and go, right, who do we have basically nailed down? Who do we feel most confident about getting over here? And look, Unta made it very clear last time the Gladiators played the Outlaws. He said, I mean, we think you guys are the minnows here, the weakest by far. We want you to face us again, Matt.
Yeah, not exactly the nicest from the Gladiators in terms of how they view the Houston Outlaws. Although Houston feels like, I think I saw Jake tweet out that like it feels like they're all starting to hit their stride here at the right time, so maybe the Outlaws can make some noise. I also gotta say, Avali and Reinforced definitely tried and made attempts and did the Hawaii thing good. Scott put zero effort in whatsoever.
Well, no, he said that he was wearing the last Hawaiian shirt, so it was more sentimental. Well, his shirt, the one he's wearing, you don't even listen to the pre-show. He said, I wore this last time I was in Hawaii. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel it. You know, he wants to try and channel that same energy, even though he's not sitting in a penthouse in Hawaii while we're still in the shed.
Let me go find a shirt I bought at a store in Hawaii and be like, hey, yeah, no, this is it. Like, I'm wearing my Hawaii best today. There are mountains on my shirt.
Are there?
There are mountains in Hawaii. I believe these are mountains. Yeah.
The only mountain peeking out.
Also, yeah, Chelsea hates this shirt and she's away, so I figured why not pull it out.
The only mountain I see is peeking out over their shoulders, big guy. But let's talk about this matchup here. The Houston Outlaws and the Los Angeles
keep using
Gladiators.
your VO in those B-roll things coming up.
What do you mean?
It keeps elevating your head. You know, you're gonna have to get a bigger box. I'll be so far off to the side, a little tiny box.
I mean, what they've already offset the
expanding.
cameras. I use a special lens to shrink the size of my noggin, Matt, but that's just more of like a insecurity thing. Again, Houston Outlaws here. Look, going into this matchup, Jake said, and I quote, "We're peaking at just the right time." That's very important in tournaments like this one, right? Now, do you want to peak this early? Well, maybe you want to slow burn, but you really have to hit another level against opposition like the Los Angeles Gladiators, Matt, who frankly have been utterly dominant, especially where it really counted, right? We think back to Texas, we think about that kickoff clash. They were the team. They had a clean sweep win against the Fuel in that final. It was undisputed that they were on top. But online, we know the Shock have been doing well. The Gladiators still need to double down and prove here in this tournament they are the best.
Yes, I mean, going into the kickoff clash, like the live event in Dallas, like it was not clear cut that they were like the best team, right? You knew they were kind of like in the mix, right? They had a shot. I think really proved there, though, not only to everybody else, but I think more importantly to themselves, right? It's given them that confidence to then come in, have a fantastic midseason madness. Now looking to take down a team like the Houston Outlaws, push deeper into this tournament. A good placing here, right? Combined with some of their things they've already done this season, gives them like a lot of elite points, a little bit of leeway going with the rest of the season. But confidence has to be at all-time high there on the Gladiator side.
Absolutely. I hear you guys in chat. Yeah, cast a start game. Let's talk about this starting lineup here for the Houston Outlaws. Let's get going with this matchup here. Pelican and Merit, of course. Merit, the artist and the creator of that triple kill railgun shish kebab bonanza that we saw on Colosseo.
Shish kebab bonanza.
Hey, he skewered him. Incredible. Obviously, very rare that we see like the triple kill off that one shot. That was a very exciting game. This team always is very exciting on a map like Colosseo, so hope to see that one come up here. But again, when it comes to the tank play, we have a decent idea of what to see from these guys, right? It's the Pigma, the Piggy Sigma, and obviously Dante turns up and shows us how their Doomfist goes.
Yeah, they know. If you're the Gladiators, you know basically by what the Outlaws are going to come out and do in terms of the tank role, what kind of compositions you're going to get. I think what that allows the Gladiators to do is they have so much flexibility just by keeping the same team in that they can plan strats around this relatively easily.
No doubt about it. I mean, this is a roster here that, again, has always got something to prove here in the Overwatch League. Before they can even look at taking on their opposition across the ocean, they have to get a quote-unquote domestic win here up against their opponents today, the Los Angeles Gladiators, who've said that their capstone, their defining achievement so far in the league, outside of obviously winning the kickoff clash, is being the most flexible roster. And Matt, it's kind of hard to argue with that, especially how Patapan very quickly got fast-tracked into, a top DPS after a little slow of a start in that kickoff clash. Now, there's no doubters left for him.
Yeah, and you can see the Gladiators just they're having a little bit of a laugh here. It looked like, Kepster threatening to throw a mouse across the room at Pelican. Pelican was a little bit shook, and he started to laugh, but...
he didn't flip him off. I'm certain of that. There's no way.
No, he would never.
If you saw some of the supplementary content, both these teams say that Pelican and Kepster respectively are like the biggest pranksters on their roster.
Which you wouldn't guess. Like with Pelican, absolutely. Every time Danny interviews him, Pelican just trolls the hell out of the interview with like, oh yeah, Piggy wasn't good today, like needs to get better. Kepster, you would never guess. Like just whenever we see him on camera, just so focused, like kind of like silent assassin type that you would never guess that. But yeah, it's quite funny that they gave those answers in the kind of that content leading up.
Yeah, I heard the Gladiators got held up at customs trying to get in Hawaii. Obviously, weapons and sharp objects not allowed, so trying to get Ryder's draw line through was a bit of a test for them, but they obviously managed to make that happen. This team looking ready to roll now as Lijiang Tower comes up first. Now, again, it's loser pick for these maps. That's why the rest of this graphic isn't exactly filled in. But Lijiang first, a map we've seen both teams look pretty proficient playing the Doomfist. Reiner kind of plays everything. The Gladiators have not had to make any substitutions at tank to have the full array of strategies at their disposal, which is no mean feat.
And in this first map, it is the higher seeded team that gets to choose this first map. So this is a Gladiators map selection. Lijiang Tower does have a lot of really good Doomfist options. So it tells you either the Gladiators feel really confident in playing their own Doomfist against this and countering what the Outlaws are going to throw at them, or they have something planned, whether they want to run like a Reinhardt, let's say, in the mix.
Be a little surprised here if we get a switch. The Gladiators are night market first and foremost here. So Gladiators on the Doomfist plan seems to make perfect sense. It's the backlines, Matt, that are more interesting to me, right? We have Lucio here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, interesting. They'll go Lucio with an Ana, so a little bit more of like a defensive backline, so to speak. Like with Lasher, you're getting the Discord Orb on the Zenyatta, and the Batiste with some extra damage as well. So see how the Gladiators play into this. Reiner goes right in, and he's going to get taken out. That's Immortality Field used straight away, though.
Yeah, and I think it was the Immortality Field that allows the Outlaws to punish Reiner in that way. If that's not down there, there's multi-kills that are going to occur against the Outlaws. So good response there, but Iris on Baptiste is just a match made in heaven at this point.
And we talked about it the last time we casted the Outlaws, that Dante does like a really nice job of peeling on the Doomfist, right? Getting back and protecting the supports. And when you're playing this backline, it is all about defense, I feel like, in my mind, right? With the Immortality field, the extra damage with the Discord, like it's not a tremendously high healing high octane setup you got here. Is the Gladiator's gonna go in and use that speed boost.
Yeah, Dante maybe realized that where he seismic slammed to, not where he wanted to be. Funny Astro able to find that environmental kill here to start off the fight. So you're really seeing the strength of both of these backlines at sort of different points here. The Glads obviously can make it much scarier for the Outlaws to give up and play around the edges of the point with the Lucio in the mix.
Well, that's what happens when the Immortality field doesn't keep people alive, right? You're able to just get right on top and punish. And Iris is going to switch over to the Ana, so this will give a little bit more healing output. Also, when the dive comes in, instead of like the Immortality field, you won't have that. You'll have a Biotic Grenade you can throw at your feet, use on the other team. That's going to be a 2-player Biotic Grenade right off the bat, but Kepster with some kills here in the back line may not matter.
Yeah, follow-up isn't there because the Gladiators kind of take the initiative away from Houston in that fight. Great start there as well with Shu popping off early. And even though Iris, tried to pave the way for the Outlaws, there's 2 players hit with their Bionade, Matt, there's just no chance to really do anything about it. Now it's at least even, the Gladiators moving to the lead.
Yeah, there was a sleep. Like, as the Gladiators were pushing towards the spawn, there was a sleep that came in. It looked like Kepster was trying to, like, body block. Maybe it was, like, a Biotic Grenade or something, but ended up taking out Funny Astro, but not enough speed to get back in the mix, right? Fast enough. You're going to have to wait here if you're Houston.
A lot of burst damage there at Reiner, who has to pull out with the Meteor Strike now. Back in position, will be topped up. Some nice ult percent there for Shu to work towards. Find a grenade there to open. This will just slow the Outlaws down. It might make the sequencing a bit odd for Dante, who's a little caught out at the moment. He's going to have to use the Meteor Strike as well. Great timing from Funny Astro. Hit the sound barrier just in the nick of time. And here's Patapan with the overclock.
Yeah, the Transcendence is there, but that overclock will connect with a headshot and take a player out. But still the Gladiators in control.
Oh, you're kidding!
Oh, I was going to say it looked like it's going to flip, but a 360 shot there from Petapan also takes out Dante.
Pulse connection though on Shu. Pelican picks it up a notch in that fight there, and it's just as well because if Patapan was free to start to pressure the point, it's a scary scenario for the Tracer.
Yeah, another shot there from on you would not have wanted to see that if you're the Outlaws, but nano boost here for both sides, so potentially just nanos for the Doomfist as they go in, try and make a play. See if Kevster can land a pulse bomb. We saw a nice pulse bomb out of Pelican before.
One from Pelican just now. Like you said, great start in this fight though. Reiner gets nanoed and blows Iris up instantly, and that really means that the Gladiators are now home free. They don't need to spend any more, and heading into last fight territory with a flip here.
Yeah, no nano used there by the Outlaws, so it'll be Pelican can get a touch. You can potentially use the nano here, even onto Lastro if you want it. We've seen a lot of teams give the nano over to the Zen to make them even stronger, right, in terms of damage, but also survivability.
Merritt here just trying to poke from medium range. Catches those on the lurk. Left side of your screen. Pulse. Thinks better of it, actually just going to recall instead. Merritt under pressure, but he's able to deal with Reiner. The Doomfist is down for the Gladiators. Now this Pulse Bomb is even more important. Kevster sees the power slide and Iris. Pulse there. Iris doesn't get close enough though to trade, and so he goes down. Kevster picks himself back up, and Shu's found Lastro. This is good for the Glads, but they lost the flip midway through the fight, so they won't win the round here and now.
They might, though. You're going to have some players still here for the Gladiators. They're going to end up flipping the point. As Pelican's going to get on touch, and he may not even get a use of this nano boost if you're the Outlaws.
That's the recall now. Pelican's got nothing left in the tank. He cannot get away. Overtime, though, is still going because Dante is back on the scene. Nano boost now for the Doomfist as Reiner tries to turn and get the seismic Sam slow in the backline of the Outlaws. But Dante tries to dig it a little bit deeper, and he gets Patapan. That's perfect. With 4 players, the Houston Outlaws come back onto the point. Pelican set up the stall, but the Outlaws aren't done yet. Reiner flattening, Merritt coming down with that Meteor Strike, means Dante's forced off, and the Gladiators sneak this one away. It's a little messy at the end there, but a C9 is a bit of a stretch there, Kev.
Yeah, I don't think so. It looked like Dante may have used the Seismic Slam to get out of the way of the Meteor Strike, and then as he's trying to get back onto the point, just gets punched off of it. Wouldn't exactly call it a C9, but you know what though? You're sharing the same room, you type C9 in the chat, everybody on your side gets a little bit of a laugh. It makes it even more of a feels bad for the Outlaws. As
watch out, them ultralights are about to start crossing the room.
Yeah, hey, they should have brought in some, Call of Duty players as coaches here. Coming into Hawaii would have paid off in the setup. But so we'll see what the Outlaws probably go back to the Tracer. Like, I don't think they'll change anything up here. I think you'll probably see, ooh, okay, so we're gonna see Genji from the Outlaws. You're also gonna see it from the Gladiators, but they're gonna keep the Tracer in the mix. So ditching the Sojourn here.
Interesting. Both teams valuing Genji, but in different ways, at least in comparison to some of these other DPS heroes. Patapon on the Genji. Funny Astro going to chip in there and make sure Pelican is taken down far too early. The Gladiators are in sync right now.
And I think when you kind of think about this point, right, and the Sojourn's so good for like consistent damage and some medium to long range like kills with the sniper railgun shot. Like, what opportunity do you have that here, especially because the Outlaws came out there running the Lucio here at the start, right? So they wanted to play a little bit faster and more aggressive. You can play the Tracer with the Genji and get kind of your traditional type of dive going on. But now the Outlaws are going to switch things up. Lastro will come in on the Zen, and then you're going to have Pelican move away from Genji, and he'll play the Echo, so want to move away from like that dive composition altogether.
Pelican obviously wants to try and fell one of his opponents really early in the fight, right? That sort of burst impulse that can be provided. There it is. Patapon gets burnt down. And that's a great defensive disruptor shot. Kevster can't get close enough because of the Sojourn AoE. Very clever.
Yeah, basically just drops the disruptor shot on his backline. And you can't just run into that, right? It's going to slow. It's going to be very difficult, especially with just the squishier targets for the Gladiators. So not able to run a really interesting use of the ability there from Merrick. So you'll have Reiner go down, but it looks like the Gladiators want to push forward a little bit here, poke a bit. He's going to have both support ults coming online. Oh, they use a nano and go in straight away. This is interesting because you're not at full strength yet for the Glads.
I like this, though, from the Outlaws. Again, you try and set the pace yourself. And no, I don't think Dante expects to catch Astro with that Meteor Strike, so he'll be pleased with that one. And that's all he really needs. Without the Lucio, the Gladiators don't really have the maneuverability to get any opportunities to take the Outlaws by surprise here.
Well, you're going to use 2 ults there, though, for Houston, and you're only going to get to about even. Like, maybe you wait a little bit. The Gladiators are going to push them straight away, and that's going to be a Sound Barrier combined with the Meteor Strike. That's going to be 3 kills straight away for the Gladiators.
Right. So 2 ultimates for 2 ultimates, Matthew, but the Gladiators now are about to head back into the lead, and the Outlaws don't have too much left in the war chest. Be an overclock here for Merritt.
You know this is going to be a potential fight win here for the Gladiators. You feel really good about it with a Nano Blade on deck. So then what, you're looking at getting up to like 70+%, depending on, when that fight kicks off and, if that ultimate goes the way you think it does.
Reiner there just forces the immediate right-click punch from Dante. Hoping to interrupt there, but here's that blade coming in. Nano, of course. Lastro is out of options in time. Pelican seen better days as well. Kempster's going to be able to finish that kill off there, and the Gladiators make it 2 in a row. That was their ultimate bank spent, though, now, and the Outlaws are coming back to a peak in their economy. It's going to have to be now.
But still, in a scenario like this, and when you're getting to last fight territory on a map, then the pulse bomb onto a support is enough to like change the tide here. Lastro will have the Transcendence, but still, it's going to be a big dive coming in. Reiner collapses with Patapon.
That's a nice biotic grenade there from the Outlaws. Heroes nails that one, and Merritt's able to start to push through a little bit more with that overclock. Okay, Nano here. For who?
Well, it's a Pelican's Nano.
Yeah.
So
it's a free one.
It's free. Like, didn't really do anything, but you may as well pop it in case the Gladiators start to march on in. So Outlaws have to be perfect from here on out. You have both support ults here, so pretty big advantage for Houston as Gladiators make a change and Patapon going over to the Sojourn here late.
All right. Won't be thinking about an ultimate here. Maybe disrupt the shot to sort of dissuade, but it won't work the same way against the composition. That's not me trying to dive in the same way. Pelican kept topped up in their left-hand side room, though, and Reiner goes overhead. Good sound barrier timing from Funny Astro. Just quickly enough so that Reiner survives and now can get out with a Meteor Strike. Pelican is brought down by a railgun, and Kev's just been mostly undeterred for much of this fight. Again, very defensive zoning here with that disruptor shot, but buys enough time at least for Dante to get rid of Shoot. Kevster being harassed by the Doomfist there, Patapon. That's a crucial kill. He has a Doom in his face, man. And he gets both of them at 20? Unreal.
He's not going to live for long, though, and Pelican's going to get a Nano on the way in.
Trace and Nanoed here. Pelican only has a few seconds to make this work. Reiner's going to be topped up though, and Pelican has to recall here. Another disruptor shot thrown down by Merit to create a little bit of that space. But it's the Gladiators holding the point right now, and Iris is down. Pelican is too late to save his Arda, and now he might be in trouble himself. Kevster wants to try and control that Mega Health Pack. He picks it up, and Reiner's going to back away here. Power Block gives enough time for Shu to top him up, and it's all the Gladiators here. They'll be looking just to finish the job now, and Lijiang Tower goes away the purple.
And it was two pushes that started the same way and had the same type of action are really the ones that decided that round. When Funny Astro was able to follow up Reiner, who's using the Meteor Strike and going in with the Seismic Slam with that sound barrier, that's when they saw tremendous results. It was like Padawan and Reiner going in, picking up some kills that first time, and then Reiner and Kevster the second time. But man, that collapse is really strong there from the Gladiators.
Right, it's a great example. They win 2 fights in a row with ultimates. That third, they had to kind of do it without. You mentioned like a Kevster Pulse or a support. It doesn't happen, but they still win the fight because of that Doom and Genji dive. Another example of the Gladiators showing flexibility with a switch in that second round to give them success. Don't go too far, everybody. This is far from done. We'll see what the Outlaws have for their map pick. In many ways, these two teams are fighting for the chance, the right, I guess you could say, to take on one of the best teams from the Eastern region. The winner between the Outlaws and the Gladiators not only will advance, of course, in this upper bracket, but they'll take on the winner of the Hangzhou Spark and the Seoul Dynasty. There's been a lot of talk, especially from the West, about saying how they feel like they are well positioned to be the best region with the best teams. That'll be their chance to prove it, but in order to do so, of course, we have the matter of this match to deal with here. Matt, the Gladiators go for like a different backline to start with here. The Outlaws try the Baptiste look on Li Jiang Tower. It doesn't really work out. They end up going for the Ana. And then the rosters look fairly similar with their picks. But here in the second map, we have Dante coming out, Piggy coming in. What are we seeing here?
Well, so the map will be Midtown. That is the Outlaws pick. I think you're going to see Sigma compositions, right? When you see that Piggy comes in, he's going to come in, probably play the Sigma. No changes for the tank on the Gladiators, like we mentioned. I know Reiner has been able to play just about everything they need, and even I know if he doesn't play the Sigma, he'll be able to work some other things in that have been successful. They actually bring in Skewed, so that'll be their big change. Skewed in for Funny Astro. I thought that when the Gladiators were like really upping the pace, I think that's when the Outlaws started to like struggle against it, right? Really gave the backline some problems, and just the Outlaws not able to come out on top in some of those like more frenetic engagements. But maybe if the Outlaws, right, you can bring in a little bit of a Sigma composition, slow things down here on Hybrid.
Definitely a sense that, once we saw the tempo taken by the Gladiators, they just refused to let it go, right? Refused to give it back. The Outlaws had a couple of scrappy engagements where they tried to take the upper hand or at least get control, but it seemed harder for them. It seemed a little bit more difficult for them to have as clean executions as the Outlaws. So Sigma here, presumably is what we would see from Piggy. As that's what it's shown us obviously a few times. He's always coming in for Circuit Royale, for example. And obviously, we know what Skewed plays, right? We see a lot of the Brigitte from Skewed, especially. The kind of player I think that is really managed to nail down a lot of the, not more than just the fundamentals of Brig, but also a lot of those finer points here. So, smiles here on the faces.
Yeah, what do you potentially see? Like a Brig Zen type of setup, potentially for a team like the Gladiators, right? Maybe even see that Skewed comes in and plays. I mean, they could play a lot of different things. So really, the only thing that they lose here is the Lucio, right? Everything else, they're able to kind of cover. But in my opinion, Skewed probably comes in to play the Brig, right? We know how good he is in that hero.
Yeah, there is the option for like a, with this backline, you can see like Zen Baptiste or Zen Ana potentially as well. So double sort of flex support, as we use that sort of rather antiquated term, is on the table between these two. But that's something that the Outlaws have baked into their roster by default between Iris and Lastro. Lastro, of course, really, really prolific, especially Baptiste player in the past. And so is Iris. So you have a lot of options there for Houston. Both these teams looking maybe for compositions that offer them the greatest degree of flexibility, heading into a map with a lot of different strategies and kind of different parts of the map that maybe dictate changes in approach here. The Outlaws will be defending on Midtown to start.
And I think this is like an essential map for the Outlaws. Obviously, you wouldn't want to go down 0-2, but if you kind of play your Doomfist setup on Lijiang, which is like a pretty good Doomfist map, right? And then you come in here and try something different with like a Sigma and slow down approach, and the Gladiators really have to make minimal changes to make things work and win. I think that really makes it difficult on like, what do you do for that third map, right? Going into like an escort, like which do you decide to go with? I think it'd be really difficult. And this is
I would say not an uncommon response to like the expectation of Sigma.
Schubert Sig one trick in the chat. Which, well, I mean, that's what we talked about a little bit at the beginning, right? It's very telling who's going to be by who's in, what tank you're going to get. And what's crazy is, like, I think every team knows that with the Outlaws, but they've been able to play at such a high level. Like, Piggy is so good on the Sigma, and then Dante on the Doomfist has been tremendous. Like, they're able to win on top of it. It's just, can you win at this level, right? Like, in a tournament scenario, especially in a loser pick map scenario that we would get into here. Like, let's say if the Outlaws won, probably becomes even tougher.
A lot of what the Gladiators are going to try and do here is ignore Piggy. Actually just try and go around him if possible. we often see defensive Sigmas like go up the stairs, right, where Piggy is, and like play this high ground, this like off-angle Sigma, which we used to see in like double tank play in Overwatch 1. But again, if you can sort of get past him, find someone else to focus down, it's pretty good. Also, we've seen Doomfist used to like knock him off the high ground here. But look, I mean, yeah, Reiner's in, and Piggy is not really able to directly interact right now. They might try and pressure him directly, though.
Yeah, interesting. They kind of got Reiner all the way through, and then instead of waiting for his jump cooldown and kind of playing for his support maybe in the back corner, they actually opt to just go right back towards Piggy up by the subway.
I think a lot of the disruption potential comes from someone like Pelican, right? To what degree can he put pressure on Skewed and actually hover around that backline of the Gladiators while Los Angeles taking a fair amount of time to sort of decide where to go here? They're a composition that has to dive, and it has to be decisive, and this milling about leaves him vulnerable for Pelican to dive in.
I was gonna say, you can only play in that open for so long, like, as a Winston with just bubble, against the type of damage, especially with the Discord Orb in the mix that the Outlaws are putting out. And, you know, Reiner falls there, Padawan's gonna get Merit, and you're gonna have Reiner coming back off spawn, you're gonna have a nano boost here, so this could be pretty good for the Gladiators.
And that's an argument for the milling about phase, right? Just allow Padawan to get good position, this is quote-unquote good position on top of the fire truck, and find a pick. And that really weakens the Houston Outlaws here. They will try and play out with this Sigma, but it's a little uncomfortable moving into the open with that shield, as it's obviously not omnidirectional. And there it is, look, I mean, Piggy's being ignored right now. It's onto the backline of the Outlaws, and Iris gets popped like a balloon.
And I mean, it's a nice accretion there, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Piggy moves out, gets the nano. What, you have Reiner and Kepser go right around him, and then everybody else that he's looking at just backs up. And he's just kind of stuck hanging out in the middle of the point with a nano boost on him, and can't really do much. And look at this, Kepser is pushed up trying to get this top bridge control right away. Gladiators want to deny this area of the map.
But this leads back to our discussion right at the start of this series, Matt, as to why flexibility is the main attribute that's going to be under scrutiny for these teams today. It's not a big deal if teams know you're going to play Sigma. It is a big deal if they play around the Sigma with the knowledge that he's coming into a pick like Winston and sort of punish your lack of mobility.
So it'll be a gravitic flux here. Did it actually catch Padawan? It does. So it's going to be Kepser with a blade. Reiner gets put to sleep, but it may not matter.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Kepser deflected someone's projectile into Iris' noggin there, and then is able to find a blade kill. So very good start for the Gladiators here, and guess who's last alive? It's the tank. That's a very good sign for an attacking team if the tank is sort of sat there looking like a stunned mullet with no ability to impact the fight.
Yeah, and the blade gets used by Kepser, and he switches off right away. And okay, we're gonna get Piggy on Winston here. So sees that this Sigma's not going to work out, going to go over to the Winston. Piggy traditionally in Overwatch 1 like an off-tank player, really think like D.Va's Sigma. So Winston, not a hero we've seen him play a ton of in the past.
But very powerful hero just fundamentally here, so let's see what Piggy can do with that skill set. Well, he's very good at turning around and showing his tail feathers, Matt.
And this is why a team like the Atlanta Reign, we talked about it weeks ago where Brad came out and said that they want to try and really mold Hawk into playing all the different roles. I think that's like a really good approach because you have to have the tanks be able to play just about everything, especially in the game that we're in currently. One also thing in flexibility, we talked about like the tanks a ton, right? You've had Padawan play the Genji, you've had Kepser play the Genji, like the DPS here for the Gladiators are so flexible between the two of them as well. Can play just about everything, I mean, whether it's projectile or hit scan.
There aren't many hit scan players. Yeah, there aren't any hit scan players that can play Genji. Like, name more than 3, I would say, at this level. It's very hard to do. So, very unique about Padawan. Good sleep on Reiner, though. Iris standing up where it counts here. This is a blade from Pelican, who seems to have a lack of targets, at least valid ones at this time. There it's able to find Reiner with that railgun. Winston, they waited out that nano boost on the sleeping Winston. And now Pelican has found Kepster. Going up, he says.
The time has been pretty good, though, for the Gladiators. You've gotten around this second corner with that payload already. 3 minutes plus on the clock. It looked like Pelican potentially was going back to the spawn to make a switch, so we'll have to keep an eye on his portrait, but...
Yeah.
All right, yeah, he'll play the Echo. Interesting that it wants to play the Echo when they switch to the Tracer, because typically you would think that Tracer's, like, pretty good against that Echo.
Here's the Piggy dive. Note that actually, Reiner put a shield down to try and break up some of the healing for Piggy, but it's a sleep dart. But Pelican, having switched to the Echo just now, finds his way and burns 2 down. So it's a trade here, but the Gladiators lack their armor. And that's definitely going to slow them down in a big way. And I kind of like, I mean, I don't know what you think about, but having the Echo here as an extra deterrent against the Winston, that burst against tanks seems pretty helpful here.
Yeah, I mean, you may think that the Echo is really good against the Winston to be able to like burn him down with the focusing beam, also being able to get in, put pressure on the supports. You know, you do have to be careful of Kevster though, because he can start to run crazy a bit.
Pulse from Kevster. Speaking of which, no connection there, but Patapan opened up the account, found that railgun kill. Piggy slept, that's big, and Scooter's going to be able to walk away from this 1-8. Oh, he just kicked the man! Inhumane treatment of the angry Simeon. And yet the Gladiators, they move off the cart to do this.
And Piggy had ended up using his Primal Rage there. I don't know whether it got off or whether he was like biotic grenaded, didn't get like any of the effects of the heal, but man, that is brutal, especially at this last time where you can stall and the Gladiator's going to come up on 4 ultimates.
Or, yeah, he could have bioed. It could have been that when you nano someone right and there's that sort of window where it has to connect. I'm not really sure. Either way, he's lost that key ultimate, Matthew. Well spotted. Reiner has a primal though. Merritt back towards the cart now as he's just caught in the sights of Reiner. And with one swipe, that'll be another elimination for the Winston. Very clean stuff from the Gladiators here. The Winston comp from start to finish looking stellar.
I'd also say when the Outlaws switched to the Winston comp, like it wasn't bad. You know, they were able to get a few holds there consistently. Once they went over to that Winston, it was really when they were trying to play this Sigma, which is why they have Piggy in the game primarily. That's when the Gladiators were able to get most of their progress done. So we'll see what the Outlaws decide to do on offense here. It'll be interesting what they do. Do you go with a Sigma-based offense and try and take some of the high ground, play a little bit slower? Because you're going to see probably the Winston at the choke for the Gladiators, which could be pretty strong.
Patapan making it clear in chat. Yeah, he's 9 final blows and 0 deaths right now. 15-0, presumably in elims. But look, I don't think you have
about his stats versus Kevster. I don't even think he was really worried about the Outlaws.
Yeah, saying Kevster is number 2. Yeah, I mean, look,
we're concerned with Kevster.
That's a. I don't. There have been a lot of players that have faced like extra scrutiny in the Overwatch League in the past, right? Yeah. I think that, you know, as we see this Patapan clip here, I think Patapan is obviously one of them, right? It's pretty clear to see that while he staved off a lot of the criticism, he sort of shrugged it off publicly that he saw in the kickoff clash. Like, it definitely affected him. So emotional when they won that kickoff clash final. You could see how much it meant to him to sort of prove everyone wrong. So I'm sure Patapan is more than happy to keep reminding people who's top dog in cases like this.
Well, I think now you see that as he's gotten over that hump and the team really kind of getting over it as well by winning the kickoff clash, it's allowed him to play a little bit more free, a little bit more loose. You know, he's kind of gotten that off his back already, and he's been playing phenomenal ever since, right? He had a great kickoff clash tournament, been looking great ever since. So interesting. The Outlaws, they were coming out on a Winston-based composition, maybe thinking that there was going to be either, you know, the Winston-based comp for the Gladiators on the other side, but it's Doomfist. So the Outlaws switch now back to the Sigma comp, so they'll play Sigma with the Echo here.
Definitely know that Pelican's probably happy to see a Doomfist there, as really hard for Doomfist to interact with the Echo at all. Often why we saw that picked early in the kickoff clash on a lot of those Doomfist maps, but Reiner can still do a lot of work, and this is what Patapan does, and I wanted to bring this up at the start of the round. It seems like a matter of time in so many of these fights, Matt, when Patapan's on Sojourn, that he just manufactures a pick. Whether it's on attack and it gives him a point, or on defense here, or it just buys like an extra 30 to 40 seconds.
Well, the Sigma shield is not large enough to cover most of the choke, right? So he's able to get a sightline on some players coming in. And last show, a very slow target, you know, moving on the Zen. Has to be really careful. Same with the Iris, right? So we'll see if they can get these two supports through the choke alive. As I think the Outlaws trying to play for this left building, but it's going to be Patty again, getting the kill on a Pelican.
I know, I get it. For some frustration maybe as well. Piggy's already so far forward that he can't get out. Not expecting, obviously, them to lose their Echo here, so to a degree, the Outlaws, you know, commit. Give up a decent amount of ult percentage here and sort of have to back away.
There's not really a lot of speed to get players on the Outlaws in, right? Not running like a Lucio. The Winston bubble, although it is static, same kind of like one that's placed down like the Sigma one, just way bigger, you know, dome shape. So Pelican goes over to Tracer here. This allows him to get behind enemy lines a bit easier. But even if you did get behind enemy lines, like where they are, yeah, I mean, there's
unreal.
nothing. There's not really a lot you can do from that position with the heroes you have. The Outlaws haven't really had any pushes here, Mitch.
No, well, I mean,
it's just been how do you get and kill at the choke every time.
Their composition is unwieldy. It takes time to get them in position, and then they need to stay alive while they get a pick, right? Pelican switched off the Echo, right? He realizes that it's too risky to hang there suspended in midair. But, I mean, this is a great example of why the guys are so good. The Ryder's not even playing aggressively right now, Matt. He doesn't have to.
No, and that's what I was just going to say. What the Outlaws probably want to take advantage of is this is going to be how do you sleep. You got a bunch of players coming in.
All the boys turned up for that one.
Oh, it actually doesn't go away. He gets right around the corner. What you think this comp would be good for if you are the Outlaws is like taking advantage of Reiner when he dives in. But he doesn't even have to because the kills are just coming in at long range.
I mean, that's a great point. The Sigma's supposed to be reactive against the dive. You hit him with an accretion, right, while he's power blocking or something. So, oh my goodness. Yeah, he's bouncing in his bloody chair. I haven't seen that dab since I was 18. What is going on?
Oh man. I mean, that's how you know you're rolling. Just a little bit of smiling.
Oh yeah, this is the boy. These boys look
at the
like
Zarya comp. So this is like an old composition. We haven't seen this in a while. Kepster with a blade, Lasher with a transcendence. You have to keep Lasher alive here through this choke.
Piggy takes a ton of damage, trying to be fairly conservative with these bubbles, but his charge is nothing really to write home about, and there it is, another pick. This time it's from skewed. He used that transcendence. I guess Pelican was putting some pressure on. So Kepster says, I'm going to use this to get close. Now they're forced to transcend. Oh, it's all going wrong. The blade now. Great work from Lastro. Realizes he needs to double back immediately to Merit. Keeps him alive through this overclock. He gets rid of Kepster and Skewed is down to this. It's a key opening now for the Outlaws to try and exploit. And so they do. Reiner won't be getting healed here. And the Outlaws, man, they struggle. From start to finish, it's been a struggle, but they get this first point at an extension.
At the final hour, it feels like. Do you think we'll see a switch out of the Gladiators? No, with the Zarya on the other side, I was wondering, do we see like a large compositional shift? Well, that's also a really good point. With the time you've set, right, you've completed the map a minute 26. You're not exactly like back against the wall here, right? You can play this Doom for a bit and extend this to a point where you get into a one-fight territory situation, or just bleed the clock out where you get one fight, you take a bunch of ultimates, chuck it on in, and you're good. You may not need to have a large reaction to this.
The Zarya composition as well is really incremental in how it takes map control, right? It really revolves around that bubble usage and that timing. So Piggy has eventually made his way to the high ground here, and he's really hard to shift now. The fact that they get that Doomfist kill means that Piggy can slowly get that energy charge. Now, I mean, you can't really contest this high ground easily for the Gladiators. What do you do? Like, how do you pressure Piggy? He's got 2 bubbles and a 90
Well, I think you play payload.
Yeah.
You play payload, yeah. As you see Kepster get on the payload. He pushes Pelican back a bit. Because the Outlaws don't have the luxury to kind of duel this out, right? And just take high ground control and wait. And get a position, because the clock is dwindling down. You're already down below a minute.
Piggy's probably lost a fair bit of that charge as well, if I had to guess. So we'll see, the Graviton Surge that have been built up pretty crucial here. There's not a lot the Doomfist can do about that, except beam me up Scotty and Meteor strike away. Slow and steady though, that may win the race here. It is a race though, be sure of that. The Outlaws now at 45 seconds left of the round. No bubbles left for Piggy, but he gets topped up just in time. And he burns Shoe down. Nicely done here, the Gladiators. Not really sure how to deal with this sort of very slow roll Houston Outlaws composition.
No, and that's why I thought maybe you would see some switches, but it'll be the Outlaws who take that second checkpoint. The Zarya really paying off here for the Outlaws. It's just, is it too late, right? Like, that's kind of what you're thinking about now. Like, did they kind of make this change and kind of figure this out a little bit too late? Because Piggy takes loads of damage and he's going to fall.
It gets harder now for Zarya because the sight lines are pretty long here and she doesn't have the ability to go like high ground, low ground or whatever. It's very out in the open, so we'll still see Piggy go for this pick here, but I'm curious to see how the Outlaws get the same level of utility from the Zarya. Kepster checks his schedule here, and it's Pulse Bomber Clock apparently. We'll have that ready for this next fight.
And this is what I was talking about, where the Gladiators are not in a position where they needed to force something to make a switch, because, look, I mean, they're not even around the first corner. I mean, that's going to be a Transcendence force there from Pelican, which is nice, but they're not even around the first corner, and you're at a minute to go, right? You've held on to 3 ultimates here. Reiner will end up getting a Meteor Strike as well. The Outlaws had to use a lot to even just get that second checkpoint, where you're in the driver's seat here, right? You can lose a fight, like the Outlaws have to dump ultimates into these fights to get the card going. You can lose a fight if you're the Gladiators, hold on to everything and just come back and just everybody just run out and just kind of use your ultimate and win a fight that way. That, you know, just by completing the map, it gives them such a huge time advantage.
Lads can also force a Transcendence here with like a nano boosted Doomfist in the backline, which is something we've already seen them do this series. Panapan overclock here from the high ground. Pelican can't get up there. He can't recall to that position anymore. So Panapan eventually finds Merit. And that's the thing about Panapan, it just seems like a matter of time in so many of these fights. And it's an important kill to find. Pelican, great job with the pulse bomb. He gets a connection and Kester punishes here. It's a trade though. Messy stuff. The Glads may be disinclined to use too much more here. It's another nano now from Mirrors. They're going for it, but they lose their Arda. Transcendence now, well, they've used everything here, so the Outlaws better hope that this works out.
And this is what I was talking about. You're going to have a grab here from Piggy coming up, but you don't really have that much else where you can use the nano boost on a Reiner. Panapan now switches over to the Ashe, so good damage with the Dynamite because everybody's going to have to play around the cart, and also the ability at even longer ranges to get those headshot kills.
Yeah, is it sort of constrained by Merit to medium range or dealing with... Great timing on that one, to be sure. Piggy's eye also, that Graviton Surge is coming right up here. Reiner drops down. Piggy's waiting for him. Graviton Surge deployed to get rid of the Doomfist now. And the Outlaws are sailing towards home here as we're in overtime. And they're going to be happy with the completion one way or another. Panapan tries to coach guard himself away from trouble, but that'll be that. And at least the Outlaws get a map completion here. And don't forget, the Glads took their sweet time getting that first capture here with that sort of Winston cop that was waiting for a Panapan pick. So there's potential for a draw.
Yeah. Completely agree here as the Outlaws battled back using that Zarya composition. And they looked really strong, especially against this Doomfist setup from the Gladiators. What do you do on defense here, though, if you're the Outlaws? Do you come out and play a Sigma-based comp? That's kind of what you got, you know, really kind of like rolled on a little bit at the start. Do you try and play a Zarya on defense? Try and make that work, right? It's interesting. Looks like they're going to come out, though, with the Sigma. I kind of agree with this. There's not a ton of time for the Gladiators, one. Two, like, I feel like you wouldn't play the Doomfist here because you don't have Dante, and playing the Winston potentially like leaves you open to the Doomfist coming in and really causing problems. And I think Zarya would just be a real that's the bubble I was talking about. Just the reaction time there from Piggy was insane. And then also with the bubble, you get a biotic grenade right on top of Lastro, and you're able to top him up really fast. As I know you get that kill on the Lastro because you're all in at that scenario, right? With a nano boost onto Brian.
Oh yeah, you
get that kill. It's all good if you're the Glads.
So last time we saw the Glads win on point A, it wasn't because of clever rotation so much as the man on your screen. So Panapan was the one that gave them the opening here. I want to see what the Gladiators sort of do with their Winston setup and how they sort of probe for weaknesses, in the event that you kind of like guarantee an insta-kill here. Kev's depression though, Piggy managed to find him as he pushes up, and not a good start for Los Angeles.
Yeah, Pelican's got to be so careful though, because you got these railgun shots charging up from Panapan. All it takes is one, right? You kind of get caught coming through an alley, and then you're in a lot of trouble. So
decent start though for the Outlaws. That first pick buys them some time. 35 seconds left now. That's the dive. So we're over to the fire station here.
And you're a nano here too.
Piggy's in trouble. I don't know how easy it's going to be to keep him topped up here, but Merrick already catched us, so the pressure release for the backline of the Outlaws is palpable. Now they can keep Piggy topped up pretty happily right across the map as he may be. Nanoboost on a Reiner might be the play. You need to get this backline of the Outlaws done.
It's got to be the play. It's the only real target you have right now. As Panapan misses a shot there on a Pelican.
Gotta be here we go. Slept immediately though is gonna be Ryder. He's on the point at the very least, so we can guarantee some form of overtime, but the bubble's gone. Can he keep Ryder going? Gravitic Flux that's gonna catch, skewed by the looks of things here, but Ryder goes down to a pulse bomb. Kinetic Grasp from Piggy rather as he eats up that damage and stays alive just long enough as Kempster really trying to outfox him here. But real credit to the Outlaws, they play this the right way, and this time they're not dealing with early picks from Patapan. It's a draw on Midtown.
It's a draw that almost feels like a win for the Outlaws in a really bizarre way, because the Gladiators looked like they had full control over this on their offensive side, and then the Outlaws, once they switched that Zarya comp, really started to get things going. They battle back, they finish the map, not with any time left, but still then hold on that first point defense. It's a draw, but it feels pretty good for the Outlaws.
Yep, the Zarya switch from Piggy seemed more like a last resort than anything else, but it ends up being just what the Outlaws needed to keep the Gladiators at bay. They're still behind by a map here, but after the draw, we'll see what map number 3 has in store. This one, I feel like we might have a match here.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eye on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Once a relatively common occurrence, we basically haven't seen any draws at all this year until that one. That was the very first time we've actually seen a map end this season without a result. At least in the Western region, I'm pretty sure it's...
That's wild.
Yeah, the whole darn league. So credit to the Outlaws for bringing about this occurrence for the first time this season. And it took a lot of grit and a bit of a Zarya pick switch up to do so.
Yeah, once the Zarya came into the mix, it was a completely different map. Everything was cruising for the Gladiators. We even got a dab at a Reiner.
We did.
And then you know, since once that dab moment, everything went south. It's still the Outlaws pick here for the next map, being as they're the last team to have lost a map. Ons will come in for Patapon, so this will end up being Dorado. So you bring in Ons, play that Widowmaker. Piggy will stay in for the Outlaws. So it'll be interesting that like maybe the Outlaws, they kind of see something that they can make work as the rest of the game goes on.
We've actually seen a ton of different strategies on Dorado so far this season, and lately we're starting to see more and more Wrecking Ball. That has precipitated some very strange sort of Roadhog-based compositions by some teams to specifically sort of shut that down. So Kaluj do it from the San Francisco Shock. So they're on the table. I don't know what Piggy's Wrecking Ball's looking like these days. Obviously, picks like the Sigma are still very possible if you're a defending team. But it's hard to go past the gold standard for defenses on Dorado, right? That high ground, that Winston play on first. I mean, especially if you're bringing like a world-class Widowmaker into your roster via substitution. I feel like the Gladiators probably want to go for something like that. Something tried, tested, and true.
Yeah, so, see, you know the Gladiators are going to run that Widowmaker here, going into Dorado. Do we see Merit answer back with a Widow of his own? Piggy, do we see him play like a Winston? Do they try and play a Zarya-based composition Dorado? Seems like it would be really weird to try and do that. Sigma still potentially in the mix. You can kind of play that high ground, you think, like first point, even second point as well. Maybe deter the Widowmaker a bit on the other side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they really try and match Widows. We've obviously got some moments from that previous map for your enjoyment as Shu decides to reassume their position here. Obviously, this is a nice little turnaround for Reiner here. Again, the fight really gets opened up. Piggy blows himself up with those hyperspheres, and yeah, I mean, listen, trash talk in and out of game. We got this in wide as well. Thank you so much for that. Jeez. So glad we got to witness that once more.
Yeah, it's, it would have been cool if they finished the map, but they didn't.
I mean, you know, there wasn't a ton of highlights up from in-game when I literally have a producer in here like, hey guys, we got this footage of a dab, so let's just run that. I'm like, okay, obviously, yeah, not much.
The best we got.
Not much to celebrate from the Gladiators after that because, yeah, they struggled to sort of answer this Piggy Zarya, which is. Well, look, I don't recommend you necessarily try it at home, although I suppose if you think hard enough, there's some inherent advantages to playing that style. It's just a little awkward. Dorado, though, probably not the kind of map you want to run that back on.
No. That's why I'm curious of what we end up seeing. It looks like at least as we load into game, it'll be the Outlaws on defense first. So we'll get an idea early of what the Outlaws want to run. I think if you're the Gladiators, probably like a Winston or Reinhardt base setup here is the way to go and protect your Widowmaker at all costs, right? I think that's kind of really you bring Ons into the game to take over. I think that's kind of what you're going to try and have to set them up to do.
Yeah, and we know that Merit's strengths is the Sojourn play. I kind of think that's, well, he's developing a name for himself on that pick, and obviously he's had some of the most disgusting moments on that hero. And we feel like Sojourn's kind of fine everywhere, right? We've even seen her played on Circuit Royale, like alongside a Widowmaker here. So I don't think anybody's going to complain about seeing this pick here for Merit. Obviously, it doesn't offer you the same as Widowmaker, but perhaps that's, you know, by design. On the Gladiator side, right, yeah, Ashe is an option. Now, if you don't have inherent high ground, though, it doesn't seem like maybe you want to go there, but I'm curious to see how Arns plays around that constraint.
It looks like the Gladiators, at least here on offense, to start things off, not... Okay, so is this going to be what they're going to run with? Is it going to be Kevser playing the Widow and then Ants on the Ashe? Interesting. I mean, this gives you the opportunity, I was going to say, for Kevser to play like a Genji or a Tracer. So you see that's going to be Reiner just standing in that Disruptor shot. So wants to soak up some damage that Shu can heal. For the Outlaws, it'll be the Sigma-based setup. So Sigma on defense here with an Echo.
Wow, they give up that high ground so quickly. Normally the car pushes up a little bit more, but I guess they really just want to be in position and ready for this. How do you feel about the Ashe here, Matt?
Gotcha, okay, yeah. The Ashe, I kind of like the Ashe in this setup. Being able to obviously put some big damage down on a Pelican rather fast, right? Not as susceptible to like an Echo dive as like a Widowmaker would be. Oh, you see right there, almost the kill. Straight on the Pelican with a nice shot.
I love that timing from Arns as well. Just as the Dynamite peeks over Piggy's shield, he detonates it, so he'll get some value there. Dynamite's so good for that heal pressure, right? Especially when you've got like an Ana who needs to spend time actively clicking someone to counteract that. Can't just leave a Harmony Orb on them like you can with Zen. And this is beautiful, and this is sequential from the Gladiators, right? Arns looks like he's unbothered, flourishing, moisturized in his lane. He doesn't seem to worry too much about pressure from flankers, so he just starts to work down the Outlaws.
And I think this is what you worry a little bit when you kind of commit to a map now that you're going to have to play the Sigma on, is like the Sigma wasn't really what was working there on Midtown. The Sigma is what the Gladiators were actually able to take advantage of and set a pretty good time on offense. It was really the Zarya setup on offense that was the main difference maker. Ooh, Pelican gets really low. I was going to say, I wonder if there's going to be a shot that comes in from the side to finish him off. It's a Dynamite as Piggy gets forced into that mega health pack room. I was going to say, there goes Reiner right after him.
Yeah. Wastes absolutely no time. Oh my! The burst damage was ridiculous. Reiner's able to find Piggy there, but I don't think they're expecting a nano-boosted Winston. And Reiner gives us a blue steal for a moment there as he leaves Bob in his wake to make sure that security detail is kept on lock.
Is a nano lasher to keep him alive. Try and battle on through that. I guess it eliminates you from having to use the nano onto him at that moment. No, the Transcendence at that moment, but still, cart continuing to move. You see who's that skewed on the outside.
Yeah.
Off angle there on the
pressuring down an Echo, by the way.
I was like, that player has armor up there.
Reiner. Gravitic Flux brought down, and Merit's able to clean him off there. Nice one, though. Onto Shu. That railgun is the kind you really don't see coming. And now the Outlaws are actually, for the first time this round, get to establish themselves after spawn time, I guess. That kill largely inconsequential.
Yes, the payload gets right underneath the bridge. Not any further, though. You don't have to burn the Transcendence there. If you're the Gladiators, now odds will go over to the Widowmaker here. So maybe you feel like just that one-shot kill potential here. A little bit too needed as you're trying to battle through some of this high ground.
All right, Kevster sticks on the car, wants to apply some pressure, force the Outlaws off of this high ground. It's kind of risky business, though, especially with a Sigma who can hit you with the accretion. But Arns is playing such a wide angle here. So many things at play from the Gladiators to say the Outlaws, get off there. Get off that perch, come to the low ground. They still haven't had to do that, though. Reiner gets taken down.
Looks like Pelican over the top. Gonna go try and get a health pack as things have stalled out a little bit now for the Gladiators as Reiner now goes over to Wrecking Ball. So get to see how they approach this with the ball coming over from the high ground.
Both Backliners and Skewed are flanking through the power plant right now with the Tracer. I'm not sure what that's about. Reiner on the ball, by the way. Where Pelican is looking for Arns here. Should be a slam dunk for that Echo if he gets the drop on the Widow. Transcendence here, yeah. Arms does go down as expected. Merity with a body grenade, he's not getting away. Ryan will be able to chase him now. Piggy in danger. What is his positioning? This is so weird.
And that was her use of the nano too onto Merit.
Yeah, frustrating there to lose him, but biotic grenade, not much you can do about it. Ryan causing all sorts of issues right now. I mean, we have supports on the wrong side of the map, ostensibly. Is the Gladiator snuck shoe and skewed well behind enemy lines?
And you see how aggressive Reiner is playing right now, just upping the tempo here, and that's how the Gladiators found success in map number 1. He's going to have a minefield here. We're ready to go. Is the minefield actually probably pretty decent because with the Sigma, you're going to play around the Sigma and his shields. You may actually catch a few players inside of that.
I love Reiner just says...
No Transcendence to kind of like get rid of the mines. I mean, you have the Piggy shield.
Yeah, Piggy shield. But, I mean, you lose that shield straight away, which means that Arns has, like, prime sight lanes, so it's a little risky to do that. Reiner just basically says you have no excuse as a tank player not to play everything. Love it. That's perfect. That's exactly what you do against Widow here. Arns is asking for it. Really hard to make Widow work in this part of the map, to be fair, so... Maybe a switch to Ashe now for Arns. Pelican goes for the dupe, slept in midair, though. Sleep of his own.
That's a crazy sleep.
Reiner was
we don't see it from Shu's perspective, but
there were 3 sleep darts there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to follow for sure.
I like the switch by Ons. You can see how effective that Echo is against the Widowmaker from that POV. As Dynamite goes down, nice shot there.
Yeah, again, tough to make anything happen after the Gravitic Flux, so the Ashe is in like a stagger position right now. Reiner maybe tries to get Arns out, but no escape there. Gladiators have to reset. Hey, look, Gravitic Flux, Pulse Bomb, right? You deal with some big ultimates in that last fight. You show at least proof of concept that the Ashe is probably looks pretty good here, and Pelican realizes that too. He switched.
Yeah, so we'll see. Now with the Nano up on the high ground here, potentially for the Outlaws. Trying to think of like how the Outlaws can get this to a spot, right, with 1:30 left where they do not give up a map completion. Because the Gladiators are starting to bank some ultimates here. 4 ultimates online for the Gladiators. Really, they need about, what, 2 fights to potentially take it. That's going to be the minefield, and they're going to use the Nano here on it. Kevster, beautiful sleep, though.
Yeah, Kevster still has to cross a wide expanse to get to his intended target. Now, the Nano Elastro may be unnecessary, but it keeps him alive, and Reiner tried to save the Traitor, tried the body block, but the orbs came in above from the Wrecking Ball, so nicely done. And you talked about a bank of ultimates for the Gladiators. That has been mostly spent.
So yeah, I mean, you spend all of those and a beautiful sleep from Iris, so nothing you can do now. What do you have this pulse bomb? I mean, you're really looking at what? You got to get the Ana in this type of situation?
I mean,
maybe Merit?
I don't think the pulses have... Yeah, I mean, it's been tough for Kevster, I think, to get value out of those so far, but getting Piggy, yeah, that's the jackpot here, for sure.
Yeah, he's off to the side of his own. There's no support help at all.
Yeah, none whatsoever. Again, tough to do much about the pulse here. Takes so much damage initially. Transcendence is ornamental from Lastro there. Buys a bit of time, crucially. 10 seconds left in the round now. You can see Arnt's moving up. He knows he has a Bob. If he can send this into spawn, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with. Oh, he's got to let it go now. He doesn't have any time. He gets brought down by Iris. Good awareness from the Ana there, and it's Reiner. Not able to touch. Unfortunate for the Gladiators. They cannot complete.
Yeah, but it's a good hold, though, from the Outlaws. I think from the Outlaws POV, especially losing Piggy there at the start. Really just kind of like playing on the outskirts there against Kevster and gets hit with a pulse bomb and just, taken down. That's a really good hold, right? Being able to deny them from completing the map. Now it's just what do you put together on your offense, right? Do you feel confident enough in this like Sigma-based setup on offense? Does Piggy play like a Winston here? You can. I don't think you can. Like, do you try and even play like Zarya? Like,
may I remind you that the Outlaws looked weak on offense on Midtown as well. They got their last possible opportunity there, and they still ended up finishing the map, which is quite astonishing. So the fact that they come back from such a weak offense there is good, but you can't count on it.
Yes. I do think they looked good on offense, the Outlaws, once they switched to Zarya-based count, but you're not going to be able to do that here, right? At least you would think. Maybe towards the end of the map, possible. But I think here, at least at the, from this like first part of the map, so that first checkpoint, and then towards that second phase, high ground, just too essential here.
Man,
that is clean.
He's mid-blink there as well. That's really hard to hit. And Lastro, yeah, because of the height he gets, he actually can get... I mean, Reiner also... I mean, there's a bit of inertia with Wrecking Ball, right? So he tries to body block what he knows are orbs coming his way. But the viewing angle for Lastro is elevated because he got pile drove up.
Ans was, on the Widowmaker, relatively really quiet.
Yes.
I think the Ashe was able to hit a few shots, but let's see with the Widow on defense. Like, can they keep him alive? Does he have to switch yet again? Because you bring in Ans, because he's so good at Widowmaker and like these long-range hit scans, but if it's negated by like a Winston and Echo type dive, what do you do, right?
There's more expanse for Echo to cross here on the attacking side, so that might work in Ans' favor. It definitely feels like the Outlaws have a pretty comfortable answer to the Widowmaker pick in general. And you can see the Gladiators again and say, okay, well, we haven't got Widow Valley. Now we need to give more space so that Ans has yet another expanse to fire across. You know what I mean? They really have to try and play around this Widow setup. Like, they're not committing at all.
Like, yeah, no, I mean, well, where do you commit to? Like, I think the gap is too large to go towards that back line, right? You know you're going to... A few players probably going to hit a few shots, eat a few shots from the Widowmaker. You see Pelican gets really low and finished off. It's a very difficult situation here.
Oh,
play from Kevsar,
right by a nade. Yeah, that's Shu coming to the rescue there in a big way. Can't deflect the disruptor shot when he stood in there. Good awareness by Kevstra as well. He needs to move into line of sight of his Ana player, so he has to move through the disruptor shot in order to do so. Towards a Winston, by the way.
The Sojourn just gets outranged so hard by the Widowmaker. Like, Merritt can't challenge that at a distance. And what, like, look at this. I mean, Kevster just jumps up, deflects, gets right in his face, and just destroys any sight lines that he has.
Right, Ans again. Okay, I see. I see.
They're trying to collapse on him from every which angle.
Yeah, it worked out beautifully. Nicely done. A lot of maneuvering around a Widow composition. Piggy turns his back here. Equal parts disrespect and trying to obscure that headshot hitbox. And yeah, he's looking across the stage. He knows what he's done. Nice job by the Outlaws here. Ans is being handily dealt with.
Yeah. They did a nice job when they were on offense with the Widowmaker. Now they're doing a pretty good job when they're on defense. Dealing with that Widowmaker is the Outlaws. Let's see what they try and do. Can you get like the high ground control here early? There's a Nano Blade possibility for the Gladiators coming in. Kevs are going to probably try and set that one up probably a little bit sooner rather than later, right? Right. Don't want to allow them to get set up on the high ground. Now you're going to be in for sight. You can definitely use it in a big way or try and get a pick here. Ooh, it's going to be Reiner getting a pick there on Iris.
Okay, not so bad though. It's a trade. And we've got a primal rage from Piggy, but he just needs to not die here. And if he walks away safe, that's fine.
Yeah, that was a transcendence there from the Outlaws too, though.
Here we go. Time for the blade. Oh, by
swinging.
Yeah, that's tough. A tough job, right? Piggy's done so well on the Winston in these last couple of fights.
Yeah. Now Reiner's going to match this. Going to go Winston beat Winston here. Is Kevster going to give up on the Genji Dream? Going to go over to Tracer. So Reiner's going to be careful. He's going to try and get out, but not able to do so. As he'll have Primal for this next fight, but the Outlaws are rolling here on offense.
I mean, that's... The rest of his team
I don't really think
you're
not really getting much out of the Widowmaker. I think you may have to go back to that Ashe again.
Piggy shuts Arms down yet again. Winston popping off. Reiner comes back too late. He's completely out of sync with the rest of his team because of that Oxfam level feed we saw in that last fight. So the Gladiators haven't been in sync for pretty much this entire phase of the map here. And here's where the Outlaws, they come knocking. They're here to collect.
Yeah, this is not good for the Gladiators. That's going to be the Transcendence. They're going to try and use the Transcendence to get players out. Since Reiner coming over the top, they're going to get a kill out of this.
Merritt down, Shu. Able to punish at least so. The Gladiators, while they're fighting their way out, they've given up that crucial checkpoint here and never got to fight on second, and the Outlaws are feeling some wind in their sails. Going to be a Nano available for Iris here in this next fight. Piggy at the funny number here, of course, not far away from another Primal himself. I like Outlaws in the Winston mirror all of a sudden.
So, yeah, now you finally get a hold here. Is you'll have Merit go and match here in the Ashe battle. So I'm really interested to see like how does Ons kind of stand up in this type of battle, right? Because typically when people play Widowmaker against him, like it's not really that many battles, right? In Ashe here, especially this part of the map, you may see a little bit more action.
Okay, Rhino. Oh, okay, opts not to go after Lastro initially there. Lastro didn't have a chance to Transcendence even if he'd wanted to, and I suspect he probably wouldn't have there. The Outlaws are going to be slowed up a little bit, but bear in mind, they just have to finish the map. That's it.
Can they finish the map, though? Yeah, the Gladiators kind of stand right on top of their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this buys you what? It takes like 20 seconds for the Outlaws to get from here to the cart, so...
Yeah.
This adds up in a big way.
Well, especially if you're going to be able to follow it up on some kills.
You showed that door frame, Kev.
Well, I think he thought that he was actually going to blink through there and maybe get one on the edge, but...
Oh, man, yeah.
Look, in this type of situation, you're not going to see a C9 that far.
Yeah. Well, Fleta, I mean, kind of showed us what you can do to opponents who aren't aware. His card has made some decent progress, though, Matt, through a tough part of the map. And now the Outlaws are breathing down the Gladiators next. They are so close. With a fight win there, they're in last fight territory now with 2 support ultimates to work with. This is dangerous for the Gladiators.
You're going to have the same for the Gladiator zone. That's going to be Reiner getting the benefits of the Nano, going right over the top, and look at that. He split off the supports. Beautiful job there from Reiner. Yeah, that's going to buy a lot of time.
Yeah, Piggy frustrated there. Couldn't really do anything as Piggy wasn't unable to help out. Whoever was stuck down the stairs, unclear at this point, but that was a nano boost onto Reiner that had to be spent. But the Gladiators are more than happy to part with ultimates. This is the transaction, right? 1 ultimate equals 40 seconds. Yes, you take that on defense. Absolutely.
So now you're in trouble, I think. You know, if Houston uses some of these ultimates here, Mitch, and it doesn't end up going in their favor, the cart's moving backwards, right? So you think even where the cart is right now, you win a fight, you're probably looking at 2. Might force a recall. That's going to be your nano boost.
Okay, nano to get high
to
ground.
Safety.
No
player splits off. Yeah, Reiner splits off Piggy from the rest of the team there just by being in that high ground.
Okay, well, that nano boost got nothing, unfortunately, for the Outlaws and their fans, and this could be nasty. Kepfer descends. Going to be a Transcendence in play here. Pulse Bomb thrown down. Kepfer again a little wayward with those today. Bob's going to be a bit of a nuisance right now, and you can see that, yeah, Skew trying to make sure everybody's topped up in this fight. Disastrous for the Outlaws as the 4-alarm fire begins to klaxon. There's 20 seconds left in the round, and Pelican has a play to make, but he's already been sniffed out.
Yeah, they know exactly where he's at. So he's going to get a stick. I mean, that could be huge. Let's see, you know, coming back. You have everybody marching on back here for the Outlaws. It'll be Lasher over to the break here.
You're not going to primal this. Oh, that's naughty. That's naughty! Yep, that'll be that. The Houston Outlaws tantalizingly close to evening the series.
Everything can't be a C9.
No, yeah, well, I mean...
Gladiator's saying C9 now.
Depends who you ask. That's just not possible.
So, I think the Outlaws have an interesting choice here going into push. Do you go with something like Coliseum, where you can run like the Doomfist type setups? Yeah. We've even seen like teams run some like Reinhardt there potentially, right? Or do you play something like Toronto, where we've actually seen teams in the past use that Zarya-based composition and stick with what you got? At least early signs here in the lobby look like potentially Dante coming back in, so we'll see what they decide to go with for that.
Yeah, that's a curious one, Matt. We'll wait and see what the map selection is going to be here from the Outlaws. Their last chance to pick a map, so it better be a good one.
뭐야? 뭐야? 이등이 한 거였네?
뽀꼬댁? 아닌데. 형 텐션이 더 떨어졌어.
오늘 집에 잘 못 쓰고 은퇴해야지.
Don't know what you just said, but I agree.
Guys, is everybody sitting down right now? We need to start getting everybody to sit down.
Can you literally shut the up?
Can you really just listen to me? Okay.
Me and Wub are the only people in the lobby.
Dude, you guys said what if you want.
Oh, we're playing Wub today?
Wub. Wubby. Whoops. Wubs. Wub. Weeb. Wooba. Wub. Where's Wub? Dove.
Huh?
Oh.
You say my name?
No. Never mind.
Danny, every time I win an off-roll, on an off-roll hero, you need to type, you just lost to Hawk Ryan, you just lost to Hawk Winston. I need someone to type that in that chat.
Let's go. 야, 나 원숭이 소리 내줘 그러면. 원숭이? 나 원숭이 소리 낼지 몰라.
아 하잖아.
해줘. 뭐야? 야, 돼지. 아 이거 개 아파. 야 방금 너목 나갈 뻔했다. 야 조심해라 야.
형 다음 그 뭐지 리그 썸네일 형이다.
나갈 뻔했다. 오픈 마이크 이제 원숭이 차석 앞에 영원히 합성해가지고 이제.
되게 카메라 잘 나오려고 안경 벗고 이러고 있는 거 레전드 잘생기거든 레전드.
I feel like today. You guys need to carry me.
I feel like too.
이 냄새. 야 냄새. 와 신비주의 냄새 레전드.
The only thing that matters in this comp is the Ryan show.
What? Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this first match of the day for the Outlaws and the Gladiators. A chance to advance in our mid-season madness winners bracket to take on the winner of the Seoul Dynasty and the Hangzhou Spark. Again, second chance for the loser to drop down, and that may well be the Outlaws at this stage because, well, I've got to be honest with you, I don't know how much they got up their sleeve that is left. The Piggy Winston looked really good, actually, especially on attack. Yeah. They were punishing the Gladiators early, and then they came to a screeching halt in that last phase of the map as the Gladiators, rather, came alive.
And you see on your screen, we'll have really just one large sum. It'll be Dante coming in for Piggy, which fully expect now this to be a Doomfist composition as we go into Toronto. And Panapan comes in for Aunts. Look, when you see it come in for the Outlaws, we know what's going to happen. Fully expected Patty to come back in for Aunts, as we really just see Aunts play like, I mean, really what, just like Dorado, right? Like just like that map for long range hits again. It's kind of like it. Like
maybe I know that I watched on Scrim a lot of Ilios with the Glads early in the season. Circuit
Royale, possibly. We've seen him like a handful of times throughout the year, but
look,
really
can I be honest?
Seems to come in for
and when he comes in though, but I don't know. I've been a little underwhelmed, but I don't blame him. You're getting subbed in for a map where you just have to pop off as Widow.
I mean, we also just have insanely high expectations, right? I mean, this is somebody who like.
Wait, but they're grounded in his past performances, not anything else.
Yeah, which like, right, but those are in the past, right? They've been in the past for a bit now. You still have to regard him as one of the best Widowmakers that we've seen right? But I think to expect these like magical performances from him, just coming in for a Dorado every once in a while, I think it's just unreal. Like expectations, like it's not like sure maybe 1 out of every 10, but how many maps will you play all season, right? You're kind of like thinking unless you see like a Widowmaker meta just pop up out of nowhere, right? Where everybody's playing Widow. I think those pop-off moments are gonna be just rare, especially when the other team is really not gonna like. How many other teams like when they see Ons come in to play Widow are gonna like challenge it, right? And be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, let's try and play a Widow of our own, right? Like go head to head. Like most teams are just gonna kind of like strat against it.
Counter it. Yeah, playing against the Echo, right? It's frustrating, and you saw just. I mean, Pelican is. I mean, his Echo was one of the main reasons why the Atlanta Reign was so dominant. You know, when he was on that lineup, and especially when it came to like end of tournament play and the kind of play that got them to Hawaii in the first place, right? So no surprise to see that be really effective. So okay, so moving forward then, instead of looking back, Patapan comes in here. He's looked incredible. You know, when we've seen in this series on that Sojourn, we are going to get to see New Queen Street. But you know, a map where we've seen Zarya, that is true. That's not the plan for the Outlaws, right? Dante obviously is in here, and we know what to expect here. This should hopefully find the Outlaws in like a comfort position. There's always the chance that you can play like a Hanzo, right? We've seen teams dabble in the Hanzo, more so on Colosseo, but sometimes here on New Queen Street.
One of the more interesting things, I think, is that Funny Asher doesn't come back in.
Right.
So you'll have the Gladiators. Yeah, they'll end up continuing to play with Skewed in the lineup. So what do we see from them in terms of the supports, right? Do we see them go with like a Bat Zen? Do they try and play something along those lines? You know, Ana Zen, do you play a Brigitte? Like a
Surely not the
a few
Shusio.
scenarios. The Shusio.
Shusio.
No.
Okay, so Ana Zen. Okay, so I mean, both teams going for that look. Why so good at Sojourn though? Interesting. All right, you have my attention, sir. We got a neutral between the Doomfist. This often happens while the Tracers make their way into the back line. Look where the Zen is playing. Look where Skewed is. He's.
You could also play the Ashe here at the start, because early bot progress is so huge and crucial that if you get like a pick off, let's say with an Ashe, right, which may be a little bit easier, you can play at a longer range, like maybe you can actually get a little bit more progress early on. It doesn't seem to be working out that way though for the Outlaws.
I mean, Skew's playing that crazy off angle, and he brings Pelican down there. So the Gladiators had a fair bit of focus on the middle part of the map, right? Patapan's playing inside that tube right here. And Skew's playing underneath, sort of away from them a little bit more there. So I like the initial setup for Los Angeles here. Patapan now is in a pretty powerful spot, as you can see. Merit cannot do that on the Ashe. Patapan stamping his dominance here.
He couldn't do it on the Sojourn either. I mean, you kind of just strafe into the line of fire of a fully charged rail shot, and they really don't make it a difficult shot for Patty to hit. He's gonna hit shots like that all day. So you'll have a nano here for the Outlaws, which maybe give it on the Dante to contest, because things could start to get out of control rather quickly. You're gonna have an overclock here. You're also gonna probably have a nano for the Gladiators too. So they're getting up to the butt scratch.
Yeah, I'd love like a counter, like that's the win probability based on like statistical data, sort of going up or going down based on like that first fight progress, or like the first team to get the bot to X distance, because that's the checkpoint already for the Gladiators, and they don't look like they're slowing down. Ryder may be forced to bend the knee here. He can just ult out. Oh, you're kidding.
Just stay on in as they're going to push on forward.
Okay, I think most sort of stable individuals probably don't do that, but that's Ryder, man. He's cracked. He's going for broke.
I mean, more progress, right? You're going to have players coming back off spawn here for the Outlaws. Still with a nano, but you don't have to play on the bot here. If you're the Gladiators, you can back up a little bit, concede some space, wait for Reiner to get back, because he's going to have that closer respawn and Doom so fast. And you see, yeah, he's already back in the fight.
Stand up straight.
Notice that Iris really tries to avoid scoping. He actually, I mean, something you notice maybe as Ana players this year is that he actually, you know, deals with the projectile aspect of Ana's healing a lot. He doesn't want to scope in if he can help it. At quite long ranges, he's still able to heal people like that. It's quite impressive.
I feel like this kind of jockeying for positions almost better for the Gladiators in the long run, because they're going to have this transcendence on them.
Any situation where game state doesn't get advanced in the Outlaws' direction is obviously great for the Glads, right? They've got such a lead, and they can just sit back and wait for Patapan or Kester to find a big pick here. Lastro gets nanoed. Very, very scary stuff. You approach with care as Lastro gets a trade, but you nano for a trade, it's not good. It's just not a great rate at all, and that bot is moving awful quick back into position.
And Dante's got to get back to the rest of the team. Be careful. He knows that the pulse bomb was on deck. Who is this behind us? Oh, looks like Pelican has made it all the way around. Okay, trying to get out. So, the bot doesn't make any progress really for the Gladiators, but it doesn't really matter, right? They have in such a great spot.
Not a lot of one-hit potential here. Like, Merit can't really, you know, like, you can't just dish out a rail at long range for, like, an insta-kill the way that Patapan can. So, you know, Scoot can play these kind of long-range angles, these kind of risky ones, and no, he takes the hit, he just backs away, and he's... Oh! What is that? Patapan with open arms gives Pelican the kind of bear hug he'd rather avoid.
Those are probably the easier shots to hit. Like, think about when you play Hanzo. Obviously, way different. But Hanzo, like, just kind of like spamming chokes with like those arrows, right? Like, you have a rail, and you think about Tracer's body, like, takes up like a decent size of that window, and the rail, like, projectile, like, width is like pretty forgiving. Like, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna hit something as that projectile goes through. 5 minutes and 30 on the clock. Switches come in for the Outlaws. But, I mean, this bot is just rolling on in, though.
This is leisurely for the Gladiators now.
There goes Pelican.
I mean, Scoot is up. Scoot! Oh! Okay, dude. Why is he there? Who knows? Doesn't matter. This is about to get out of hand. I mean, what a way to dispatch a foe by full clearing them in the last map of the series. That's starting to look like a bit more of a distinct possibility now. Overclock for Patapan. He's got that tack shooter flick, Matt. Beware. Iris down to that headshot here, and I don't hate that from Dante, but it's still not enough to put actual pressure on Patty as the bot will continue its inexorable advance, and Merit's questioning whether he really wants to contest it. I don't blame the guy, honestly. Last throw gets rid of Reiner here, and again, it's going to be a war of attrition, and the Gladiators are winning out in 127 meters and counting. Dante hit with a biotic grenade. He's done here, and Pelican won't be able to hang around for too much longer either. Oh my, that was a stinker!
That is so the Outlaws were playing that series close. That is an absolutely brutal way to lose, though. The Gladiators get control of the push bot and march him all the way down, completing the map, and I believe the Outlaws finished with 0 meters of progress.
Yep.
Just nothing there. So you see Hunter going in there. Beautiful haircut.
Yeah,
funny
Hunter with
all smiles.
Hunter with the definition of what we call Darrow chic in Australia. Yeah, really.
Oh, okay.
Darrow is like a short form of derelict, you know, like kind of unkempt on purpose. You know what I mean? That's kind of look there. You love to see it. Bring back an iconic Australian look, and well, the Houston Outlaws can't be feeling good about heading down to the lower bracket after that kind of statement's been made against them. And Matt, we said at the start of the series, we established this. We said what's going to be really put to the test is the flexibility and the range of strategies that the Outlaws have at their disposal. The fact is they came up wanting in that regard.
And I tell you what, I thought Piggy looked pretty good playing the Winston when they did it. And then his Zarya was really good. It's just that it's interesting. The two things that we know the Outlaws are going to fall back on is like the Doomfist-based stuff and the Sigma-based stuff. It's the things that the Gladiators were able to take advantage of rather easily, right? They knew exactly what was coming, the comps they were going to run around it, and how they were going to counter it. It's when they kind of threw in those wrinkles, right, of, you know, playing the Zarya, playing the Winston. That's when the Gladiators had their trouble.
Let's talk about our player of the match here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Definitely a few players standing up here, but I've got to say, Reiner really impressed. We've got to see some wrecking ball from him, right, which is a bit of a rare retreat here, but the guy doesn't really seem perturbed about having to play any sort of tank hero. It's a consistent piece of why this team gets to boast their flexibility as a unit.
No, he had a pretty good series, but I also think it just kind of the overall meaning to this team and kind of seeing how two teams handle things differently, right? Where you kind of have to bring in multiple tanks for the Outlaws to kind of play different stuff, where the Gladiators are able to keep him in. And like what we saw him play, we saw him play Winston, we saw him play Doom, we saw him play some Ball. We know he can play Reinhardt. Like we've seen him do just about everything at an extremely high level. And it's such a huge thing that the Gladiators have that not many other teams in the league have at the current moment, right? As you go down to one tank, having one person who's able to cover all of those different heroes is tough.
Yeah.
And Reiner, I think, played great today, but I also think just kind of what he brings to this team is just so massive that I think, you know, when you see how the Outlaws have to come up with it on the other side, you kind of see that it's a huge advantage to have a player like this.
And then factor that in with the fact that both your DPS players can play Genji as well. Patapan is like very uniquely flexible in that regard. We just don't see that kind of crossover between projectile and hit scan heroes. And then you have a bunch of specialists for your backline that can come in here. It's a real recipe for success, but Reiner with upwards of 10 final blows per 10 is crucial. You can see just how involved in so many of these fights that he is. Sometimes the fight gets opened up by a Patapan like first pick. Sometimes, though, it's Reiner that has to go in and manufacture those opportunities here. So I think the Gladiators have done pretty well backing up their statement, saying we are the best, we're here to dominate. And it means that going forward in this upper bracket, it's going to get exciting because them going up against the winner of Seoul and Hangzhou, West fans probably feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, and I believe for the Outlaws, what it means for them, I was just told that they're going to play Toronto Defiant, which I actually thought Toronto played. I thought they looked pretty good against Shanghai. I actually think, Shanghai obviously takes that, but I thought Toronto put up a really good fight. So would not surprised to see that series be
very a dangerous one. Yeah, very dangerous.
I agree.
You've laughed at me when I've said this before, but that definitely feels like a trap game. Stick around, everybody. Don't go too far. We've got more of our Western region teams fighting to advance in this upper bracket. Stick around. This is the Mid-Season Madness Global Tournament.
들어와. 나이스. 하나 와.
들어와. 빨리.
나이스.
나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Reiner from Los Angeles Gladiators. Reiner, congratulations on the win. Now, a good start for the tournament for the Gladiators, and I do want to ask, was there anything, I don't know if you watched the Houston match yesterday. I'm assuming you did. Yeah, maybe not. But I mean, was there anything you learned from that match that sort of helped you get the win today?
Well, we obviously went over in review, right? But the only thing I really remember is Piggy playing Ryan. And I heard that, I kind of just stopped paying attention. So, I mean, it's typical Houston. Dante in, they play Doom. Piggy in, they play mediocre gameplay.
Typical Houston mediocre gameplay. All right, and I also want to ask, because I don't know if this is true, but I remember seeing you today. I mean, Gladiators playing the Wrecking Ball dive competition. I don't think we saw a lot of that throughout the regular season. Was that something you guys specifically came up with for the Houston play, or was that just on the fly?
Well, I might be banned from playing ball in officials, so that was an in-game swap where the coaches are muted, they can't say nothing. I'm like the team captain, other players can't say nothing, so in-game audible worked out pretty good.
I mean, it was great. I don't think it was pretty good. It was really good. You really popped off on that Wrecking Ball, so I'm really excited to see more of that. And also, lastly, I don't know if you know, but I remember Avril, one of our casters, tweeting saying that Fate from Shanghai Dragons actually wanted to meet you guys, and specifically you, Reiner, because he really wants to see how good you are. What are your thoughts on the Shanghai Dragons, and if you have any message for Fate, please go ahead.
Well, I'm really excited to play against Shanghai. Obviously, they won Overwatch League last year, but I wouldn't necessarily say it counted because I wasn't in the league yet. So it's kind of a Mickey Mouse championship. But I do have something to say to Fate, and he said it. He's excited to see how good I am, but I'm excited to see how bad he is.
I like that answer, right? And with that, I'm going to wrap up this interview. Reiner, thank you so much, and let's head back to the desk. Ollie, take it away. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Danny. Did that interview just happen?
He is confident.
Oh my God. He started the game. He started the series, I guess. First teabagging his opponents, dabbing on the fans, and then now he comes in and scraps on the competition.
No respect for your elders.
No, none.
None.
Mickey Mouse Championship.
Mickey Mouse. Okay, I'm so sorry, Jake and Bisho. I know that I was cheering for the Outlaws before, but oh my God, the Gladiators. The Gladiators with that. Really?
I respect the bag, but dropping a dab, that has to be the first time we've. Boomer, dabbing is for boomers. What do you mean?
Dab, no. He's at least, well, I mean, honestly, he didn't need the dab to add spice with an interview like that.
Yeah,
tossing out mediocre gameplay, as you said, Mickey Mouse Championship. It was so good, and I actually think we have a replay of that.
Oh, there it is.
Hit it quick.
Wait for it.
Ready for it?
Oh!
Slow-mo.
My favorite is he's bouncing, getting ready for it.
Well, here it comes. Here we go.
I'm not gonna do it.
The smirk too, so he knew exactly what he was doing.
That was good.
Aggressive words coming out for Reiner, which, Johnny, it kind of fits with some of the really aggressive compositions that we were seeing, especially in the first map. We had the Lucio that was coming out and setting the pace for the series. So what did you think of that?
I mean, the Gladiators just came out guns a blazing, and no time whatsoever for the Houston Outlaws to set up or pull off what they wanted to do. The Houston Outlaws, they've been playing a lot of Zenyatta Ana on Legion Tower before, so this was no surprise, but the LA Gladiators, they subbed in funny Astro, as you said, on that Lucio. And I thought it was really interesting how they dove on top of the Houston Outlaws before Iris or Lazaro could get any kind of angles with this Zenyatta and Ana. So typically, you would see these compositions come out like the Zenyatta and the Ana, and they would have long sight lines, and you would be able to peel backwards and hit the sleep darts, utilize the Harmony and the Discord Orb. But the Gladiators, the way they navigated around the map with the close walls, they would set up the dives with Kevster and Reiner as well in the Doomfist. They didn't give Houston Outlaws these angles to operate this composition in the first place. And with this aggression, the Houston Outlaws, they were always on the back foot. They couldn't quite get into the groove, and like Kevster were just like harassing the team so much, Costa, that even like Pelican couldn't really get going either. So a huge difference for me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this Midtown was really, and a little bit of Dorado was the only times we really saw the Gladiators stumble. Like the Gladiators had this map in their sights. It was going so well. And then Piggy Zaya is apparently the hard counter, and they only played it for that map. But we went over to Dorado, and we got to see some of the strengths of the Outlaws, even with Piggy on that Winston. But, you know, Matt and Mitch sort of talked about this during the cast. Arns just hasn't really had that firepower for this team so far in this season. Maybe we are holding him to such a ridiculously high standard that it's hard for him to have those.
I mean, he's still elite.
He's still great, but even in this map right here, he didn't really have that dominant presence.
Sure.
He wasn't taking over the game like we know he could. So that might become more of an issue as we go further into the matches when he starts going up against the Shanghai Dragons, when we start going up against the Seoul Dynasty, and there is some serious firepower on the other end. But for me, with these two players, Kevster and Paddy Pan were the ones that really stepped up. They were the difference makers for the Gladiators. I had questions about Paddy Pan heading into this tournament of, is he going to be able to have that dominant hit scan performance? He showed us up in the kickoff clash after we doubted him, so maybe I shouldn't have doubted him in this one, but he did show up. But Kevster versus Pelican, that was really the storyline. The real storyline. We actually have a stat card coming here of these two going head to head. And Kevster's just showing why he is an MVP candidate right now, why he is so dominant on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, the thing as well, you saw this play out in game. If we just take a look at the stats quickly, it's like, whoa.
No.
44 final blows to 25. I mean, half the deaths. 18 throughout the entire match from Kevster. We played 4 maps, and he died 18 times, and like every category, he just like completely outpaced Pelican. But you also saw this like visualized when they were playing the game. Pelican, it felt like he was always chasing around Kevster. Yeah. Houston Outlaws, they were playing the slower style, so Pelican is like, your job is to make sure that Kevster doesn't kill us. And Kevster killed you.
Damn it, not again.
So you could really see the difference as well. Kevster was always in control, always playing aggressive and finding those picks, and it made such a huge difference.
Now, in the pre-show, Danny actually spoke with the Gladiators head coach as to why they decided to pick the Outlaws, and he said that the Outlaws were the worst team left. And we actually have an updated tweet from the coach as well that we can pull up and see. God. I'm not sure what it is yet. I think it might be a little bit more trash talk. There's...
Jake Despair.
How to win a single map in a tournament versus the Gladiators as Houston.
Oh, no.
Damn, I wish I could read. Hunter, Hunter's great. I like Hunter. You know, do you think he's influencing Reiner? Do you think he has a bad influence on Reiner and he is the reason that Reiner is doing this, or is this just Reiner on his own free will?
I'd like to believe that Reiner operates as his own individual under his own circumstances, and Reiner is pure.
Pure?
He's pure? Really? You think he's pure after that?
Yes.
All right, I like the optimism and the optimism in finding the good in everyone in the world, but I absolutely love that tweet, love the trash talk coming in. We actually have an updated bracket with our new results plugged in, so let's go ahead and take a look and see how everything is shaking up. We have the Gladiators moving on, the Outlaws dropping down into that match for going against Florida Mayhem as you, oh no, excuse me, where are they?
There's a lower bracket.
There's a lower bracket.
There's a lower bracket, don't worry.
I know, I can't see the lower bracket. There it is! I'm lost. They're going to be going against the Defiant right there. Excuse me for that first misspeak. But okay, Outlaws going against the Defiant in the lower bracket. What do we think about that?
This feels like a really Houston moment where they come in with the expectations and like they do look good, but Toronto, Matt was speaking to it at the end of that match. Toronto had a really good match, and it looks like that could be an absolute banger. Yeah. And for Houston to go out in the first round would be tragic, so hopefully I'm wrong.
I would love to see a potential Atlanta-Houston match, though.
Oh, that would be
good. That would be good again, though. A rematch.
It could be good.
Yeah.
But then again...
Oh, you haven't seen that. That was one of the worst C9s in the entire league. So we'll catch you up on C9 history
I'm
here
so
on the
excited. There's so much that we're going to do. We're going to pull the iPad out in the middle of each of these breaks. Educate me, please. But listen, before we do that, we still have the next match that we need to get into, which is going to be London taking on the Shock. And both of you guys were pretty decided that you think the Shock is going to take this. However, I am still on the side of Spitfire. Nepotism? Maybe. Hopium? Definitely. I think that the Spitfire can take this, but tell me why you don't think they can, Scott.
On the helm of like just such talented players, they have Krusty as a head coach. London Spitfire's biggest sort of ace up their sleeve is they go, "Oh, Rush, do you know how to deal with it?" And usually a lot of these middling teams, they do struggle to adapt. They don't know how the individual players to deal with it. The San Francisco Shock has very rarely stumbled to these kind of pitfalls that are coming in from the London Spitfire. I think mechanically the Shock players will probably be able to beat the London Spitfire. I would be shocked if the London Spitfire kept this streak going and somehow managed to break down this 12-0 San Francisco Shock team.
If I do have to give one head-to-head matchup to just keep your eyes on, it's going to be Shaxx versus Proper. Now, we already talked enough about Proper, but like Shaxx in like 2019, 2020, he hit a stride on Tracer and was like one of the best Tracers around, specifically a very aggressive Tracer. He liked getting in, finding picks on supports, and he might go down, getting them, but he found those picks eventually. Is he going to get that room to operate on Tracer? Perhaps, side by side with Proper, which is very hard to do. That could be like an opening for the London Spitfire, a win condition, if you will, against the Shock, who are favored.
Okay.
Shaxx to beat Proper. That's what that's
what I
have. You read that as well, right?
Just a little bit. I think we're gonna have to let the fans at home decide what they heard from Johnny. As I can't take you as seriously when I don't see you with the snorkel mask and the snorkel just next to you. But listen, as he goes digging for his swim supplies, we actually have the next match ready to go. So let's go ahead and toss it over to our casters, Uber and Mr. X, to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Overly. Yes, quite the preamble from our friends in the truck, but I kind of want to... Go on.
Is that Johnny's outfit for when he would go get go swim for mackerel? I don't know. How do you catch mackerel in Sweden? You get like
where?
kind of like a
I'm sure
like a
you
bear,
do it with
right?
your,
you do it with your hands.
Your
yeah.
mastery of banter. You know what I mean? Johnny needs to snorkel because he's drowning.
I would catch loads of mackerel.
Yeah.
Then I'd be the mackerel king.
You'll be double fisting mackerel. You'll be like they make a statue of you in the town square because you solved like they're like
the tiniest statue in every town square.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, they're to scale. What can I say? And now this game was something like the Shock said. They're so nice. They said they chose the Spitfire because they thought the Spitfire had the best rush team and they wanted to play against that. Whereas Hunter's like,
do you really think they were?
No, they're full of it.
No.
Krusty is lying.
Yeah,
you're lying. Think of the kids, Krusty. You are lying to children. How does that feel?
They'd be better off just doing what the Gladiators do and just gaining a ton of followers, right? And just memeing on Twitter instead of just being like, oh yeah, I think they're great. Like,
I mean, listen.
Because there's no way that's how.
Okay. Look, in fairness, San Francisco, very good at online play. This is not online play. This is in person, in fairness. San Francisco definitely struggled in a stadium atmosphere. No, I'm not suggesting these are remotely the same. I mean, we've seen the discourse over the last couple of days. It's a little bit more scaled down than that, but still, I mean, this team needs to turn up face to face and put on a show, because in Texas they did not do that, and the London Spitfire are looking more and more dangerous as they go, saying they've even managed to shed that ego they started to develop when they started to find these results. No, it's not a trap game, but London definitely have a well-drilled approach to the game.
It's not a trap game because London's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, London has been on fire, right? In the Midseason Madness. Like, not many teams probably would have loved to have picked London here, as it'll be Sparker and Shaxx starting in DPS. Backbone to start in support. So some Zenyatta play going to come in from the London Spitfire. But this is not a team to be taken lightly whatsoever. Like, the start of the season, obviously off to a rough start. They have really started to hit a stride, and they seem extremely confident. And I think if you're the Shock, like, this is it's a really I feel like it's almost like a kind of like season-defining game, and it may be like really early to say something like that, but with how good they've been in the regular season, and then how they played, not able to win or make the finals in Dallas was probably disappointing for them. You pick your opponent, you got to come in and beat your opponent here in a live setting, face to face.
Yeah.
You don't win series like this. I think, people will just start kind of like writing off regular season success, right? Like, this is what's going to happen with this team. It's just, let's see what happens at an event. Proper Sam in the starting lineup with Mikey here today. looks like our first map will be Ilios. So probably, I know some Echo play maybe. I know Mikey potentially on the Wrecking Ball. We'll see what the Shank decide to pull out, because London, then most likely we know what they're going to do, right? It's going to be that Reinhardt-based setup.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of at least the majority of what they've been playing. I do want to mention, though, that we've seen a little bit from the Spitfire. They've played some Wrecking Ball, they've played some Winston-based compositions. They can do it. They've just not really had a good reason to switch away from that Reinhardt setup. So the biggest question, you know, we talk about, San Francisco definitely need to back up their online play. The biggest question is, can that composition, that core London composition, be exploited? Because until that happens, London are going to ease their way into these matches. They're going to ease their way through this tournament until someone says, no, you're not going to get away with this anymore. And the Shock are in an unenviable position because they have a lot of pressure on them, and they don't even necessarily have like the tournament-defining results to back them up. It's just online play. It's league play. And yet everyone expects them to just to be haymakering their way into like an upper bracket final here.
Our producer in our ear just told me that Hottie just knocked out some push-ups in the room. And I don't know whether that's like a move of intimidation. I don't know.
No, well, it's good.
What the hell is he doing?
No, it's good for nervous energy, actually. Funnily,
okay.
Funny. I don't know if I should.
Well, maybe that's why I never do them.
So when I was in China casting some Overwatch, myself and my co-commentator at the time, we were a bit nervous. I was a bit newer, obviously, to sort of the biggest. We were in like an arena, right? So we would do some push-ups at the start of the game. Problem is in China, I mean, I think doing push-ups, it implies something very different to the fans in the arena. So for us, it was us working off nervous energy. But my understanding is that to them, it implied like we were trying to show off masculinity, you know what I mean? And they found it very funny. So, you know.
Hey, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
They're not wrong.
I mean, we weren't trying to do that. Like, we literally were just very, very sort of
You
nervous,
just replaced push-ups with some bright shirts.
I mean, okay. No, I don't know if that was called for. I mean, in fairness, everybody's doing it now.
Some medium shirts.
I don't know what to tell you because I look at the desk and everyone's looking like me. You know what I'm saying? I saw Seth, I saw Kevin, two very good-looking guys looking like me with the fashion choices.
Don't try and rope everybody into this.
Hey, you're all dressing like me. You're in my world now.
Trying to take everybody down with the ship.
Or we're gonna rise on the wings of eagles because you know what? This is the play. This is the vibe, Matt. And because everyone's trying to get this Hawaii feel, they end up dressing like me, like I do all the time. The joke's on you, nerd. Welcome to my world. You have mountains on your shirt, huh? Normally you just wear some bloody sackcloth looking thing, like a burlap sack. Just throw it over your head and you can walk on camera.
The day I start dressing like you, I know I'll be selling like real.
Oh yeah,
something like that.
Your Honor, I want to call the court's attention to a photo of Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello in matching gold outfits. Yeah, you remember that one?
Because I was like semi-forced to.
No, you're right.
I don't know what that shirt is.
There was no duress involved. I mean, I've got my gold shirt right here. I mean, you want to run it back for me? Let's do it. When's that? What do you think, huh?
Mine, I don't know if mine is in my apartment. I don't know.
Hey, those are worth a lot. Yeah, you should be holding. I mean, okay.
Yep.
All right. Push-ups aside.
Party.
Yeah, look, listen. Donning the Crusader armor requires some degree of strength, right? Party's working on that. Credit to him. Such an aggressive Ryan player. Tied for second in fewest deaths.
Yeah. And I also, what I love about London is this team like went through some rough patches last year, and they knew that this team had talent. It was their first year in the league, right? That last year they were playing like long distance, pretty difficult. Like everybody kind of like had remote locations from each other. Anuki and the rest of the team were like, look, like we know these players are talented. We've seen it before. This is their first run in the league. It's gonna get better, and brought a lot of the crew back. You know, some additions, right, to that core, and they've looked fantastic here at the beginning of the season.
You know, people treated, you know, when Deepay joined the Vancouver Titans, right? People treated this as revelatory when he said, we're just going to find one thing we're good at and just do that. I mean, we can talk about how that was working and reasonably well. But Christopher's been doing that with the London Spitfire since the start of this season. You know, that's not necessarily a novel approach if you consider how this team sort of built their foundation, right? That rush comp, we were kind of joking about it. It's like, oh, this is trolls. This is like pretty easily exploited by high ground, other comps like that. This team just kept working on it. They refined it. Now it's kind of obnoxious for their opponents to deal with.
Oh, and we got on the ground in Dallas. There were lots of people who were like, man, I'm so happy London's not here because they've been just rolling everybody in scrims. And typically you hear something like that and you're like, all right, like let's see if it like transitions into games. But like in this, second 6 games of the first half of the season, they were lights out. I mean, they were the real deal. So also looks like in the room there today, like everybody kind of no pressure on the London Spitfire. No even waving across the way. Maybe even a little trolling going on where they're playing with house money, right? The Shock picked them. The Shock have been undefeated throughout the first half of the regular season. Like, all the pressure here is on San Francisco to turn up with a big win today.
And despite what Krusty may have said, you're never going to convince me that this pick wasn't made because the Shock just felt that the Spitfire were weaker than some of those other options there. You know what I mean? I mean, I may be surprised. I may be a little bit surprised that maybe you don't consider the Outlaws there as a possibility. I do understand why teams are playing regional rivals rather than like, we have West versus East picks because they don't really understand those teams to the same degree. It's kind of hard to study up on that kind of tape. So here we have a run back of a match that we saw much earlier on this season at a time where San Francisco were obviously dominant and London were finding their feet. It's a different story now, and the London Spitfire are here to shame all of the doubters. And it's going to start on Ilios.
So this is the pick of the Shock. So what? You kind of think of this map like, well, not a fantastic Reinhardt map, right? Ruins, another one like long range, like the ability to run some wrecking ball stuff, pretty good. Or just like Reinhardt not like excelling there. The one you'd kind of think that the Reinhardt composition could be pretty good in is Lighthouse, right? So it's you kind of look at the rest of the maps, like what, like Lijiang Tower. There's like a few good Reinhardt options, right? We'll see though what London decide to do. Coming out with the Roadhog would be.
I mean,
would be
it
wild.
would be spicy.
I mean, that would be the most. let me just knock out some push-ups and insta-lock Roadhog. Every it's like every gym protein drinking. What do they? My brother does CrossFit, right? That's their Friday night.
That's not the same.
Bang! Hit the iron temple and insta-lock some Roadhog.
Gym rats don't identify with CrossFitters. There has to be some separation there, but
just shows you the level of fitness that I know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we know. The Orange Theory arc was a fun one for sure, Matt. All right, Hardy on the wrecking ball here. So we've seen this from him this season. He's getting harassed big time as he crosses the map and at least is able to snap up that mega health pack. Big bionic grenade onto the backline there. So Violet already starting by posturing very aggressively here in this matchup.
Yeah, and Sparker going to come out on the Ashe. He's actually slept right now from a distance here by Violence, but the Ashe going to give it a little bit more consistent, long-range damage. The Hanzo, some more burst potential, right? I think Hanzo also a little bit better about guarding himself, like against a Tracer push coming in.
I feel like we've just been watching Hardy go to 300 and then get healed up the entire round so far. Meanwhile, Sparker finds 2 banger headshots on Violet and Sam. Huge opener there, and London remain in control of the point. I'm dizzy. I don't know about you guys. I'm a little travel sick after that one.
Well, like I mentioned, it's proper takes out Sparker, and that's kind of what they have to look at is, can they keep Sparker alive through the kind of onslaught of a push from Proper and Mikey. It's London in control of the point first, because if they can keep Sparker alive, control the angles across this point, the Ashe is going to be a really good pick here.
Beautiful start, to be sure. Sam's Hanzo, streaky at times, if we're honest, but a bit more of a common pick now we're seeing from him. There's a pulse from online for Shax, one of the members of that Los Angeles Valiant team that managed to beat the Titans at the height of their power back in 2019, and that's a beautiful stick. Somehow, Sam's able to get away from the blast radius, but Violet has no choice.
And it's a minefield laid over the point there from Hottie, so players not able to get in there, and Backbone on the Zen, like their kind of newfound Zen prodigy here is Backbone traditionally, like we've seen him play a lot of DPS. It's really kind of like the first week, it was a little bit of a rough go from him on the DPS, if you remember back.
Yes.
I remember.
Yeah, he played May
super talking about his Genji compared to Backbone.
Yeah.
like kind of all the talk around then, but he's been very good since then. As he's going to find a pick on the Finn cross.
Oh man, I mean there are a lot of people hoping to see the London Spitfire do well in this series, but so far this is probably better than even the most, I don't know, wishful of them might have expected. What a beautiful first round. Sam is able to find backbone here and proper trying to get into the back line. He gets rid of land at the very least. Oh, you're keeping alley-oop, he says, and Sparker catches that one.
Yeah, the Bob's still on the point, though. It's going to be Sparker's Bob on the point. Just putting down some damage for a little bit. Is this be a flip that happens for the shock? But still, 99% for the London Spitfire right off the bat. As good as you can ask for. What you're going to look at now is like, what, Hadi will get Minefield. You can use Minefield on the point. Maybe that forces Finn to use the Transcendence, right? Clear that out, so allow them to kind of contest, keep control over that area. So Mikey's got to be careful. Can't get caught out here. Maybe Shax with a Pulse Bomb could even open things up. That's a Hanzo shot, and then a few
There were
bullets.
orbs as well, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
It might have been a Sonic that Shax just wasn't aware of, right? To sort of reveal his position, because that came in far too quickly for that not to have been a coincidence.
We're going to get close to, what, 50% here, probably, for the shot. So, just that early pick buys him a decent amount of time.
Hardy there, assertively forcing Mikey out of his side of the map. Here we go.
There's the mines. Let's see if we see the Transcendence to clear this out. It looks like not going
Maybe
to.
no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it honestly is a zoning on because you have no one on the point right now for San Francisco. You're playing around a Hanzo comp, so you don't want to be on the point at all. Wreckable Hanzo doesn't make any sense. Hardy wins the duel, sort of, duel, I guess. Gets rid of Finn there crucially.
Yeah, well, they can't get to it because of the mines, and you never get used to the Transcendence. Man, that is a really good start for London, and you know and look at this. I mean, we get Lighthouse next. I mean, Well would have been the one you wouldn't have wanted here, where this gives you some options for London, but also we just saw them go head-to-head in a non-Reinhardt battle and coming out on top. And maybe people have been sleeping a little bit on London, kind of talking about how this is just a Reinhardt rush-based team. Like, we're starting to see them kind of use the rush as their basis, right, and kind of like build off of that foundation now.
So this pick drew Hardy a lot of criticism last year, but it was said by Nuki, obviously sort of management over this Spitfire roster. He's the hardest working player I've ever seen, and the development obviously from Hardy is obvious, right? He's really popular, by the way, in China. All the Chinese fans really love Hardy. They really adore him. So congrats to him on that sort of popularity. And yeah, I can see why he's earned it though for sure. Sam on the Echo here.
They have Mikey with a biotic grenade. They're going to put enough pressure to force him back just a little bit, as making his life tough, right? Every time you can see the top right, Mikey's got the Discord Order on him from Backbone. He's also getting hit with biotic grenades. See the shot getting onto the point here first, as London was not able to dislodge him from the high ground. Maybe spoke a little bit too soon as Sparker gets one.
Yeah, I like that from Sam. Good response. Sparker obviously makes a flanking play and just sort of blows Wyatt up. He's not ready for it at all. Throws the disruptor shot down, but a bit of peel there from Sam at least to secure a trade. And this is kind of what you want to see from San Francisco, right? Their pillars, I think, are Finn's ability to find these key picks, and obviously the time-honored strategy of proper go kill are very important. When Sam fires up on this team, that's when they really start to look unstoppable, right? When both their DPS are kicking off. A slower start for Sam here, but again, plenty of match to play.
And we've seen Sam have some of those pop-off moments here in Owl straight away, right? So just the start here as Hadi gets really low. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep him alive. It's some nice long-range healing there from Landon coming in, and that's going to be the nano. It's used on the Sparker to keep him up.
Yeah, I like this again. So the Spitfire is so aggressive, you can tell, because their Sojourn is jumping across the map, right? A little less common to see that. Sparker loves to play aggressively and sort of throw down those disruptor shots. They don't want the shock to benefit from Finn in the high ground position, but this could go wrong here. I mean, Mikey able to get rid of Landon there is big.
Done, and I was going to say that could have been huge there from Shax and Sparker, but a few players are actually hit by the biotic grenade there of Violet, and you're able to get a point flip basically instantly. Huge play from the Ana on the shock. That kind of comes from long distance connects with like 3 players, allows the shock to flip rather fast.
It's something Violet's always going to be able to provide for you. We're past the Lucio arc, at least for the most part here. Mine's on the point. come down. Hardy can't do too much about that. So good response from Mikey.
Yeah, I think Hardy probably thought he was going to be able to live a little bit longer. Maybe the mines wouldn't come through, and he would have been able to get that Primal Rage off. Extend that fight a little bit. Now you start to get in dangerous territory here if you're the London Spitfire. 80% coming up here on the point for the Shock. With all the ultimates and how kind of long these fights could go with both Transcendences potentially last by territory.
Yeah, this is the finessing play we've come to expect from Proper. The pulse isn't going to quite connect, but hey, the mobility on Spark a little bit hard to follow for sure. Again, the Spitfire will go aggressive. They dive across the map. Primal Rage here for Hardy means that Finn gets careening over the edge and Spitfire able to flip things back despite a good start from San Francisco.
And Finn gets sent packing, and he's got the Transcendence. Oh, nice play though by Sam, able to just hunt down Hardy. See, can he even make a play back to the point? Oh, no, not gonna happen. So, really good first point there from the London Spitfire. Dominant bounce back here from the Shock.
And I'll be honest with you, some of these issues here stem from Hardy's inability to be as disruptive as he was on that first map. He's playing the Winston. You can see the Spitfire are diving. They're playing aggressively across the map, but that sort of play they're going for, the one with Sparker is, literally sort of power sliding forwards, doesn't happen very often, and there's a lot of round where San Francisco are getting picks out of Proper, just playing aggressive and trying to catch them on the back foot there. A little bit quieter as well from Backbone. Tough to have as much success on the Zen in cases like this, but yeah, Mikey's Wrecking Ball definitely still something you've got to put some respect on.
That is clean there. Potentially would have came up to the third. So it'll be London actually playing with the Batiste here in the mix. So this will allow them, to use that Immortality field a little bit aggressively, right? When they want to push behind Hardy and Shax, they can play within it. Or allow them to not worry about as much of peel, right, for their supports. They're able to use it defensively, and that's going to be Backbone with a pick on a Sam. Mind you, Backbone is a DPS player we have now who's just been picking up the Zen over the last, 2-3 weeks. I mean, he's gotten a few crucial kills on Ruins and then starts off well here with a pick on a Finn. That's unreal, especially with a point like well. If you get control first, you could easily run it down the distance.
Yeah, great opener there as well. That first pick is what puts the Spitfire in a strong position. You said they might want to avoid well, but obviously they're not really playing Reinhardt at all this kind of map, right? We've really evolved past that period for this team. So Hardy goes back on that Wrecking Ball now. That's a big Zen pick, and now it's going to be an Ashe pick.
Just that first pick from Backbone. How easy it is to contest here on well. I mean, if anyone's just kind of watching it played Overwatch just in general, pubs, right, knows how difficult it is to flip this point back. With heroes like Tracer in the mix and Wrecking Ball, Immortality Field, you can just stall this out for so long. Is that first pick from Backbone? You can't explain how massive it is to give that early lead over to Spitfire.
And already that lead is developing quite nicely. Blink and Iron, it's 47-0. Shax's pulse here, perfect! What a stick on Finn, who's been modified mostly in this round. Mike at least is able to find Sparker, who's deadly with those first picks here, but Shax is still running rampant. And that percentage is still, of course, ticking up. None of these has to be used on Mikey just to keep him in the fight. That Discord Orb really punishing him there as Backbone, again, keeping those enemy tanks very wary. And Mikey doesn't even want to play aggressively with the rest of that mana.
Well, you see when Mikey goes into that back corner, though, he's dealt with the Discord Orb and the Immortality Field and can't survive through that. And look at this. 2 fights, really, in a row where the London Spitfire gets him at 80%. Sam's going to go over to the Sojourn now. But look at, you have an Ant Matrix, you have Bob online, you're going to have Transcendence, Minefield, and the Shock have not been able to build up towards anything. This has been all London.
Backbone got the better of Proper in that last fight. What a weapon he is now on that Zen as well. Just another left mobile DPS, I guess, until he does this, and then he's zooming. Transcendence in play now. He can do a little bit of mind sweeping if he so elects. Pressure on Mikey, that wreck. Yeah, okay, the Discord on Mikey, but Sam's able to find a headshot. Crucial one against Backbone. And Vin's going to cross the map back to his team. I don't know how he got so far away. Clearing some of those mines away.
What it looks like here at the end, the Shock going to pull out this fight, so they will flip it in their favor, but they need to be perfect from here on out. London just needs one fight to go their way to steal map number 1. Shax with a pulse bomb. No support ultimate on like line, like whether that's the Transcendence or the Nano to keep anybody up through that. So Shax lands this big pulse bomb. Could be the map in favor of London.
His last one. Perfect stick on Finn. He's had a couple of those. Pit stops, he gets topped up. Proper, constantly frustrated by this wrecking ball that seems to be in his way. He needs to push through, and he probably needs to use the high ground to do so. Instead, he wants to double back and put pressure on Hardy, who probably can just stay clear of this.
Did you see how far back Finn is playing too, by the way?
Yeah, he has.
All the way up on the high ground back there. Needs to play so far back, and that's a huge pick. Sam's able to take out Sparker. What do you do here if you're London? Do you just kind of keep throwing at this? You want to back out. Try moving for him to get back up.
They're moving backbone up the map. Okay, so no stick from Shax, but the follow-up is still centimeter perfect. Recall there from Proper. He has a pulse bomb but couldn't find a way in. And this is where it begins. Remember, it's a hard point to flip. You need a decisive fight win in order to do that. Let's go. No, excuse me! I'm talking here! My God, London, how have they been able to do that? San Francisco, give it up! Oh my God, cast a curse and a half, Matthew! That's ridiculous. Backbone down to Finn, though. At least San Francisco can convert on a bit of a rough start to this fight, but they don't get any percentage during this time. That hurts them.
Right, I was going to say that still, even with that flip for a little bit of period of time, right, you're going to have 70%. This would have been potentially the game for the Shock if you were holding on there. So, Ant Matrix coming online, Transcendence available for Finn, and Hadi with the mines. How do you do this? Do you want to like drop a minefields in like one of like the back corners and then use an Ant Matrix from the side to kind of fire through that off angle? It's a potential setup. Oh, you lose Sparker again. That's 2 fights in a row where Sam's been able to find this first pick.
Look, Merritt had this same problem playing against the Sojourners as Ash. You get outranged by, you know, a charged rail. And now the Shock get back into this round. This is not good for London. They've got to make a real play here now. Mines away.
In that back corner.
Mikey wants to wait him out. He's got some of his.
Are they going to give the point back over again? Okay, they contest.
Yes, they flip the point. Let it flip. Okay, Immortality field amplification matrix goes up and Backman a little out of position. Mikey though, not confident enough to pressure that advantage. He's playing until those mines disappear. Unbelievable. So they're gone now. Both Wrecking Ball ultimates, 2 Transcendences, a Venn diagram of God knows what. And here comes Hardy, drop it down. Sam play from the middle of the map here. This is wacky stuff as Proper's going to have to duck back and get a health back. He's under a lot of pressure here. He gets the mini, but he has to recall out. There's Sam. He strikes again. San Francisco. Oh! He got the point!
No way!
What? It's the most C9! That's a Charles IX, son of Charles VIII! Why have you done this? Not
I
here.
gotta see it. I would have to see what is going on inside of that room right now. Oh man.
Not now!
If you are London, that is as good of a start as you can imagine. Everybody leaves the point. But honestly, the Shock had done that like a few times, right? Just allowed London to just flip the point out of nowhere. This time they let them flip it, but they just never get back on.
Get this off my screen immediately! We're gonna go to a break. We'll be back. Mac 2. Take a breather. All rise, everybody, for the Honourable Charles, 9th of his name.
How does this happen?
An egregious C9. Tell me.
Proper gets forced off.
Yeah.
So there's the kill, right? It happens a little bit after this. So Mikey runs and nobody goes to the point. I love how London, like they just like the fist bumps, like, yeah, nice job, guys, nice job, way to go. Like,
God, I got all these phrases running through my head. I'm like, I'm not allowed to say any of these words. It's like a roulette wheel, and everything is like blurred out, and it's gonna stop on something. I'm trying. Oh my God!
It's like I'm sure Griffin's got it. Like you pull the little tab and the wheel goes around. It's an animal noise, but in your head, it's just a phrase that you can't say.
Oh, and the best part is that happens. C9's in the chat. And then,
okay.
And then Backbone types Zen Gap just to let him know.
Wait, what he did? Oh, that's very funny. But like there were a few times where the Shock just gave that point up. Kalush coming in for Mikey here. For map number 2. But there are, like, we talked about how difficult that point is usually to flip. And there were a few times where the Shock, they would get that first pick and then somehow London was able to flip. You just didn't expect it. I mean, when that fight kicks off, the Shock are in control of the point. London flip it through that, right? And then the Shock get off the point. Maybe the Shock are unaware that London had flipped the point in their favor at that time. I don't know. It'll be Ike involved here for map number 2.
It was flipping back and forth, and like everyone's saying that I'm the caster cursor, which is fine, but you're the one that I'm just quoting you saying like it is hard to flip that point back right. You said it right at the start of the round, and obviously because you have such mobile comps that are great at sort of stalling or keeping an overtime going. Right, you are correct there. I need to. Scrub. I will accept a lobotomy if it helps me forget about that one moment. I'll buy the whole farm. We need to move on to Eikevold here. There are high places for the Shock to throw themselves off them if they don't want to touch the point again. That's their business. But again, this is the pick of San Francisco here. London, though, have shown us that they've played Rush on this map before on the attacking side. Winston-based defense, though, for the Spitfire.
Yeah, and it'll be another interesting map as you pick this map. Not great for Reinhardt, but London just squeaked out a win without having to play it. We still have Backbone in here on the Zen.
They just squeaked out. We barely have to play. What do you want to do? Okay, yes.
So we have seen Kalush play the Diva, which he did mention he thought was actually pretty strong. I forgot what kind of composition they played against.
It was
pretty
similar.
Like the Doomfist.
Yes, but yeah.
And then they played it against a Winston base. Okay, so interesting. Maybe they kind of feel that the Diva a bit stronger, which is something that Hottie probably doesn't have in his kind of hero pool.
So this is happening also in the Eastern region. So San Francisco are not the only team to do this, but it's interesting because it's really slow. And you don't always think slow because Diva was a dive hero of old, right? But her role in this sort of team is different. It's so peel-oriented. It's like, let's take incremental advantages, kind of like the Zarya comp we saw from the Outlaws in the previous map. And look at it, then we back away, we try and poke, we try and work our way up. Sam finds a pick, and now it's on for young and old. This Diva comp's really interesting, and the Shock are good at making it work.
Yeah, I gotta say, Sam has been able to get a lot of early kills in some of these fights. They just have not been able to capitalize just yet. As he comes across, disruptor shot, trying to force Backbone out, and point gets really close to going in favor to the Shock, and there goes. So 0.8 in favor of the Shock, relatively painless.
Yeah, and look, pretty slow and steady. Again, it's that first pick, right? And the difference between Sam on I think what we see him trying to play Hanzo, of course, on Ilios here. When he switched over towards the Sojourn, man, he was really punishing Sparker a lot of the time. Definitely seems to be a stronger pick for him.
Yes, Kaluj will have to jump off the side here, reset, get a mech. This will allow London maybe push up a little bit further. I wonder what their answer to this would be. Like, and maybe you can't really switch off of anything until the end because you need a hero who can kind of challenge high ground, right?
Well, you need to put Collusion in a position where he can't peel effectively. A little hard to do, but it might mean you need to split your attention.
Point 3, you can maybe play like a Reinhardt, right? You know, when you're inside and there's not a lot of verticality needed and play really close. That's a possibility, but
London are trying to figure this out. It's slow though. They don't really know what to do. So, okay, so Kalush's not peeling right now, but his team says we're fine. It's just a Primal Winston. We have like an Immortality field. And Proper is starting to go to work big time. So, Carp, by the way, moving this entire time.
Yes, London still moving right on in. That'll be Transcendence is traded out on both sides.
Wow. This is bad.
But you could tell London felt desperate for a fight win there. They're not able to do so. As Hottie, do you even try and give him the nano and fight this? Nah, you back out. It's the right move here, but man, lightning fast pace set currently by the shot.
Yeah, it's San Francisco playing like a 45, and they actually come out on top. It's got a lot to do with Proper finding those kills earlier on there, but London get one fight for that whole phase of the map because Kalush is flying first class to stage 3, sat on that car.
Backbone, the first kill. Did that a few times on Ilios, so that'll force Shock back a bit. This is going to be the hardest part of the map to kind of deal with, though, right? You would think, if you're the Shock, to make work. So that'll be another pick here in favor of the Spitfire, where maybe the Spitfire can put up a huge defense here, right?
Yeah, first of all, like
4 minutes plus on the clock, but
you can't cross the bridge slow. So if the Spitfire get into a position like this, right, where they can punish people coming out of spawn, that's pretty powerful for them. But, you know, and once Kalush goes forward here, it's a question of, well, can I keep tabs on their Winston? Because as soon as I dive, there's going to be some counter dive. We need to make sure we can win out in that scenario. Nicely done from Senor Bone back. Conqueror's down. Okay. And Matrix.
Yeah, and they end up using the overclock here, so maybe this just buys him a little bit of space. But that's going to be a nano on the Hottie, and he's just going to push Sam back.
It allows the Shock to advance in a 4v5, and Proper's now back in the fight because he's on Tracer, so I don't hate that. See, Kalush has to... Yeah, okay, goes for self-destruct there. Proper gets the stick. Kalush just gets removed, killed out of mech there, so maybe we see a switch here from them now.
I wonder if that stick was actually meant for Backbone, but it ended up landing right on top of Shax. It looked like they were like kind of right on top of each other.
Like every console player, you don't complain.
I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see Reinhardt here. This is kind of what I thought would happen, maybe in this part of the map, but
nope. Wrecking Ball.
Ooh, okay, so Wrecking Ball. So gonna play the Wrecking Ball against the Sigma. Potentially, you could have played the Winston still, right?
I mean, it is really annoying to fight against this.
Yeah.
Playing against the ball is so hard. Not a lot you can do. If you miss that accretion, which you probably will, because ball is, you know, really mobile, then you don't have a whole lot to interact with it. Or, you know, you can be waiting for it at the end of a long corridor. That also will help.
I was going to say, Kalush is very good on the Sigma, so...
He says he's the world's best Sigma. He truly believes that. So, no word of a lie from the man. So far, he's living up to it.
Here's I don't know how Landon is able to stay alive through that, by the way. Like, he's like the only player for London alive for a period of time and able to get out with his life. Backbone with a orb on him the entire time.
Yeah, it looked like it was only Kalush pressuring him as well, though, and he's not hitting a lot of those hyperspheres in that angle. So
this started with 4 minutes and 30 on the clock. Even a little bit higher than that.
Look at the slide forward again, a Sparker special. My God. Beautiful open to that fight. Now San Francisco are caught well and truly in enemy territory with no hope of escape. Hottie can't outlast the hyperspheres, but again, it will be a cleanup.
Dude, if London is able to stop them from completing the map,
say it ain't so. There's no way.
That is a massive dub. An insane dub. Considering that you got here with a few minutes on the clock, Sam has done a nice job since switching over to the Sojourn. That's another pick early on. So you're going to need Backbone back up if you're London, because you have the Gravitic Flux coming online. You have Matrix here too. Lots of abilities. The Shock, you dump a lot of ults into this and you're not able to take it, you may be in some trouble.
Shax. Oh, we really tried to confirm that pulse kill. He waited like a moment extra, and Sam just ripped him a new one. I cannot believe that. Like a Patapon level flick.
Oh, did he not get the
Air Matrix?
Did he not get the flux off because of the shot that came through?
He got brought down before he could get the second part of that off. Sam had a Discord Ore plus Ant Matrix, so he just insta-kills like a full health Wrecking Ball, which is kind of scary, but losing your Sigma here, it's bad news. Kalush, he's back to the drawing board.
And they don't even have to use a Transcendence because the Gravitic Flux doesn't come down. So Kaluj gonna go back to Sigma. We'll take a look at this from Sparker's POV. Oh, he tries to actually get behind the payload and use his cover, but he's up on the high ground. Hottie back to Winston now.
Kaluj takes a ton of damage. He was actually considering the Doomfist there. He switched for a moment, back to the Sigma. Doesn't lose any ult charge, obviously, as he died during one. Free charge for Sparker, bear that in mind. Very easy for these rails to be developed. And there's an overclock.
Shock at 4 minutes plus. On the
4 minutes 50, Matt. 4 minutes 50.
This ends now.
What can they do? Sparker, some haggard-looking rails there.
They force out the Transcendence on Finn, but he actually just kind of like guides Proper in.
I mean, they got outmaneuvered there big time, though. Proper and Kaluj able to collapse onto that backline. Backbone's still alive, in fairness. But a pulse here from Proper should seal the deal. Ah, well, that was not good. Still, Finn going down now. Backbone finally calling the Landon's back in the fight. He has a nano boost as well. Oh, that's for Hardy straight away. Pressure on Landon. They're going after him here. But Hardy can stall. All he's trying to do is buy a little bit of time. Kalu's not the best.
So close to Primal.
He can't get there. He can't make it. Sam finds 2 beautiful rails, and that should put this one to bed.
Still, they got it from almost 5 minutes down to completing the map with no time in the bank. You know, London, pretty terrible defense on point A and point B.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of call it as it is. But, I mean, once we got here towards the end, which is kind of where I thought they would put up their best stand. I didn't think it would be this good, though. Depletes their entire time bank. It's huge. I mean, if you're London now, you kind of talk like you have a serious chance to win this map, right? Finish with some time in the bank. Then you have an opportunity to potentially, well, worst case draw, right? You can find yourself up 2-0 potentially.
I want to see what the defensive tank is here for San Francisco. Because again, the Gladiators were able to turn around and put on great defenses to win, you know, those maps where they didn't quite finish or what have you. The DV here for Kaluj, really insistent. Now, I get it on point B, right? It's fantastic for sort of traversing the sort of low to high ground. But what do you think about defensive D.Va here on point A?
So I think the D.Va, like you mentioned, offers a lot of really good, like, peel-oriented solutions, right? With the defense matrix. I also think if they're going to play this kind of composition and maybe dive and split a little bit, the D.Va is as good of any hero in, like, one-on-one, even one-on-two scenarios.
She's a consummate duelist, yeah.
Right, so like, you know, they leave the backline open, like you don't even need like Proper there. You probably just do it yourself on the D.Va.
The only one that can really contest her maybe is, you know, we see Junker Queen. She obviously a great duelist herself.
What about my man Reinhardt here?
All right, here we go, finally.
Chatty coming to town.
Give the people what they want. Hardy knows how to entertain. Up against the D.Va. It feels not too shabby. You said you were expecting it maybe on like defense third. Didn't come out.
Yeah, that's kind of where I thought.
But here it allows Sparkles to move up like behind him, right? And it gives protection to Landon playing for the computer shop over there.
Yeah, I just think there's too much verticality, especially when you get towards that second point. But possibly you can make it work here. But I mean, gets burnt down so fast.
Is it odd that I think that San Francisco almost want London to play that way? That sort of lack of mobility is something that Proper is like really well equipped to exploit.
Yeah, and just so much damage coming in from Finn, Violet on the Batiste, and then D.Va does a decent amount of damage to shields too, right? Just a lot of damage coming out. Is one try on the Reinhardt, and then we're gonna switch right off.
So I think this is about the point with the narrative about, you know, Spitfire being this Reinhardt team, this Rush team, only probably needs to go away. Like, we've seen the Wrecking Ball, the Winston from Hardy, all really solid. The only thing we don't really see from, I guess, is like the Doomfist D.Va looks.
Yeah, it's really about it. Kind of see everything else. Got to be careful approaching Sam. Had that railgun charged up. He's been hitting quite a few in this series so far.
Proper is just a constant nuisance. Will he wrap here? Yeah, with an Orb of Harmony. That's a stick, though, for Shax. Beautiful one. Sam's now been taken out of the picture. Good on Shax. You know, Custer calls him such an aggressive tracer, and he's not wrong. But, man, he really knew how to approach that very dangerous situation going up against Sojourn. Proper and Violet trying to bail the San Francisco Shock out of it. Kalush is still alive with a self-destruct no less. They can do this.
Let's see. He's still not proper. He's trying to put pressure on the Sparker. It's Kalush. This will be the self-destruct. You're going to get some players back off the spawn here too.
He had no healers, so he has to hope that it doesn't get killed outside of mech with that self-destruct. That's enough time. He's actually bought enough time now for the Shock to get back with all their players.
Damn.
Is it enough that you're going to have an overclock coming out here? So they have to track proper. Sam with another pick, man.
Yeah, they asked for that, though. I mean, all of the Spitfire play inside that room, maybe because it's like an anti-proper approach, but they get hosed down by that disruptor shot, and Sam finds another one. Sam on a Sojourn. That's big ups for me. Fantastic play so far this series.
Yeah, it looked really clean thus far. You also know how flexible he is, that like if they needed to switch to something else, able to just jump on it on the fly. So London with 4 ultimates coming in here. Shock with a very good defense thus far. Can London break this? We talked about how good their defense was at the end. Their offense not looking too hot currently.
Mortality field used there early. Disrupt the shot to the high ground to deny Violet that perch. And okay, Sparker forced him inside that disruptor shot. I love that he follows it up by flanking. Talk about follow-up. There's more where that came from. Sam is felled, and the Spitfire look like they're going to break through here on defense now. Kalush doesn't have a self-destruct to rely on. The Shock are evicted.
It's not enough time, though, man. You kind of think about like the game kind of working backwards from this point, right? 2 minutes and 40 seconds to push basically from point A all the way through to point B. Kind of what's your time bonus in that capacity? You put yourself in a situation where you probably don't finish with like enough time to make it really impactful, kind of your defensive stand.
I mean, all you do is finish, right? Get a run back and OT, a minute each, see what happens. Not bad considering how badly things went for London on that attack the last phase of last round. Finishing as the goal here. Landed on very wary of Prophet. What a rough matchup for him. Not fun having to deal with that, but obviously Backbone is always going to be on the scene as well. At his strength. All right, he's a disruptor shot high ground. Now, Air Matrix makes this awkward, but the Spitfire have navigated it with a lot of finesse, actually. Kalush finally shows us a bit of those dive chops as he descends on Sparker. And there's Sam, you can count on him. Backbone is reduced to scrap metal by that rail.
And Kalush so weak, and he's going to get finished by Shax, but Kalush going to just get a new mech back. You know, that was kind of, you look at it from London's POV, you really needed to win that fight and keep this cart going, because this is where you're going to have to like make up that time towards the end of the map, right? So to lose some fights here, have these fights drag out, it's like worst case scenario.
That's a backbreaker of momentum here. London started this fight on the right foot here. Look at that. Oh, look at that immortality field across the map. Kalush still has to concede the mech though. London should be able to clean up here, but again, they lose like a good minute here to start with. And they're in a precarious position. Still, it's all on the table for them here. They can finish this next phase with a good next fight, but kills like that you can't afford. Shax again goes down to Sam.
Yeah, and you just can't trade these kills and just have these fights go long at this time of the game, because the Shock just playing the clock. Sam gonna get hunted down, which is a big kill. But look, there's players on the payload. The cart not moving, time going off the clock, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Shock just want to put London in an overtime scenario here, and they will do that. 20 seconds left in the round. By the time the cart gets to the doors, we'll be at 0.
You got some ultimates to deal with. The Shock, they don't have to feel like compelled to win the game here, right? They get hold. They want it. They've done enough, right? With dwindling some of this clock.
That's huge. Sam down early in the fight. Sleeping Hardy doesn't bother him too much, so I think, but it's going to be traded. Shax goes down again. Shax has been almost invisible so far in this round. Sparker, though, at least is stepping into those shoes, Matt. You said it was looking dicey for the London Spitfire, but now they've got a real chance. They can have a real crack at this. With the minefield making it impossible almost to contest, they're going to get there.
Well, especially because San Francisco felt it was important enough to invest some ultimates into that fight, so Sam's got that overclock, but that's it at this moment, so Gonna have like a little bit of a puncher's chance here if you're London to finish the map with a little bit of time.
1 minute 10 and counting. Overclock here for Sam and Sparker. So expect a little bit of volatility here with both Sojourns reaching for those ultimates.
Tell you what though, that could be the game, right? If you're Sparker and you pop this overclock and you get a kill or two.
That would be huge. He's going to pop it straight away. Always the aggressor, this Sparker. The car will proceed here. San Francisco respect the Sojourn ultimate a lot. Sam going to pop one of his own though. That one grazes Sparker, but definitely puts the fear of God in him. And so it should. As Popper's able to make the dive on the backbone there. Kaluge leading the way. San Francisco putting the Spitfire in last fight territory.
As they push up, they really wanted this kill on Hottie, but not going to find it. Self-destruct here to clean off the card. Also a second life. Fantastic to be able to stall this out in this scenario. This cart moving in the wrong direction for the London Spitfires. Have one last shot at this.
Hardy with a minefield available again. With one fight to build that up. Commendable indeed. Kaluge again, respectful distance being offered now, trying to stay out of line of sight as much as he can. There's that minefield. And here comes Shax to shepherd the cart forward. Proper has a pulse bomb here and could look to end it. Shax needs a connection, but Sparker finds it first. And there it is, both Sojourns getting headshots off the rails. Shax is just struggling, but it may not matter here. Self-destruct from Kaluge. Disrupt the shot thrown on the cart. And Hardy wasn't expecting to get caught by that at all. I think that was a miscalculation, and it's cost him the map.
So I think it would have been difficult either way, but Hottie, it looks like, rolls to the opposite side of the cart. The self-destruct damage still connects on him, takes him out, and that's a shock. Battling back and taking our second map where, you know, it was pretty easy for them on offense up until the end. London put together a fantastic defense. London just too slow to get anything going on offense.
Yeah, straight up though, this feels more like, you know, Texas shock than it was this online team, right? That's kind of the issue. It's an unbesmirched record in online play, but when it gets to the in-person stuff, the face-to-face, these guys look a little bit shaky. San Francisco look to bolster themselves, heading now into the break. It's one apiece in this series. This one's heating up. never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock?
This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind. I say that justice. Okay.
Face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Sam is deadlifting right now, actually. Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and yardage.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch. Well, the Midseason Madness Legendary skin sure got the royal treatment. It's Royal Knight Mercy on sale now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens. So get yours today. Mercy blessed with a plethora of just really dope skins. This is definitely chief among them. So get your hands on this one before she runs out of the store.
Yeah, I might even play Mercy.
No, you won't. Don't. No, you won't. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but
at least I'd be more inclined to having the skin.
Mate,
I would think about it
if
more
Wing
seriously.
Victory didn't do it for you, bro, you're never gonna play. I'm sorry. She's got unreal skins. Anyway, London Spitfire. Look a little, well, rough around the edges, I think, on Eichenwald, right? It's a San Francisco map pick. Yeah. Look, London have a pretty abysmal defense. You know, San Francisco definitely sort of punished them. They pushed a long way through the map, but San Francisco, got to hand it to them. They really dug deep in that map. And again, they're going to need more of these tough fought wins if they're going to take this series away, because London mean business.
Yep, no subs here for London Spitfire. So we still got Backbone in, he's unfortunately played himself into the full-time Zen role. He's just been really good on the hero. So he'll end up staying in, playing the Zen. And you'll have Kilo coming in for Sam, which I thought Sam was actually playing quite good. You know, Sam had some moments, I think, like on Echo, but really his Sojourn was where he was picking up tons of early kills. So we'll see how Kilo fits into the lineup. We know how talented he is. It's London's pick. They're going to take us to Route 66, which I think has loads of interesting possibilities, right? There's some high ground areas to potentially play some Winston or Wrecking Ball type stuff if you wanted to, if you're in London. I also think first point, right? You can play that Reinhardt at that corner if you wanted to. So we'll see which way they go with what they're going to run.
Yeah, on the side of San Francisco, right? We've seen plenty of teams dabble with the Sigma, Wrecking Ball as well on this map. I think the Fuel were the first team to sort of show us that in this particular stage. Big shout outs to Proper, had a fantastic map on Eichenwald. Maybe we'll get to rehash those stats later on, or the crew in the truck can do it for us. But yeah, huge standout there for the Shock, and they're going to need to keep leveraging him, I think, if they're going to take this series away. So it is a London Spitfire selection here for Route 66. And again, we are definitely waiting with bated breath to see what they select. They'll be attacking first.
I also think this is quite big because, either of the push maps, you can probably, make work what London ideally would want to play, right? Whether it be Coliseo or New Queen Street. So winning here would be huge for London, right? They put themselves on match point and then give the Shock, not the best of options to have to pick from. In terms of how strong a map could be in their favor, but looks like Shock, they're going to come out on defense. They're going to play the D.Va here.
Still on the D.Va, okay. Kaluge, obviously, really no stranger to this role, not just on this team, but in his past experience. For London, though, Wrecking Ball seems fine here. A lot of teams have really been able to get a lot of value out of the disruption. It tends to create a lot of safe zones for your Widowmaker to play a little bit more aggressively in. So we'll see what Hardy lands on here. Wrecking Ball again, just the ticket.
We'll see if they stick on the Wrecking Ball and they see the D.Va on the other side. Like how you mentioned, and we've seen D.Va been played a bit in the APAC region, not as much in the West. So
it's just his team.
We've seen really, yeah, the Shock have played it, and that's really about it. So maybe this is something the Shock realized, hey, this D.Va composition could be really good against, whether it's Wrecking Ball, whether it's against Reinhardt-based stuff, can really give some problems to other teams.
Hardy takes a strafing run at the high ground there. Not really a huge issue for San Francisco. Obviously, Violet and Kaluge can very quickly get back up, so not too bothered about Wrecking Ball knocking them away. They are trying to chase Hardy down with that Discord Orb, but it's annoying because you need to keep chasing that Wrecking Ball with intent. You can kill him, but it's very hard to do, especially if he snaps up that Mega Health Pack in the cage. So, eyes on Hardy's routes here, but Kilo comes in for this map, right? Already makes a big impact.
Yes, that's going to be a first kill there on a Backbone. Is no real help for Backbone to try and get through that choke of the map. So he's going to fall. And you're going to, a few players for London here caught in a really awkward spot as Landon's going to drop Immortality Field. That ain't going to help him, though.
That's a real stagger, isn't it? Okay, again, they get something for it. Kilo goes down at the very least here. But San Francisco, that fight gets dragged out so much that, Violet's able to build into this air matrix here. Proper and Shax are in step in terms of their ultimate economy, though. Yeah, London going to...
Went for just... It didn't go for so long.
Time flies.
Just players split off to the side. And, yeah, I mean, that could be really detrimental to London as they do make some payload progress, but...
They have high ground.
Not a ton, yeah.
That's really important, actually. Shax recalling out there. All the Discord came in from Finn. Here's that air matrix in the low ground. San Francisco trying to play nice and compact, and here they get rid of Sparker. Not much you can do there. There was definitely an air matrix involved in that elimination. Kilo wants to play around it as well, but Shax is just so hard to catch, and I'm not even sure if that was a stick. Either way, Shax punishes the shot for playing so closely together, like sardines in a tin. Gets the pulse bomb kill.
Oh, and that landing got really low. And it looked like Hardy actually just knocked Kilo out of the way and self-destruct over the top. The Transcendent's going to keep everybody up.
I don't know if they know where proper is right now. We actually recalled up to that high ground again. Suffice to say, they spotted him now, but a pulse bomb here could be a game changer. Sees Hardy, he's low. He doesn't even need a pulse to get this kill. Landon probably can avoid that one there, so not the outcome Proper was hoping for, but oh man, he just flexed on that boy.
I mean, a minute on the clock as these Wrecking Ball comps into the Diva have not looked pretty here for the London Spitfire. So Hart getting around maybe the corner of Big Earls. That's going to be overclock from both sides.
Yeah, I think Kilo knows he needs to kill Sparker while he's doing this. The Shocker in such a bad position in terms of, like, that high ground advantage and having good sight lines. Kilo gets what he came for, I guess. Violet eventually goes down, the Immortality Field is removed, but they're still stalled here. Diva allows you to do that, but Finn, I don't think, is able to keep the Diva topped up, as most of the time the DPS are getting their Harmony or healing, and Kaluja's lost a mech, so not a whole lot he can do except for stall, but Kilo finds Shax. That's a big one, some pressure off the backline, perhaps. Landon's Immortality Field is down there, but it's really just Kilo. He can't even get rid of Backbone.
Hey, yet Proper coming in here as well. Violet gonna walk on through. It's not gonna make much of an impact. So London, not pretty able to get this first checkpoint. This is London's map pick as well. So maybe they did not expect the Diva, right? I can't imagine, many teams in scrims are running this Diva type of setup. Especially if we're only seeing it from like one team in game. They're pretty difficult to beat here at this start, but maybe now that London's got the payload out of that area, they can start to get it rolling.
That was lovely from Shax. Just descends on Kilo. There doesn't really give him any chance to back away. It could also be an answer to the rising prominence of Wrecking Ball compositions from a lot of teams. Clues may just not prefer to play it. Feels like the Diva offers them some answers against that. So far, though, good start here in the second phase for the Spitfire. That's that momentum that they've been able to build. Finn has the Transcendence here. Landon's lost that Immortality Field now, so it's a window. Figuratively and literally, I guess, for the London Spitfire to try and exploit.
Yeah, the Transcendence comes from Backbone a little bit later here. Are you going to be able to get rid of Finn? The payload made a decent amount of progress thus far. And man, they got to deal with Proper. Yeah, he has just been a nuisance right now.
If you're trying to match dive versus dive, which means that you're leaving your backlines without any hope of peel, you're probably going to lose against the Shock, whose Proper tends to have an outsized impact when he gets to, dive these backlines unharried. And he's dealing against, kind of busted Zen, right? Really powerful 225 HP Zen. And he's triumphing.
Either that, I mean, you got to be confident you're going to be able to get in there with your Tracer and Wrecking Ball and burn some of these players down and get these kills fast. And get back to the rest of the team to be able to help with proper. If you're not able to do that, good luck.
Golden opportunity here for San Francisco. Get a big advantage in this map. It's Kilo. Oh, what a pick! Shax walks around the corner headlong into some charged photons. Sparker is able to shut down that ultimate now and pop one of his own mercy. Here's the power play. Violet is down. Oh my goodness! Sparker
That's a collab.
That's another one! Unreal!
That was straight through. Yeah, that was through Kaluge, and it hit Finn behind him and DMAC Kaluge.
And line up for that.
Kaluge goes, wow, yeah. I mean, that is you talk about needed to make a play. I mean, they needed a play in the worst way to happen there, and that was huge there from Sparker.
We've seen some incredible Sojourn plays this season. That stands among them for sure. Still last fight scenario for London though. Can they keep that wind in their sails? It's an early DMAC on Kaluge here, not a great omen for the Shock. They lose him very quickly there to the disruptor shot, and there's a great pulse connection here. And you can see the morale starting to soar after what Spark had just displayed. San Francisco reeling after that.
You know, sometimes you just need somebody to make a big play, and it seemed like they were London just kind of waiting for somebody to, you know, have that big moment that was going to give them that confidence back. Remember after map number 1, like we saw how they were like kind of smiling, laughing, everybody like in good spirits, like felt like they could hang in this series and had a good chance to win it. It kind of felt a little bit off there after that second map with how good the Shock were. But man, a pick like that, you know, and a play like that from Sparker, that could change things.
Already the texture of this round feels a little different. Even though Finn starts off this fight with a defensive pick here. So San Francisco is probably still seething after that. Zen gap called for Backbone after that first map. Remember, Wrecking Ball knocks you back a hell of a long way now. It's more than you expect, more often than not.
He's got to be so careful, man. Getting hit with these discords and whatnot. I feel like what he's doing is opening up a lot of space for Sparker. That is a wild shot there from Kilo. We don't catch her in his POV, but like Shax just mid-jump like by the payload and just caught the top of his head.
All right, a flurry of action here as Collusion proper dig their heels in. It looks like London are not going to be allowed to advance any further. We're going to have Transcendences here from both Zenyatta, so it's definitely a touch situation here. Shax is going to be the one that acquiesces. He'll keep this round going for now. Wrecking Ball in the background. It's Hardy trying to pressure, but he's hit with the Discord orb. He's forced away. Caluso catches him as he tries to escape. Proper, though, not coming off well against Backbone as he tries to dive.
No, that'll be a Transcendence from both sides. An Ant Matrix, though, here from Violet.
Pulse thrown. Kilo for 2, though. He's always good for 2. Shax now has to try and work his way around the periphery and buy some time for Hardy to return. He knocks the Shock back off the card here, but he'll be subject to their combined wrath. And he cannot withstand it.
So there towards the end, I feel like when you have you know, Finn just able to Discord Hardy every single time, Kilo is landing these shots, and just that long alleyway, there's really nowhere for Hardy to like hide in that type of position or you know, get to a spot. Think about all the spots on this part of Route 66. You know, if you're trying to like break line of sight, like most likely your supports don't have line of sight of you either, with how like so many like different like doorways and whatnot, that he's not even really able to get a ton of healing going out. So it makes it really tough on Hardy there at the end. And you see that the Shock, they're able to bounce back after that heroic play from Sparker with, you know, we don't know how their offense is going to go. That still may be enough, right? You know, just getting past that second checkpoint is huge here.
Well, what we can always say for certain, right, is if Sparker doesn't do that, the Spitfire don't get into that last phase of the map at all, really. I mean, they were in a short-handed situation where Sparker gets a trade initially and then pops that ultimate and goes absolutely hog wild.
Peace be upon you.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we're talking about this is potentially one that's like could go in London's favor is really because of the play from Sparker, right? Let's see, this is the shot on the Tracer, right?
That's an 80 charge rail as well. So body shot probably not getting the job done there. This is Sparker.
Yeah. Let's see. One. He gets the, I believe he gets, pops the overclock 2. Then here it is, yeah. It connects with Finn and Kaluge in one shot.
Again, just the shoulder of the mech, but it's enough obviously to get that sort of D-mech, so Kaluge just wandering into the firing line there. What's Kilo looking for? Got a wide flank on this Widow. Again, this is Pretty daring.
It's pretty risky, the Widow, right? I feel like it's very feast or famine here. It's definitely making Lantern, though, sweat a bit. You see just playing around that pole. Hottie getting really low. Kalu's going to go in. Yeah, you're going to be able to deal with him.
That's what the Widow does for you there, I think. Hardy's sat in the worst possible place in his low health. It's so easy for Kalu to go upstairs and finish the job.
So now what? Hottie going to go over a Wrecking Ball? You're going to probably do this just to get back and try and get a touch, right? Because, I mean, the card is moving so fast.
I guess
yeah, it might be preferable against the Widow, yeah.
Oh, man. They hit the jackpot straight into the back line. They come up with Violet and Finn. That's just perfect.
Oh. Couldn't draw it up any better.
Hello, Doc.
Illusion a tough spot here.
You sign up for this when you play Diva. I don't know what to tell you. I remember watching FRD like in the longest stagger I've ever seen, and just him just accepting it.
He may still be in a stagger. We don't know. Titans never helping him out. Poor guy.
Oh man. Shout out FRD. He liked my tweet the other day. He's doing fine, I guess. He's got the time to look at my nonsense. All right, proper. Where does this pulse bomb go exactly? Spark is out of the picture here, so it's okay.
Just roll straight through proper. All right.
They see him rolling and they hasten because they're down 2 players as soon as he turns up. Huddy, love that tech. Big fan of that one.
Tech there.
Yeah, heads upstairs. Because your impact radius increases when you use that ability, so you can do wacky things with it.
Oh, is he gonna get out of? They tried to chase there.
Nah, he's Gucci.
It feels a little bit though like you're just kind of like throwing stuff out there, right? Like where maybe Violet, maybe there's a better use of that Amp Matrix, but still kind of throw it in there at the end, and that's going to be the minefield. It's going to try and block the supports you see in the outline and that lower tunnel from pushing on through.
Yeah, and also it means that no other ground-born units like Pump, for example, can get there, really. Getting rid of Kalu's here that's so massive. It's monumental. Shax gets headshot by Kilo, though, so still it's on the table, but you know what Sparker is like when he ults second? That's when the magic happens. Oh, I don't think he sees Proper there, so yeah, he takes a ton of damage and Proper will chase him. That's a bit of a weird-looking one from his perspective, but the Shock get that checkpoint.
Still, it could have been way worse, right? It was looking like it was going to be way worse for London. They're able to hold the Shock to like a minute there on the clock, so 3 minutes, 15. Let's see, you can get Sparker set up on the high ground, right? You have a Nano potentially, whether it's for Backbone, whether it's for Hottie, depending on who needs it worse. So, oh, actually, that was Violet up on the high ground, and Hottie just rolls right up there with Sparker. He gets a Discord, and they're able to take him out real fast.
Denying that position away from Violet. Again, if he gets too aggressive, there's always a risk of Hottie turning up and upending his plans. This is fine for the Spitfire, right? I mean, you want to make this costly for the Shock. That first pick is crucial. Shax now needs to find yet another way to sort of get in. It's scary out there dealing with Kilo, but and Backbone took care of that for him, I guess. Still has to recall. Just pick here, but pick there. Slowing down.
If you are London, your main focus here is to burn clock. You have completed this checkpoint, right? You've got checkpoint B on your side. Not a tremendous amount of push there towards the end, but enough where if you can get this clock low, you can make it pretty difficult for the Shock to complete.
Kilo, that's beautiful. 2 headshots, no less. Yeah, great turnaround after he started the fight on the receiving end of those orbs from Backbone. He comes back with a vengeance.
You can still come out and fight this if you're London, though. You're gonna have Minefield, you're gonna have Nano, Pulse Bomb. Amp Matrix will see where Violet sets up to use this, but you can definitely come out and fight this. You have a good set of ultimates to use. Hottie will touch.
Disruptor shot thrown down in front of the Amp Matrix. The placement there is so filthy. He's trying to get into the backline. I'm sorry. Kalu's there. D-Macton. Oh my. What?
All right. we gotta catch that again. So instead of like nanoing like Hottie, right? They nano Sparker and he just darts out, like slides in so fast, gets high ground, overclock turns, and just burns like 3 people instantly.
Yeah,
no way for the Shock to react there.
stole a base and then hit a home run. All right.
60 seconds.
Finney with that transcendence in play. 55 seconds in the round. San Francisco need to come up with something decisive here. Spark has been the one that's been dictating the pace of the game right now, and the Shock don't look comfortable under those conditions proper. It's mincemeat, and Sparker balls a hole through Finn. And now we'll be in cleanup phase. This could take some time as well. More stagger for the Shock. They're down to 35, Matt.
Yeah, and if they get this kill on a Kaluge, could be big. He's got self-destruct, but probably doesn't want to burn it in this type of situation. All right, he gets out with his life. I was going to say,
he needs
to
remake
make that
here.
self-destruct. Yeah.
It's now or never. London.
This would be such a huge map win for London.
Spark has just been unreal so far. He's the Transcendence. They force it early. Okay. Backbone didn't have one available, so this is a very good result for the Spitfire. They just regroup here. So far, so good. First tick in the box for London. Hardy backs away there, a little bit of pressure, but he sees Kaluge starting to threaten the card. Violet goes down, that's huge, but Proper and Kilo step up. Now Hardy needs to decide how he gets value out of these mines. Some stall is going to be important. Proper looking for another kill here on Landon this time. It's a self-bio nade. Landon, man, he really just felt like he had no shot there. No chance.
Are you surprised that Hardy didn't drop, like, the mines? Like, because when he comes around that corner and pile drives, there's a few players on the stairs. No Transcendence available, and potentially could have dropped them
make
there.
the play there?
Well, so it's possible. It's really risky. What you probably like better is saving it for this moment in time, right? Where they have to walk through this hallway to complete the map. Kind of play for this scenario here. So he's going to drop them right on the payload there. This is going to buy some time.
The time, but not any eliminations as a result of that quite yet. Oh, Shax has the recall here. Back up into all anyway. Hardy caught unawares by Kilo as he moves up. But that's all of his overclock done. Landon's gone down again. Propper's found him in both of the last couple of fights here. And even Violet's chiming in. This is San Francisco doing what only the Shock can do. Everybody chiming in with some big eliminations. And Shax's comes too late in the damn day. Hardy's going to be able to step up on the wrecking ball for a time. He gets a nano boost as well, but there's an air matrix in play and Hardy can't go anywhere. It's a big amount of shielding coming from the adaptive barrier, but it's going to be burned away in a moment, in a heartbeat. It's going to be the San Francisco Shock into that box of victory, and it's up to Shax to stall. Spark is there with a little bit of pressure, but not enough damage. And Immortality Field in play from Violet inoculates the Shock against anything unexpected, and San Francisco steal the map away. Matt, despite the heroics of the Spitfire, that's a crashing map loss.
Yeah, that is brutal there for London. I mean, that's kind of where you think, like, hey, maybe you could have used that minefield, right? You were kind of trading some kills out at the start. You knew you had forced out the Transcendence, but saving it there towards the end to try and go for the win doesn't work out for the Spitfire. And man, they that's a tough loss because you also had, Sparker playing at such a high level.
This one's starting to turn into a bit of a memorable matchup between the Shock and the Spitfire, and it's still all on the table for London. They've just got to run it back salty style. Stick around for map 4.
I can read it in Korean, you know. Nuku Ayo. Hey, not funny.
Who's the biggest prankster on the team? I'd say Nero.
Hawk and Nero.
It's definitely me or Hawk.
I'd have to go to Pelican. This guy's just always up to something.
100% Pelican. Maybe Piggy and me.
나 팀에서 무조건 장난꾸러기는 스파클 선수가 장난꾸러기를 넘어선 그냥 선을 넘었어요.
Always doing something to mess with people. I feel like they like making people mad sometimes.
Me or Hawk just troll the team, like everyone on the team. No one's safe.
팀에서 장난꾸러기는 제가 생각했을 때는 마제드인 것 같습니다.
What? Probably Hydron. I guess it would be me. I like pulling everyone's leg a little bit.
He'll go up and change someone's wallpaper or something while they're not looking.
Or if someone's mad, just making them more mad, just for their own entertainment.
It's just something that we do and we find it funny.
Who has the best fashion in the league?
To be honest, I don't know how any of the other players dress, so I'm just gonna assume it's me. Hydron. I think Hydron.
다른 선수들에게 그렇게 관심이 많은 게 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 플래타님 아니면은 보이드님 아닐까 싶습니다. 왜냐면은 리그에 많이 나온 것도 그렇고 인스타 같은 것도 보면 옷 잘 입는 것 같아가지고 그런 것 같고.
제가 근데 사적으로 옷 입는 걸 본 적은 없지만 제스처 선수가 조금 옷을 잘 입는 것 같고요. 리그에서는.
For our team, who would it be?
Maybe 이리스?
I don't think our team got dripped. We're not dripped out.
리그에서는 잘 모르겠는데 팀에서는 이제 피어리스 형이 옷을 좀 좋아해서 아마 제일 잘 입지 않을까 싶습니다.
In the league, I think Shu has the best fashion, and I think on our team, it's probably Kai.
And Kevster, actually. Yeah. What teammate always has your back, no matter what?
Probably my Jed. It's my Saudi brother.
I think they all have my back. You know, we trust each other a lot, and you know, we're a team, we're a unit, and I don't think there's any like barriers between us.
한 팀원은 제가 생각했을 때 한빈 선수가 제일 믿음직한 것 같아요.
I'd say everyone on the team. We're all friends. We help each other through everything. Probably Pelican.
Maybe 난데?
뭐 다 제 소중한 팀원들인데 어떻게 하나만 골라요? 다 소중한 믿음적인 팀원이죠.
Route 66 is a London Spitfire map selection. And it doesn't go their way, much to their dismay. A decent start for London and some incredible moments from Sparker, who's been delivering kill after kill in flashy fashion this series. But it's not enough to get them over the line. And San Francisco, Matt, they look anything but clean today. But this is all you need to do to win a series of Overwatch.
I think against, when you see these top teams play, though, I don't exactly think you're going to see clean results a lot of the time, though. So I think you're going to have to win some games that are going to look real tough for the Shock to end up taking this series out. Eichenwald, I thought, was like all theirs. They look fantastic there. Last map, really, kind of could have went either way. It was a little bit of a swing map there. Excited for what's next, though, as it is the London Spitfire map pick again. This time it'll be Coliseum. So we have that map selection with some subs that come in from the London Spitfire. As we know, we've seen them on this map run like Reinhardt May comps. Fully expect to see that type of play it again. And what do they have cooked up against it?
I mean, Backbone literally playing at a different PC with this role switch. He's now obviously at the 4 of the screen, moving over towards DPS here. And you'll see that, yeah, Admiral is coming back in here for the London Spitfire. So, look, a little telegraphed, maybe, at least in terms of what their backline is going to be, but you think it makes perfect sense on a push map.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time today we've seen Admiral, as it has been all Backbone playing the Zenyatta back there all day long. So now he moves over to the DPS role with Admiral coming in. That tells me we're probably going to see some Reinhardt Rush.
Reinhardt Rush from the Spitfire makes you now realize why this might have been their map of choice. Now, Shax obviously comes out for this particular strategy. We've seen Backbone show us a ton of different picks. The May has definitely been one of them that they've managed to leverage pretty effectively. We've seen very clean picks and setups here, obviously, and it really plays nicely into a Reinhardt-centric style where you set up these short charges and also screen Hardy from incoming projectiles. On the side of the Shock, we have a substitution here as Kilo comes out. Thought he looked really good in the Sojourn. Definitely one of the bright spots for the Shock in them getting that map win. He'll be replaced by Sam, who we know has that Hanzo in his pocket, the Genji, and Mikey comes in at tank.
So why do they want to play against this? Like, do they want to play? I mean, I think you'd be kind of crazy to match Reinhardt play. Do you want to play like Wrecking Ball type of compositions, right? What are your options here if you're the Shock?
I mean, we've seen Mikey play Push before, and we've seen him play, Winston. We've also seen him play the Doomfist. So obviously we're at a point now where we know that Mikey's hero pool is not just restricted to playing Wrecking Ball. But my question is, would it be so bad if that's what he rolled out on here against a Reinhardt composition? Like, does that smack of a bad compositional choice, or do you think it has value here on a map like Colosseum?
It probably has some value if you're gonna you play proper on Tracer and like Echo, right? And you try and take out backliners fast. If you're not able to do so, I imagine like Lucio's speed boost comes into play and they just kind of run you down. And I think it'll be really telling early on in terms of like composition, like how the Shock want to deal with this, which it kind of feels like an inevitable Reinhardt setup, right?
So do you think, okay, here's my question then. If the Shock are going to win this map, how early do you think you're going to know? Like, do you think that's going to become really evident like early on with like a big lead, or do you think there's more to it?
I think so. I think you're going to know rather early on. I think Push in general, we've seen some more comebacks since it's gone to 10 minutes, right? But, it almost feels like whoever hits that butt scratch first, that part where the bot stops and you get that forward spawn, whoever hits that spot first, like, feels like they win a good amount of the time. Where, if you're able, if you're like, let's say if you're London and you're able to get a good push going and you hit that first, and you're in the Reinhardt and you can kind of play that neutral the whole game, like, you feel like you're in a pretty great spot to take this map.
Crucial early fights here are things to look out for now as we have the Spitfire come out. Yeah, like we teased, like it's the May for Backbone alongside Hardy on that Reinhardt. Landon on the Baptiste, of course. And for San Francisco, okay, so we actually have Mikey here proper playing the Genji, which is actually something that we don't get nearly as often from him, but when we get it, it is incredible. Really, really frightening. And this frees up Sam to keep playing this Sojourn. The Sojourn looks so good for him after a bit of a slower start at map 1.
And Violet on the Lucio. They want to be a little bit faster to get in and out of situations, so they're not as easily able to be run down, right? Speed boost comes out of Admiral. They start to sprint forward.
There it is.
You can do it on yourself, and man, Sam, he has played so well on the Sojourn today. Is that it's going to be a first pick.
It's interesting, isn't it? They lose their Sojourn there, and the Spitfire decide that that's the time to commit, like to go forward to make something happen. And obviously it doesn't work out. They're down a player to start with here. In fact, it goes horribly against them.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you do, right? You can't just stand there in the neutral and just get wilted down. I feel like eventually you would...
At all? For like a Winston setup? Maybe hard, right?
Maybe. What happened here?
That was just spam.
So.
I think it was Mikey damage plus just Violet incidental spam that gets that elimination.
Yeah, this has been really good start for the Shock as Sam can get another pick. That would be huge.
Sam just maintaining that full charge here until he has an opportunity to make use of that rail. Hardy going a little low now as London's really trying to control this high ground. San Francisco aren't backing up as well. Normally teams just back away and try and look for like a better position to take this fight from, and maybe that would have been advisable for San Francisco, but instead they buck that trend and they keep pressuring.
Yeah, it looks like Mikey gets pinned the reverse way. Violet trying to make it out. Mikey gets pinned towards the London Spitfire spawn, so they do not get to that tick on the top, so they don't unlock that first point. That's like the biggest thing because the bot will stop there for a little bit, and the second time around it will not stop. So being able to unlock that burst seems to be pretty crucial in terms of getting good progress.
2 players shattered there. It is going to precipitate a sound barrier from Violet. Look at the shock surge forward. And patience from Sam there. He lines Sparker up, or at least he lets him walk into the crosshair. And Backbone is in trouble here. Yeah, Ice Block eventually will subside. He will succumb. And that's a nice little sleep dart there on Admiral before he went down.
Yeah, it's a really nice Sojourn play from Sam there. It feels like every time we get into a 5-on-5 scenario, he's able to get a first pick. We know how important those are here in Overwatch 2, so Bot will get back to the barrier, start to move around this corner here, getting close to that tick.
I like this.
Oh, London, yeah, they get right on top of it. They know how important this is.
Sparker here with the Bionade. Lander's too slow. A furrow in his brown as he realized he was too slow to save his teammate there with an immortality field. And Prop is here to clean house. Both supports down to the Genji. And this is starting to get a little out of hand.
Yes, you're going to get the forward checkpoint. I think even more important, though, is like the forward checkpoint happens and there's nobody up to fight this immediately for the Spitfire. So the Shock will get this around the corner. They're going to have a Nano Blade here, Mitch. Nano Blade, you'll have a sound barrier available for London, so see if those counteract each other.
No, the enemy's moving the barricade.
Sparker looking for a first pick. That would basically mean fight over. Doesn't see it though. Holding on this charge while he can, but Proper. He's digging deep. It's a Nano Blade here. Prepare yourselves. Immortality field used, and Proper's in an awkward spot. Yeah, with that Maywall in the way, he's out of the fight. So there's 2 ultimates for nothing. Add insult to injury with the Shock just straight up losing out in the rest of the fight.
So push on forward there from Hottie. He'll finish off a few here towards the end as Proper really low. Still, I feel like if you're the Shock, quote-unquote, mission accomplished, right? The barrier will start to move in favor of the London Spitfire, but it's got a long way to go. 85 meters for San Francisco. Downside here for the Shock, you don't have any ultimates to work with. You kind of blew everything there in those fights. So you have an overclock available for Sparker. Maybe that's good enough to win you one fight. You know, Shatter, Blizzard, another combo here.
Violet close to a sound barrier here, so if we see another Shatter from Hardy, there might be the prescribed response. Landing down! Oh my, immortality field used, sure. But he himself is missing. Mikey's been removed from the fight. Sparker's already backing up a little. Who's he looking for?
But they go high ground. Finn actually hits a big biotic grenade there on like just about everybody. So that was Sparker's overclock. Not going to get any progress for it. So the bot just kind of now standing in the middle of the map. About halfway, more than halfway through this round.
All right, Hardy. Again, maybe a Maywall boost up here. Nope, just charge instead, mixing it up. I like that, but Finn was ready for it. Sleep Dart already loosed in the air as Hardy went for the charge. Now the Shock just needs to get value from this high ground position. So the Spitfire won't be stopped, and that's a Blizzard really heated into the distance there.
I think they thought they were going to be able to catch Proper out.
I don't like it. Do they know Hardy's here? They do now. Oh, the bubble's in the way. Oh, that is ugly. Still, Sparker's able to find Sam, and Proper just explodes in the direction of the Spitfire. That time, the Nano Blade is a lot better.
I feel like the Blizzard and then like the Flank Shatter, not
huge, isn't it? But I guess the mindset is like you're trying to make a play, right? I mean, like, think about the Route 66 play. Like, Hardy's done this before. You know, I mean, I remember the Dan teleport, flank shatter on Hanamura.
I thought he was just going to shatter straight away on the stairs and not really kind of like wait. I feel like he had an opportunity to like hit like 2 players, let's say.
He wanted them to see, he wanted to see the whites of their eyes as he shattered them. Oh dear. Finn there, taken down. San Francisco obviously in an aggressive position presently. And they'll stay in that one, I think, as they've re-established here that checkpoint. Hardy's going to get taken down, and the Shock will be on the march once more.
No ultimates, though, but it may not matter, right? Just getting more barrier progress is really kind of, it's like a death knell to London here. Is, you know, they need to now get this bot going in their direction, and like you know, the progress they've earned needs to be basically double. And they can't spend every ultimate to do it. Like, there's so much working against them right now. It needs to be an insane comeback.
I can't believe 7.5 minutes has already elapsed here. Backbone is uncanny with these icicle connections, obviously. The endothermic blast or right click. But again, it's the deficit that the Spitfire need to make up that's really going to hurt them here. Less than 3 minutes to go. Much of this round already elapsed here, and the Shock have been in control most of the time.
And honestly, like, there have been a lot of fights where London has had the ultimate advantage, just not able to get anything going. Like, look at this, coming into this one. 4 ultimates probably to San Francisco Shock 0. So, can you get any progress with it, though? It's really tough to land, like, a big shatter against this. They don't have one currently, but overclock available. Actually be a wall that cuts off Sparker's line of sight.
A little bit of a dodgy round from Backbone at times. Think back to the Blizzard and miscommunication there about, you know, whether that wall should go up or not. And that's bought enough time for Finn to get close to a Nano here. So Nano Blade, again, may well be on the cards here. The Shock just try and stay away from all this poke damage. Both teams trade supports. They have a butt scratch for London, though. That is a big deal.
It's good for London. Yeah. They get 2 kills here. So they also have their sound barrier if needed, and their own amp matrix. So this is actually really good for the London Spitfire. You're going to get around this corner. Proper is going to have a Nano Blade, but you have your beat to deal with it. And if you get in that open, you know, just kind of like on top of the bridge here, get in that area, that's when the shatter could be good.
Here's the Blade from Proper. No Nano yet from Finn. It comes a little later in the day, but there's a sound barrier to contend with. It gets cut through eventually, though. Proper and the rest of the Shock barrel forward. It's a 3-for-2 trade here. Little scary for Proper, but the deflex is pretty gainful. A lot of pressure goes back towards Sparker. He's in low without supports. And so here's the situation. This push here for San Francisco may well be the last one. 45 seconds left in the round. The Spitfire might need to take an early fight here if they can.
Well, I mean, they need to get this bot back going in the opposite direction. They have an outside chance here, London, if they can get this bot back fast.
Hardy wants to go quick. He's going to block. Oh, I love that. He turns his shield so Mikey can't be healed by the rest of his teammates. And there's a sound barrier from Vita that doesn't reach the main tank either. Sparker finds another who's going to be Proper, at least with the one, but he has to deal with the immortality field. Pesky thing always getting in his way. He might get caught here if he's not careful. Proper needs to get back to the rest of his team, but he can't escape. This is the Spitfire's time now. They're going to have one good push, one chance to do this and force a map 5.
They need to play perfect.
No,
I mean, you're gonna maybe get a Blizzard here, and you're maybe gonna get an overclock. That's like best case scenario for London.
Both key ultimates and Amp Matrix as well on the way for Landon. Mikey trying to control the high ground. A little bit of harass, some poke, but he won't have a primal rage in this next fight, and that disrupt the shot. Not really effective. Proper's just bathing inside Sparker, so he's low. He'll need to be topped up here. 77, 101. Sparker using the Amp Matrix now, sees the Winston take to the skies, and no one from the Shock can drop right now. Not with the window in the way. Here's the overclock. Sam going to slide to his demise, potentially. Sparker tries to line him up. Good strafing, some fancy footwork. Twinkle toes is Sam right now. Is able to avoid a lot of that pressure from Sparker, but the fight's far from done. Proper gets a Nano when he's looking to try and find his way to the backline. Another immortality field gets in his way, and it's Hardy. Of course it's Hardy to stand up and find 2 key kills. Proper gets rid of Landon. He's the Blade. No immortality field. It's going to be Proper. Surely Hardy shuts him down, though. Came out with the charge. Put him out of the fight. Now Spitfire on the way.
And they're going to have front spawn. Landon's going to go to the Moira, try and get back right away. Hardy getting close to a shatter.
Winston over the top. Hardy under pressure, charges, no connection. The light pole was in the way. Hardy gets taken down. The biotic grenade makes it impossible to keep him in the fight. And here come the Shock. They're back with a vengeance. And they're headed on to the next round. A close 3-1 against the Spitfire. Fantastic game between 2 of the West's most exciting prospects. But importantly, the Shock is saying, we can do it at LAN.
And that one goes down the wire. I mean, this is a really close 3-1 series. No, Eichenwald, I think the one map that is like a blowout, and you would favor in San Francisco, for San Francisco, but the rest of the series was so close, back and forth, and yeah, that's a huge win for the Shock. You know, London is a team that I think could actually, even in the lower bracket, go pretty far.
London aren't used to suffering these kinds of losses anymore. it's been a thing of the past for this team now, but it's an important wake-up call, a reminder that there are still teams at the league that, you know, are kind of agnostic to London's specific style, the kind of comp they can play. Like, anytime we see Hardy on the Reinhardt, we know that it's going to be dynamic, that it's going to be impactful, that it's going to be impressive, but it takes more than that. And it says volumes about the kind of player that Prophet is, that when he pulled that blade, I know I and many other people believed it was possible. He got rid of Landon, and he made a pretty big gambit there. But again, London Spitfire, they're a danger to anybody in the lower bracket, but to the upper bracket, they should be fearing our player of the match, because when he starts to get going, I mean, there's almost nobody that can hold a candle to him. It's, of course, yeah, it's going to be Proper once again. Even in losing maps, Proper consistently is the one that is sometimes dragging the Shock forward. Really incredible series here. And again, a young player with not a lot of LAN experience. So this has been very important for him, as was Texas. It's his time.
It's just so difficult to slow him down. We've really seen not many teams, if any, able to do so, where he can just make a huge impact on Tracer, play his own game, so to speak, and it makes the job of the rest of the team a little bit easier. I also want to shout out Sam. I thought Sam had a fantastic series when he was in, specifically on the Sojourn. Like, time after time getting those first picks, where him and Proper as a duo looked really strong today.
Yeah, really impressed with Sam Sojourn for sure. Like, really consistent output of the course of this series. But again, Proper nearing 50% on that pulse bomb attach rate. Very, very hard to kill. And again, really solid showing in terms of those final blows per 10 minutes. Yeah, there were some maps where he was sometimes the only thing to write home about for that San Francisco Shock team. Yeah. There was a lot of really impactful DPS plays in the server today between Mikey, Kalush, Hardy, some great tanks. Really a lot of things for both teams to be proud of. The London Spitfire aren't done yet. They definitely get to fight through this lower bracket. I desperately want to see them match up against some of our teams from this eastern region. We're going to obviously see that from the Shock if they sort of advance and go too much further. Speaking of teams in the eastern region, we've got some of those waiting in the wings here. So get excited, everybody. More games to come on the other side of this break here. We've still got 2 more games to see the results of. It'd be crazy to go anywhere.
We're done. Let's fucking go. Good shit, bro.
Nice. Nice thing.
Carry. Good shit.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Proper from San Francisco. Shock. Proper, congratulations on the win. I gotta be honest, that was a very close match. I mean, despite it being really back and forth, you guys definitely got the win at the end. What gave you guys the edge to win the match today against the London Spitfire? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기가 생각보다 굉장히 접전이었는데 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 거두신 게 되셨나요? And also, Proper told me that he wants to answer this in English, so everybody be nice to him. 자, 영어로 부탁드리겠습니다.
I thought London so weak team, but they really strong.
I thought London was a really weak team, but they were really strong. They really were, but you guys were, I think, stronger. That's why you guys won. 하지만 센쇼기 더 셌기 때문에 이겼다고 생각을 합니다. And also, with this win, you guys are going to be facing either the Dallas Fuel or the Shanghai Dragons tomorrow. Who do you think is going to win that matchup today and become your opponents tomorrow? 두 번째 질문은 오늘 승리를 거두셔서 이제 다음 경기가 상하이 아니면은 달라스 팀과 경기를 펼치게 될 텐데, 프로퍼 선수가 보시기에는 그 두 팀 중에 좀 어떤 팀이 이겨서 다음에 내일 경기를 같이 할 것 같으신가요?
저는 일단 누가 이길지는 모르겠고 저는 댈러스가 이겼으면 좋겠다고 생각하긴 해요 지금. 왜냐하면은 이제 같이 마주보고 앉아서 대회 하고 싶어가지고 네 그러고 싶어요.
I really can't say who's going to win. I can't really predict that, but I really do want the Dallas Fuel to win just because, I would like to sit in front of my opponents and play the game that way. I think that will be very interesting. All right, Proper, thank you so much for your time. And and again, congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드립니다. And with that being said, let's send things back to Ovely. Take it away.
Danny, thank you so much for the interview. And Proper, he waved to us.
We still get waves. Hey, hello, Proper. We see you.
And shout out to Proper for stepping outside the comfort zone and doing a bit of the interview in English.
Yeah.
That's super awesome.
Yeah,
for him.
and it was so nice as well. Like we just went like full 180 at the start of the Overwatch League and everything. I was like, oh, everyone's so nice. They're so lovely to each other. And then recently, it's just been like, oh, people are rude. It's like they're trash. They're awful. And then now we're back to just like, oh, they were pretty strong.
Full circle.
No,
Full
exactly.
circle.
Even in just today, we had Reiner and then Proper, complete polar opposites.
Yeah.
But again, congratulations to them and the Shock stomping on the dreams of London Spitfire here just a little bit.
Your dreams.
And my dreams. I wasn't going to say that explicitly, but yes, and my prediction dreams. Not doing too well for me right now, but listen, you guys predicted correctly that the Shock was going to take it, but the games ended up being a little bit closer than we had expected.
Yeah, it was actually a pleasant surprise, I think, here from the London Spitfire. We always talk about them as this team that likes to play this rush style, and that's sort of what they're good at, and that's the only way they're really getting wins. But a consistent factor throughout the entirety of this midseason tournament has been they've been integrating a little bit of dive, and it has been working from time to time. They took it to the San Francisco Shock in this matchup. On that first map of Ilios, yes, there was a catastrophic C9 to end that.
That was a bad C9.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, but at least they were being competitive, and they were, moments away from, being able to win this fight on Eichenwald. They could have held, they could have capped out the whole thing. And then, even onto the third map, we go to Route 66. Sparker starts coming alive on that Sojin, and that was, one team fight away from them winning that one as well. So this is not the last we will see of this London Spitfire team, and I think they have a lot more depth and a lot more consistency than we're giving them credit for, especially, as I said before, on that Sparker Sojin. It just feels like he is coming into his own as a player. We hyped him up as a rookie last season. He came of age in the middle of the season, and it didn't feel like we ever really got to see his true peak because he wasn't able to play that much, but really starting to show his prowess against some of the best players we have in the league.
Yeah, Custa, you and Johnny told me to be on the lookout for Proper in this game, and we really did see him show up. But again, just kind of, I was also really surprised by Sparker, as you said, the Sojourn coming out on Route 66, making a lot of good plays there.
Yeah, I feel like Sparker is another one of those players, and we actually have quite a few in the league now, where Sojourn kind of caters to their skill sets, and it just fits who they are. like, they're not going to be the best Widowmaker in the league. Like, they don't have the best, like, sniper aim. They're not going to be the best Tracer, like, blinking around and, you know, getting these quick dive frags. But Sojourn hits, like, a nice niche where it's like, I do some projectile damage, but also snipe from afar. And it's also, like, you can go aggressive and you can sit back. So it's just another one of those players in the league who I think really has benefited from Sojourn being released into the game.
Yes, we've seen a lot of Sojourn, we've seen a lot of Tracer, but one hero that we haven't seen a ton of was Diva, and she actually got picked up quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting pick from the San Francisco Shock, and they've done it a couple times in the past, along with other teams, and most notably on Eichenwalde, because you have that high ground, right? So you can boost up there, and you can play pretty defensive with your defense matrix. But we also saw it on Route 66, and I like this sort of defensive approach coming out from the San Francisco Shock, and I'm curious to see how other teams adapt and play accordingly. Kalush, of course, as you can see the stats yourselves. You know, I wouldn't say they're like mind-blowing stats on Diva. It's just like, wow, what a Diva performance. But it was integral to the strategy. They slowed things down, and then for the most part, they're 4 members sticking together, playing around that. They want Kilo to stay alive with the Sojourn, and then Proper, as the 5th member, is just around doing Proper things.
Just killing everyone.
So it's an interesting strategy because they're like, Proper, just go do your thing and we'll stay alive, and if you can't kill them fast enough, we hope we stay alive long enough to kill them ourselves. And I think it's a cool strategy. It's hard to break down because Proper is that good at the game, so.
Yeah. Again, we're only 2 days into the tournament so far. So many more comps and so many more strategies that we could see pop up throughout the week. But let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket now that we have the results for this game. Of course, we are going to see the Shock be moving on to Thursday, where you could see them in that match 15. And of course, that means that the London Spitfire are dropping down into our losers bracket, and we will see them play tomorrow against, of course, Florida Mayhem. Now, just a really quick thoughts on how we think that match is going to go, Costa.
Florida has been struggling so far in this entirety of the tournament. If London Spitfire come out and play like they did today, I think the Florida Mayhem are in trouble.
Anything to add?
No.
Absolutely nothing to add. Well, you know what? That's A-okay because we have another match coming up even sooner that we need to preview and talk about. Of course, Shanghai Dragons taking on Dallas. Now, Johnny,
yeah,
we did see a lip of Shanghai Dragons just go absolutely crazy yesterday. Do you think that we're going to see a similar performance coming into today?
I mean, the Shanghai Dragons, yeah, Lip, I think Lip is going to be like the best player in the server. Which, you know, is a bit, I wouldn't say it's controversial, but considering the players who are going to be in the server, stating that Lip is going to be the best one, it still has some, like, punch behind it, you know, as a take. So, you know, credit to me, that was a good take. But I think Lip, he could have, like, a border, like, shy level performance here on the hit scan. And the question becomes, how does Dallas deal with that? How are Dallas going to prepare accordingly, knowing that Lip is on the enemy team? Again, like the way he just like deconstructed Toronto Defiant yesterday was very impressive. So I'm looking forward to see what answers Dallas Fuel have in store for Lip on the Shanghai Dragons in this match.
And I think that has to go to Sparkle. And that's not on the hit scan. We're not going to see the Sparkle. You know, I'm not going to say he's a bad hit scan player because last time I said Tracer was bad, it's come back to haunt me ever since. But him on that Genji and then upping the tempo, as we know Dallas Fuel loves to do, that is going to have to be how they deal with it, because I don't think they have that hit scan player to match it. They need to go for their own strategy, play that dive style, and I think that will be their path forward.
And something that I was kind of asking you about, I think even in our rehearsal or before the pre-show, was you told me that both the Shanghai Dragons and Dallas have had their own struggles before in the past that they've had to overcome. So do you think that they've learned from some of their previous bouts?
I think both have struggled. I think Shanghai Dragons have started to come into their own identity so far in this stage. I think they've made that transition from Void to Fate, and we've talked about that a lot already today. But for me, the Dallas Fuel, I still haven't seen that like Dallas secret sauce. We saw them do it in the kickoff clash where they found that Zio composition on the back of Hanbin, something completely unique to their team, and they made it work. I haven't seen that so far. So unless they have something, Rush pulls something out of his bag of tricks, I think the Dallas Fuel are in trouble. Even though they're the 4th seed, I think they're running off of good kickoff clash performances. I don't think they're really just there yet, but I would love to have them prove me wrong.
If you actually want to watch this match and like put emphasis on something, it would be that Dallas Fuel, I would be way more desperate as a Dallas Fuel fan. Just like, what is our team identity?
Yeah.
Who are we going to be? They need to find themselves in this matchup. So I think all the pressure is on Dallas Fuel in this match.
Well, then hopefully we can find the answers as we head into the game right now. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters to get us into the action. Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Hey everyone, this is gonna be so fun. We got the second half of matches to go. Dallas Fuel versus the Shanghai Dragons. So great to have Ovally on the desk too. I remember, her and I go way back on puppy farts when it comes to the beta. We got in that one game once, but like we go way back, but unfortunately we couldn't meet each other in Hawaii. So we decided to get some good attire going.
Yeah, we're themed up with the desk, and of course I'm in the Hawaii theme here in Europe as we all die in fights. It's been an amazing couple of days here in Europe. Whew, yes, it is quite tropical. I've got the wind going today, I've got the props out, and things are going to be heating up in this match as well. We've got the Dragons who are going to be breathing plenty of fire, and as our analyst pointed out on the desk, Dragons seem to have fallen into a bit of an identity here, and Dallas less so, Lemon. They still can't decide, are we a Winston team, are we a Doomfist team? And one of the traits that both of these teams really share is that it seems like in every single reiteration when we have a patch, both of them are slow starters. Like, both of these teams started off their seasons as heavily vaunted and admired teams, getting 3-0'd by teams that some might consider a little bit beneath them, at least in our initial power rankings. And the same happened at the beginning of Midseason Madness as well. The Void experiment for Shanghai Dragons was a resounding failure. And of course we had Dallas Fuel going 0-6 in their first 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams started off 0-6 in the Midseason Madness. Take a look at the Dragons, though. It's the first time these two teams will face. So the Shanghai Dragons, being led there by Fate, got third at the Kickoff Clash qualifier, or in the Kickoff Clash tournament, hoping to turn things around. Like you said, there was a bit of experimentation around the Sigma, but both these teams really went through that identity crisis together of just really starting off with the Sigma and relying on Void, Sigma, and Doom primarily, then moving towards Fate's Ball and Winston to really find success after those first 2 matches. And ever since they lost those first 2 matches against Seoul and Hangzhou, it's been smooth sailing for the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, the overarching theme of the Overwatch League as we moved from like week 2 to week 3 of Midseason Madness qualifier seemed to be, Winston isn't terrible. We all thought that he was dead in the water, but turns out he can still do quite a bit when it comes to controlling space with that bubble and those dives. Fate in particular, very accomplished on the Winston, one of the longest running competitors that we actually have in the Overwatch League. He is a survivor, Lemon, from Immortals Gaming Club, and even further before that over in Korea. He was one of the first Korean imports ever procured by a North American team before the Overwatch League infrastructure came into place. It was actually, I think, Fate and Envy who were picked up by Immortals as a tanking duo, and he's got such a veteran presence that he rarely cracks under pressure, and I think that's part of the reason why Shanghai can clutch out so many scenarios.
And speaking of that cracking under pressure, I look at someone like Lip, who had to lead in that soldier meta and had like that slower start and really rose to the occasion and is doing so either on Ashe or on Sojourn this season. I know the desk loves talking about Lip and his potential for this team. And statistically, Lip at the top of his game when it comes to Ashe, #1 in hero damage and #1 in fewest deaths. So this is someone who is consistently adding to the equation and less taking away from it. And he gets to play with more of Fleta this stage versus Who Are You from the Kickoff Clash qualifiers.
All right, let's go from Shanghai Dragons to their ex. So let's bring up our Dallas Fuel starters, because when you think about the Dallas Fuel starters, one of the first people that comes to mind is, of course, Fearless, previously the secret source of Shanghai Dragons in Season 3, really was a difference maker. In fact, was part of a infamous reverse sweep in one of the first one of the first tournaments that we actually had in Overwatch League, the first main melee against Seoul Dynasty. And Fearless is probably one of the best Winston players in the world. It's no surprise that with Winston coming back into vogue, that Fearless started to take more of a frontlining role for the Dallas Fuel. But also, Fearless has really impressed me recently with his aptitude on the Doomfist and being able to figure out all the best techs to try and control players and also look for environmental kills, which on quite a few maps is an underrated part of Doomfist's current kit, with the ability to knock back multiple people with one charged punch.
And just the whole tank situation with Fuel was part of that identity crisis that we mentioned already, where they started with Fearless Doom and then Reinhardt. Then they even experimented with how do we integrate Hanbin in. Then they played Ryan and Sigma for him. And those were all types of question marks. They even had that same 0-6 start that the Shanghai Dragons had. And then they did a lot of Hanbin, Ball, and Sigma, and finally found success with Fearless as their primary tank on most of the maps, either sporting the Winston or the Hammond. But the issue for Fuel, I think, in this meta has been really developing a top-tier Sojourn and Tracer this meta. And it was really looking at Guerrillo and Edison to trade off on the Sojourn, and then Sparkle to really own that Tracer role, where I would say he's more known for his Genji pop-offs, and then they've been leaning more into that. But I like that just Fuel have been developing these rookie players to a level that is matching all the other teams, making them more competitive this patch.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel and Shanghai Dragons. This is a rivalry, Lemon, that is very familiar to those who've been watching Overwatch League, at least last year. Here's a bunch of the showdowns we've seen between these two teams in playoff scenarios over the last couple of years. Of course, there were quite a few meetings in our previous run of Hawaii events in 2021. And Dallas Fuel, last season was kind of their renaissance. It feels like we spent a lot of money to procure some of these Element Mystic alumni from places like Paris Eternal. Rush was the biggest acquisition, of course. Like, you pick up the famous Element Mystic coach, and it feels like with Rush comes a lot of sort of player deference, where they will pick to go to Dallas Fuel as a team simply to work with Rush, who is one of the most accomplished coaches in the entirety of Overwatch League. Or in the entirety of Overwatch, in fact, because obviously in Overwatch Contenders he had his moment in the sun as well. On the other side, you have Coach Moon, right? Who, let's be real, he has an Overwatch League title. Nothing can take that away from him. That is the largest accolade that a coach can get, especially if you can get it twice, like Krusty. But also, Moon has a less impressive title of We Are 0-7. Los Angeles Valiant, 2019. The GOATS meta, Moon was slow to adapt. There were a couple of members of a team who didn't get the proper usage because they were a little bit too smart in some cases. And I think that Coach Moon and Coach Rush both are part of the critical team identities that I talked about here when it comes to slow starts in new metas. Both of them are better at perfecting a meta or making the skill sets of their rosters fit best into what's most strong with any given patch, like we see people moving in towards the Winston, etc. And I think that Shanghai Dragons and Dallas Fuel, there's a bit of friendly rivalry between Coach Rush and Coach Moon, which is going to put a little bit on the line today. And I want to go back to what the desk said as well, about Dallas Fuel and currently wondering what their identity is. And I think it very much lies in the tempo that was brought up. Dallas Fuel are a ridiculously fast team. They just want to go faster, 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 break the enemy comms down, and make sure that there's no understanding of when and where these fights are going to happen, because Dallas Fuel will take a fight in a weird place just to be able to go in and punch you in the face. And in particular, when it comes to Shanghai Dragons, I'm worried that maybe Li Jae-gon might be easier to catch out in these fast fights, because he's known to be a little bit of a wild card when he's on the main support.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of main supports, both these teams running just that. Li Jae-gon on a lot of Lucio, Chio as well. This kind of facilitates those rotations and that speed you're talking about. Speaking of speed, Shanghai Dragons had a swift 3-0 victory, spoiler alert, against the Toronto Defiant yesterday. So just the advantage of Dallas Fuel being in the second round. Yeah, they got the last pick. You know, there's no advantage there. You end up with the scraps of the team no one wants to face, which is the Shanghai Dragons. Very, very much looking strong. But the disadvantage of Shanghai already have been playing is that they've already started to reveal their hand. Now, Dallas Fuel haven't had that chance yet, but yesterday we saw the Shanghai Dragons play a lot of Fate Ball. Fleta on the Tracer, who had an amazing performance, and when Fleta wasn't on the Tracer, we saw him on the Echo. But we didn't see a special person. Who Are You has not really been playing. It's been Lip by Fleta's side, rocking the Sojourn, and also the Ashe, which is a hero that I guess is unique to the style and interpretation of the meta when it comes to APAC. There's kind of like we've been talking about how Ashe is like this budget Sojourn in a way of you just have consistent damage. You have a bit of high ground, a bit of mobility, but mainly you don't have to charge up your shot when it comes to Ashe. Yeah, maybe you don't have the Sparker Ace type of potential on Ashe, but you can still get crazy picks. So expect Lip to kind of hover between the Sojourn and the Ashe. But we will be getting into a match soon. Looks like we do have some issues, so we're just gonna get everybody settled. We're gonna throw it to a break, show you guys some content, and we'll see you for map 1. Aloha, everyone! We're back from the break, and we're about to head into map number 1. Speaking of which, we should really talk about how Dallas Fuel, they had not only the chance to choose their opponent, the last one remaining, but most importantly, choosing the first map. So they got something out of this deal.
Yeah, coming into our map set here, Oasis as the number 4 seed. That's all that Dallas Fuel really got to pick going into this match. And Oasis is going to be quite interesting here, Lemon, because I think it's going to lend Dallas Fuel a little bit more credence behind the Doomfist. A couple of these maps are quite narrow, and they provide a little bit less space for Fate to play on the Wrecking Ball. In particular, I'm thinking about University, where the Wrecking Ball can have a little bit of an issue having good pathing, simply because 2 of the areas where Wrecking Ball has to move through have very little cover. He has to try and play around the outside instead, and that's where Fearless can be at his best on Doomfist, trying to knock people off the edge.
Excited to see if it's going to be Winston or Hammond, and maybe even some Fate Doomfist. So it's all about that initial high ground control, and there's actually a statistic about how important that first fight is for control. as we wait to see the DPS picks as well. I know Sparkle has been looking amazing on the Genji so far, and it's about where does Edison fit into this equation, where on the other side he has, what, Guerrillo that can replace him or kind of interchange, and that's all about Edison providing the opportunity to also go Tracer, as we have a dive with the Reaper Lucio Moira from Fuel.
Okay, this is something a little bit new from the side of the Dallas Fuel, or actually it's something a little bit old, to be honest. Edison returning to that Reaper, and Fate here might not be expecting this, and there's no real armor on the Doomfist to mitigate those incoming shotgun damages.
Oh, that didn't work out, and Lip gets to get charged up off the tank and just shoot Sparkle in his face, but 4v5, Fuel can make it work, not with that double anti that Izayaki just hit, and that's how important that first fight is. Fuel, they get hit by the anti, but they just disengage, and they manage to keep their supports alive. So Lip in trouble too. He gets picked off. Sparkle on the chase going after Fleta. Chio gets the finish, and Fuel will get the cap first. But without Fearless, you don't have that good initiator, but you do have the rest of the team alive.
Yeah, that works out in the end for Dallas Fuel. Fearless and Edison moving through together, allowing Edison to actually stay in the fight for longer using the Winston bubble, so he doesn't have to use that Wraith form as early, is critical for Dallas Fuel, because that means that Fielder has a lot more time to build up towards the Coalescence as well by putting out huge amounts of AoE healing on that dive as it arrives. And you see Sparkle actually move from the Genji as well to the Tracer, so it's a much better matchup against the Echo.
Fled on the flank, Fuel pinched from both sides. Fuel are able to keep everyone healed up and maybe help them coalesce out, but I mean, Fuel took pressure, but it doesn't seem like they're really dying. They lost Fielder and Fleta. Well, he was the only one pitch at the one angle, so Fearless was able to clear the one round, and there is Edison clearing the rest of the road. Death Blossom, which we haven't even seen much of since like the kickoff clash, so Fuel will hold on to the point, but not really having a lot of members remaining to defend it.
Yeah, Fate is going to try and take advantage of that by moving up and claiming an advanced position. Is actually getting harassed by the supports at the moment. Might actually have to run away. They are going to charge up the Fist, which might be a touch foolhardy as the Meteor Strike has to be invested simply to claim some safety. Here's the Coalescence to carve through multiple members of Dragons.
Face was trying to body block for Lip, and Sparkle gets a double pulse bomb while the Dragons Club are trying to run away. This is almost a flawless round for Fuel, and they have ults to spare.
I want to give Fuel a little bit of credit for that previous engagement as well, where they actually forced out Fate's punch onto Fearless to make sure that Edison couldn't be easily stunned out of that Death Blossom. And they also put down the Winston bubble as well so that the sleep couldn't be delivered. Huge accommodating of those stuns from Dallas.
Okay, last fight for Dragons. They have Overclock, they have Dupe. Fleta likes to go after those tanks. We'll see if he can connect. It's a Sounder engage. Fuel taking the initiative. Fearless with the Primal. He has all the health and the shields in the world, and the Dragon's already down too. Lip didn't even have the opportunity to use Overclock, because you know he delivers on it. And Dragons haven't delivered us a single kill in this last fight. It's not very exciting. They did try to flip the point to relieve the pressure from the front line, but not a single kill earned from the Dragons. But 100-0 round for the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, Lip pops the overclock in Spawn, but at this point, Lemon, it's all but hypothetical for the hit scan player. The desk lauded Lip as the best player in the lobby, but when it comes to the team movements, Dallas Fuel, they had an identity in Kickoff Clash. It was about the Zarya and the Reaper, but the real defining factor about Dallas Fuel is that they are a hive mind. They do not have 5 separate brains. They are all plugged into the Rush Matrix like he's playing in RTS, and it seems like they finally have once again found the mojo to move and act together as a singular Voltron team.
We've seen Dallas Fuel run this exact composition and strategy against the NYXL just a couple of weeks ago with the Lucio Moira. They play as a clump and as a unit, and Dragons hope to, divide and conquer this. And how will they? Fuel first to get the high ground control. Fleta always on that off angle, just like he was before. But he has to be careful if he tries to solo that without a Mercy pocket, because he'll need to go back for packs from Lee Jae Gon. So he's being a little bit more connected in that way. Sparkle might be in dash range. He wants to go after Fleta. Fate trying to keep this locked down on the right side. Fuel have the space to go for the point cap first. Dragons trying to prevent it. There is a flank from the Dragons as Fuel holds the storm the supports while they're unprotected. Fate is going after the backline and hasn't converted started on it any kills yet. He's got great slows onto Fielder, and that's the execution Fate was looking for. Fuel are left without supports, and they never captured the objective.
I think Dallas Fuel Sparkle there in particular being a little bit hesitant with his usage of the dash to try and get those finishes when it meant that he essentially became a very weak poking DPS on the Genji, and Dallas Fuel were unable to really leverage the massive advantage that they have when it comes to these comps, and that is speed, and that's what Chio's delivering on the Lucio. Fuel's not actually getting that much healing out either. Sparkle's already been picked off because Lip has a much better poke setup here, and Dallas Fuel can't really approach that easily.
Yeah, and when you play a shield tank like Winston, I know there's very few of them in this game, but it just allows your Sojourn to get much more energy and to find those random picks. Still, Fleta will be back. We'll see Dallas Fuel get hit by an anti, and Fearless has to jump out. You see Chio is actually booping Dragons away from trying to touch the point. Now the flip won't be going through quite yet. Fielder, Coalescence keeping Fearless in the front. Dragons being warded away, especially with Fate gone, and Izayaki at 1, and Fuel will get the flip and the fight win.
Liege gone, doing Liege gone things. Yes, the frag is found, but it is a longer stagger, and trust me, that Lucio is not going to be missing for long. He's going to skate his way back over here, and Fearless now has access to this Primal Rage, which is going to be really good for trying to make sure that Fate's engagements are entirely waylaid, so that he can't find a huge amount of purchase from the positions he really wants to claim using those abilities.
Also, I mean, Fuel could Soundbarrier engage here if they want to shut down Lip's opportunity on the overclock, just like they did in the previous round. Initiative not found yet. Meteor Strike, Fate is dangerously low, but low 200 HP, but Lip has the space. The overclock activated in the sound barrier in response from Chio. And that's where the bubbles are placed. And even the duplicate from Fleta, you have a second Winston into play, and this allows Lip to have some space to work with. Lijegon is down. Izayaki, though, he has to stay safe in this mini room to keep these members healed up, but the bubble from Fearless is blocking some line of sight. Fate has to play passive, reconnect with the supports. The point still in control of the Dallas Fuel as they re-engage back into mini room to zone off those supports from the Dragons. And that's when Sparkle can finish off all these low HP targets and Fuel continue to be in the driver's seat. But Fuel overextended a little bit, lost Edison and another in the engage, so here comes Dragons once again.
This is what APAC teams love to do. They love to continue brawling, never give up a fight. Fearless finally gets himself upon that point. The Coalescence is going to back him up. Can this be interrupted? Yes, it can. Excellent stun from Fate, but he does go low for it.
Oh, the Nano's available. Izayaki usually likes to give it to Fade, but anyone who's in a great spot and has a great opportunity and a great shot on the Sparkle. Fuel are down 3, and there's no chance they can complete this the way they wanted to. They'll have to give this up. They get it to 98, so Fuel are within 1 fight territory before taking the map.
All right, here I want to see Shanghai Dragons be a little bit more economical with their ultimates. Dallas Fuel, if they take an eco fight here, they might be able to force out both the Meteor Strike and the Nano Boost from Shanghai Dragons and then have a clean potential final fight in 99-99 overtime.
Here's the engage from Fuel. Sparkle copies the Doomfist and is instantly shot down by Lip, who got nano by Izayaki. Dragons played reactively there. Edison misses the pulse, was aiming for Lijegon, and Dragons are still healthy and fine. They buy themselves time, and they need it because they still got 20% more to go.
Oh man, I asked for good economy, and I've been blessed with some high-tier GDP right here. Only one ultimate used, and this was also used to generate the overclock. And the overclock's going to be so good for keeping Edison at bay and Sparkle as well. It's headshots galore for Lip, and guess what? For Dallas Fuel, that's once again back to the drawing board. This is going to have to be overtime or nothing, and they're going up against a duplicate, a Meteor Strike, and the overclock with nothing to their name.
Well, Edison has to touch here in a couple of seconds, and Fuel want to wait to take this fight until the last second. They want Chio back for the sound barrier. Chio has returned a 5v5. It's Fleta who copies the Tracer, and that's one of his best heroes. He already forces the fade out of Fielder. Chio has his back with the sound barrier. Dallas Fuel playing as a unit, but Fielder has been isolated, found by Lip. The overclock popping off. Fleta still in Tracer form. The pulse bomb doesn't hit, but Dragons are still in a 5v3. Fielder didn't even have a chance to use the Coalescence, and Dragons at the last second, the last mile, were forced to round 3.
And the second the Shanghai Dragons were in control of that point, they found everything they wanted to learn, because Dallas Fuel, they don't want to invest that Winston shield as they're commuting to the battle. They want to be putting it down when they're on top of Izzyaki or on top of Fate to try and block off Izyaki's heals. And that means that Lip and Fletter can freely pepper them with damage, and Fielder's Coalescence honestly is not valuable enough an ultimate in many cases to be sort of denied by not giving over as much poke. Lip and Fletter definitely want to be doing as much damage as possible so that Fearless has to use resources before he needs to. This is going to be decided on City Center. Dallas Fuel once more will pick up the edgiest of all the edgelords with the Reaper.
This went really well for Fuel on that first round. 100-0 using that composition. Will be some high ground prioritization from Fuel. Only, but not fully committing. Looks like Edison actually TP'd to the other side, the highway, to see if he can catch Dragons. Looking at the front line of Fuel, Edison exposed himself, finds Flood already half HP. Lip just sprayed into Edison's DMs and died. Then you got a 5-on-3. This is an easy clap for Fuel. Now they can farm ult charge.
Wicked slide throw. Excellent stuff, and that was just really good communications and pinging there from Dallas Fuel, forcing Fletter to leave the sky by, I assume, a conflux of poke from Fearless's right click and maybe Fielder getting up on top of the pavilion and using the Bardic Grasp, because Dallas Fuel don't really have a reliable way of getting rid of Fletter in the sky, so Fletter's got to make use of that space and not be caught when he's low disengaging.
Oh, Edison is in such a cool position on highway side, and Fuel kind of have this split push where Dragons have to figure out who can they punish, and Edison is always within Wraith range. Fate healed back up. He's got the power block, Fearless disengaging. And City Center is definitely a point where you can just stall and soft disengage all the time and really get up to 99% quite easily. Dragons need a decisive fight. Flood in the back, focusing beam out, but Sparkle dashes. Meanwhile, you're left with a 4-on-4. Izzyaki had to nano Lee Jae-gong. He's taking too much pressure. Wants Lee Jae-gong to carry his team to victory. Now that he has the rally, needed that sustain, the nano damage mitigation to live. Fuel still ordered away the storm. We got a 3-on-2 on the point, favoring the Dragons with a leftover rally from Lee Jae-gong. And as long as you pack Fate, he can gatekeep the stairs, and Fuel don't have a moment to engage without Fearless.
Fearless getting out, however, gave Fielder all the charge he needed for the Coalescence, but once more, I'm looking to Fate to try and cancel this. It's combined with the Blade. It's beams and blades all over Lemon.
Yeah, the Coalescence to get all the targets low and Sparkle to get dash resets, but there was so much healing from the rally of Lee Jae-gong that not a lot of resets, but Sparkle still was able to live. Can't say the same about Edison. 5v4. Now the Dragons with the copy. Flutta with the Winston. Primal Rage gone in a second. Fuel needing to flip back this point, but deciding that, you know, a 3v5 is just not worth it. So Dallas will reset.
Lee Jae-gong really is the stopgap here, and the thing is, Izzyaki, he's having a pretty easy time hitting some of these antis onto players like Fielder and Chio. Once those initial cooldowns like the Fade and the Bubble have been used, Izzyaki is essentially home free if he survives that initial engagement, and that's why Fate's playing more of a peeling Doomfist to knock back these assailants.
Now I'm waiting for the timing of the Sound Bear. Chio uses it to engage. Caught the supports of the Dragons against the wall quite literally. And then convert a kill on the Izzyaki and Lee Jae-gong within the start. Fuel in a great position. They just got to keep Fielder alive. But Fielder was caught using Fade. And Fate had the hunt down. So neither team have supports. And we're left with a 3-on-2. Dallas Fuel, though, dangerously low. They had the numbers, but no longer. It's 2-2 split. The Reaper of Edison looking at Fate as Fleta hopes to fly away. Now the supports of Dragons are back, and Fielder can throw an orb as well from the Fuel side. This is an extended fight that Dragons are benefiting from.
And Izzyaki has the nano good to go. Additional survivability, additional damage for last time. It went onto Lee Jae-gong and was able to mace their way through the entirety of Dallas Fuel's stack. Once more, Lee Jae-gong's mace is a shine in Lemon.
Oh, I don't think Fearless want that smoke, though. That's a Nano Brigader. That's the ultimate boss of Overwatch 2, and he found out the hard way. Now the rally starts, and Dragons are 5v3. Dragons are so good at identifying when Fielder uses Fade. You bring out the Mortar for that survivability, but the Fuel are dead in the water, and Dragons will take map 1.
In the end, Lemon, it's a level 1 Moira versus a level 100 Brig boss who just manages to cleave through all who stand in her way. The Winston shield means nothing. The damage of the Reaper means nothing. And Fate, kudos to him. It's mostly been the ball so far, and Dallas Fuel picked Oasis, I think, in the hope that the ball would be less effective here, swapping over to the Doomfist instead and playing it in a wonderful, peeling manner to make sure that Izzyaki had space to survive against the big onslaughts Dallas Fuel had. While it did begin in a grandiose manner, it's ended with a little bit of a puff. The fuel is starting to run out. We'll see if it can be reignited after this break.
What's up, everyone? Midseason Madness has been a banger, and that first match went the distance. First map, I should say. Round 3 all the way. That was Dallas Fuel's pick, by the way, on Oasis. And they brought out the strats. The ace up the sleeve has come out. The Edison Reaper of all things. So Dallas Fuel sure know how to change things up. And we have some substitutions. Speaking of changes, we got Bebe in for Lee Jagon. And we have Guerrillo in for Edison.
Both of these are curious, Lemon, as they are hallmarks of the previous less effective attempts at mid-season Madness qualifiers success that these teams had. Guerrillo, over the last couple of matches, which Dallas Fuel have played very well, has kind of been phased out on the Sojourn in favor of Edison, and Bebe was part of the Void experiment for Shanghai Dragons, but Bebe being brought in here in the place of Lee Jae-gon, you've got to expect that we're going to be seeing what we'd call a double flex support in the more antiquated term, maybe playing a little bit more of the Ana or the BAP, alongside Izayaki, who'd likely be playing a Zenyatta. And Guerrillo, well, he's a really good flick scan. Bloody good at things like Widowmaker, Ashe, and of course the Sojourn as well. But Dallas Fuel was sort of hinting at how much they liked Edison's Sojourn recently, so I'm wondering if this is more of a lean towards something like an Ashe, because of course we have that kind of trifecta at the moment of the Ashe, the Sojourn, and the Hanzo, each fulfilling a slightly different role.
Absolutely, yeah. Guerrillo definitely kind of the ranged hit scan. Edison, I guess now I was talking about the Tracer option. How could I ever forget about Reaper? But we just haven't seen him this patch. There's just so many other options. So we go into map 2. This is chosen by the Fuel because they have lost map 1. Their choice. How could they? They had the strat book out though. Just wasn't thick enough. But we go to Midtown. And I gotta say, this is maybe a weakness for the Shanghai Dragons, because the last time they went to Midtown, it was against the Chengdu Hunters a couple weeks ago, and they got full held by Chengdu on this map. So not sure if Fuel are playing into their strengths, but also playing into Dragons' weaknesses.
Maybe Dallas Fuel have been watching the tape, trying to figure out what Shanghai Dragons try to achieve here. I do believe that Shanghai Dragon's probably going to be attacking first. I'm not entirely sure. As we roll over here, one of the places I want to really draw attention to, Lemon, is second point, and how powerful it can be as a defensive bulwark if you're playing either Winston or Reinhardt. If you're playing Reinhardt, you can really deny so much space to an attacking team if you win the first fight on second. We've seen London Spitfire do it again and again. And if you're playing the defensive Winston, where we currently are on camera at the moment, that green tarp high ground is really a fantastic place for a Winston to hang out and generate a crossfire with supports who would be hanging out on the other side, who are just sitting on the bridge, freely poking away, and the Winston takes a lot of resources to dislodge from that area.
It feels like we saw just so much Lee Jae-gon raid boss last map that is Bebe filling those shoes? Not now, because there is no Ana. He's coming in to play Lucio with Izayaki's Brig, at least for now off the gates. We shall see. Dragons, last time they played this map, you know, the full health part, it was Ball, Tracer, Sojourn, Zen, Brig, and this wasn't with Bebe in. So we'll see if Dragons really learned from their mistakes and their weaknesses with a new substitute and with a similar type of comp.
So Guerrillo is playing Ashe after all, and one of the main strengths of the Ashe is that she can force out a flanker quite easily if they're playing solo, using that dynamite and deny the space grab that those DPS can generate in Overwatch 2 when they aren't as heavily contested by tanks on an individual level. You can see that Lip already has a charged up rail good to go, and this is going to be one of the things that Fearless has to be cognizant of, not giving over that easy rail charge with his bubble.
Yeah, on Oasis, I mean, Lip was definitely part of some of the success, you know, getting those first shots with the Sojourn, but hasn't connected on anything yet. Fuel trying to cut off those rotations from Dragons, maybe going left side, but Fearless gets punished. Lip is charged up off the shield, walks in and finishes him off. And without that Winston, Fuel are just left to either hope that they can flank with Sparkle or Guerrillo can get a pick from range, and at least Sparkle delivers on the front with a double kill onto Lip and Flutta. and Goreo got antied and got to 1 HP, but Dragons never executed. So they're left with having to reset.
No tank required. Sometimes the guns just work. Lemon, and Sparkle's going to be rewarded for a pulse bomb for his efforts as well. Shanghai Dragons, they expended so many resources to deal with Fearless's initial dive. Even after they killed him, they were kind of fighting from behind in terms of the overall HP available. And Fate playing here with a Ana and a Wrecking Ball is not the most common, because the Ana allows you to take some extended frontline fights with a huge amount of point healing she gives over, but the Wrecking Ball is weak when he's taking extended fights because his guns simply aren't that strong.
You just ain't built like that, so I understand. So I've seen a lot of Lip nanos in previous matches, but if Flood is in the right spot at the right time, he can deliver too, but Lip gets the nano, jumps up, backhands Fielder, drops down, goes after Fearless, and Dragons already started off a 5-on-3 fight, and that is more than enough to get the point off of just one ultimate. That's sick.
That's a good deal right there, Lemon. That's a bargain for the Shanghai Dragons. First point of Midtown, and now Dallas Fuel. I want to see if they utilize the crossfire of having Fearless play on that green tarp, while Fielder and Chio can play in a much more reserved position alongside Guriel. This will allow Sparkle to probably do a 3-2 split where they play a lot closer alongside Fearless, and likely are given the Harmony Orb to try and make some solo plays as well. And you can see Fearless here trying to control the area that I desperately wanted him to. This is going to mean that Shanghai Dragons have to put some real effort into dislodging him, and that's why Iziaki's up here.
I mean, Flood is just shooting ghosts at this point. He's hunting for something, and Fuel dropped down the nano to Fearless, and is about to squash Baby if he's not careful, but it's a ring around the Rosie, and Fearless gets impatient, has to use the Primal, and it's just, you know, it's a good combo. It's like peanut butter and jelly with the nano and the Primal, and I mean, Fearless gets to make a montage out of it. So 2 ults, fight win, it's a successful equation for Fuel.
Yeah, from Primal Rage to hulking out kind of anger with the nano. Huge amounts of damage done, even with Bebe trying to ring around the Rosie on that little pillar. But you can see that Fate is actually continuing to apply pressure in this position to try and make sure the Shanghai Dragons don't have to re-clear it on their next attack, because that would take time and critical resources from your Zen's attention span.
Looks like Fuel ready to be on the flank. Sparkle being checked by Fleta, who immediately recalls. Sparkle says, come back here, but Goreo gets shot at a distance from Flip, and this could open things up for the Dragons. They do sleep the ball, but he immediately waking up, and Bear's like, who did that? I'm reporting you. But he gets on the other side of the cart. He's chill, finished off, burned down. Dragons get a bit of space, but it's about taking back the bridge control, where Fuel has their secondary position to fall into. Pile drive from Fate, gets antied, not slipped quite yet, and he's half HP, so he's going to keep the ball rolling. Fuel, not giving up the bridge quite yet, playing really passively. Sparkle doesn't have a pulse, but he is going to try and flank every once in a while.
Fielder's nano generation here is second to none, but it's Bebe who strikes first here. It's given over to Lip, who's yet to pop the overclock. It does force out the Transcendence from Chio. Once that goes away, maybe Lip will be able to try and capitalize on this. Oh, that's capitalization, all right. That's capital P for pain, Lemon.
The Transcendence and the nano from Dragons, with only the Transcendence from Fuel, so just a lot of time being drained, and that's what I like to see from the defense, of just if the attack isn't getting card progression, then Fuel can just take the fight as slowly as possible. They do lose it though, so we'll see how this one next one goes.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel have to be very careful with. They don't really have a good mind-clearing utility apart from Fearless's bubble at this point, and Fearless desperately needs that to take an engagement with Bebe to dance around. Lip avoids the incoming dive, and Lip just do not miss, baby!
Oh, the pile drive into the shot by the Sojourn is gorgeous. And even the mines, so Fuel have to sit there shooting mines the whole time when they gotta be contesting. And Lip says, well, I wanna be on the clips of the week, and he pops the overclock. He's going after the reinforcements of Fuel, and this point B just got rolled by the Dragons.
Roasted. And that's with Fielder having excellent nano generation as well. I thought it was super impressive that Fielder almost had a nano ready to go. The fight after the nano dive from Fearless actually won a fight for Dallas Fuel, taking out Bebe early. But Dallas Fuel are getting outpaced by Shanghai Dragons in so many respects, which is sort of uncanny, because Dallas Fuel are such a fast team that it's very rare to see them have to be the ones to catch an engagement. But Fate's getting such good advanced positioning that constantly you have to be mindful of dislodging Fate and making sure he can't get a free ride onto Chio.
We're just talking about that pressure that's on Goreo's shoulders, who hasn't been able to compete against Lip on this Sojourn role yet. It's been Lip all day. With Dragons, they got 2 minutes. And you think Fuel, the way they play passive is to drain time, but they're not. It's not like they're winning either. They're trading ults, and it's not coming out their way. And it continues to go Lip's way. He keeps getting first bloods. This opens the window of opportunity. A 5-on-4, but Fearless, the Nano Primal, he's in the back. He's going after Bebe. Now, if only could locate him. Well, he does dodge the sleep. He's antied, and now both supports and Fleta has entered the fray to beat Fearless down. The Dragons can kind of regroup on the cart, and Fuel don't want to take this without Fearless.
Buying a ticket to Vazoo, like, we're literally going to beat you to death. It ain't Madagascar anymore, though, Lemon. This is Overwatch mid-season madness. Fleta does not commit to the full fight on Shio. Getting rid of that Zen would be super important, removing the capacity for that trance, and Shio is
It's fine. They nanoed Lip, and Guriel got squashed a little bit, just trying to stay alive in your spot. How dare he do that? But Dragons, they gotta win this quick. They don't have Baby. Very limited heals with the Zenyatta. Speaking of which, Shio Transcendence anchored to the cart 2 meters away. It's a bit of a waste. Not like anyone was healed, but you stop the cart from being capped. It's up to Fearless. Someone has to touch, and he has to permanently be present there. But there's mines from Fate in the way. Now Fleta has to be there. Little bit of space thanks to Fate's mines, and Dragons have the Fuel's backs against the wall, and they complete with 41 seconds on the clock.
All right, a Nesto entry frag, also known as Lit. It felt like Dallas Fuel were permanently fighting a 4 versus 5 game here just because Lip is so damn accurate. When it comes to those railgun shots, I'm getting flashes of Shy in my mind, but for my money, Lip might even be better. Lip could be the premier hit scan that we have in the league, and according to Shanghai Dragons, not even the best Sojourn on the team. I think I heard that they had a Sojourn 1 versus 1 tournament when the hero was initially released, and Fleta was actually the one who won that. And we've seen Fleta absolutely dominate on the Sojourn on maps like Circuit Royale, when Shanghai Dragons can really overpower their opponents with double hit scan.
Lip is overheating my laptop right now because he just went 16-3 on Sojourn. Wow. We were not capping when we said this guy was dominating on Sojourn. But, you know, Fuel, they can sometimes crack under pressure, but Guriel has performed on Sojourn in our regular season matches, and we get to go into a replay of one of the many of times that Lip is doing his Sparker impression just this map alone. And he even pops the overclock, he headshots Guriel, turns and burns on Sparkle, he goes after the backline, and you don't even want to know what happens to Fielder here. Do I have to even say it? He dies, by the way.
He dies. He dies. Wicked stuff from Lip. Sliding around, Dallas Fuel now on their attack once more, utilizing the Lucio. They are one of the few teams that do utilize a little bit more of a Lucio, but of course that's just for rollout. Chio swaps over to the Zenyatta, and this will allow for a little bit better poke. Fate's actually emoting at the moment in the laundromat. Just getting himself a little bit of that 3D peek, and of course making sure that his white tees are completely clean.
I mean, this... Dragons at least have been able to complete the map. We said they got full health before. Look how the tides have turned, and Fearless gets burned alive. He got antied, he got shot down by Lip. There was a trade by Sparkle while Lip was focused down on Fearless, so you have a 4v4, but the engage is off of usually Fearless, who's actually turning to go towards a Doomfist to match Fate. Fearless just can't seem to survive all the bursts that Dragons have.
Yeah, the thing is, with Fearless missing, these engagements become more and more perilous for Dallas Fuel as they enter these crossfires. Chio was just a remnant of an attack long finished, and was an easy pickup for those who remain. Fate charges up his fist and then simply leaves them, and at the moment, Dallas Fuel, it's their time bank that they're wasting, to paraphrase a teacher.
Well, you got a nano advantage, I guess, for Dragons, so... Usually giving this over to Fate, but we've seen it given to Lip before. You should give him a shiny sticker for how much Lip is just... His back is broken. The deadlift happening. Fate has got the nano, crushes Chio to death. Fielder, well, he's trying to land the sleep, but Fate is just so wiggly. Meanwhile, I think Bebe hit his sleep, but unfortunately died, so Fuel... The time bank is halfway gone. And there's not much openings happening. Sparkle, though, is creeping towards the point. Fearless engages the backline. Dragons disengaging towards spawn. Lip shows himself at the door, and that's scary to do against Doomfist, who still had Nano. Now 2 minutes left for Fuel. They start that first tick and the second. Dragons have the ult. Izayaki has Transcendence, but do Dragons think this is winnable? It has to be Fate. Uses the meter strike maybe to go towards the point. You got a railgun from Lip. The overclock trying to shoot down these supports, and especially Gorilla, who has to escape into top tunnel. Izayaki's like, let me lay this red carpet down for you. The Transcendence right into the enemy team, and Fuel are just absolutely overwhelmed. Have really lost control of the entire situation, and Fuel don't get the second tick.
Yeah, Sparkle in the midst of this was continuing to cap, but unfortunately in the end, Dallas Fuel there invested their Nano, which was one of their primary engagement tools, simply to get the space, and Shanghai Dragons did an excellent disengage. Here's a quick look at Izayaki being a bit of a menace on the Metro, and of course, that's what you call it. It's not exactly fair, but you could call that a Zen gap.
I just love the Transcendence into. I'm just repositioning to kick this other guy in the face. I love that. I love that for you. 1 minute though. Tables have clearly turned when Shanghai Dragons, last time we saw them on this map, they got full health. Now Fuel are 1 minute away from being full health on their very own choice of path. They got 4 ultimates though. If Fuel don't get this done, I'm just not going to be a Fuel believer anymore. I don't know. It'll be series point for Shanghai Dragons. Korea overclock at the ready. He had a charged up shot. He had a chance to kill Lip there. He had a chance to make us Korea believers. But we'll wait until you pop the ultimate. There's the initiative, though, from Dragons. The Nano onto Fate. It's countered by the Transcendence of Chio. But the pulse from Fleta burns through all of that. And Dallas Fuel have to try and engage this in a 3-on-4. They kill Bebe, so Dragons have very limited heals. They hope to just stall this out until Izayaki has Transcendence. But clearly, the DPS of Dragons are doing more than enough to keep this stabilized.
And Dallas was so desperate there, they used all 4 of their ultimates. Chio finally swaps over to the Lucio. Accelerando's on the menu, the point. It needs to be touched. Fate is slept. Sparkle is slain. Izayaki says absolutely not. This ends here. 2 maps picked for Dallas Fuel and 2 maps lost in tandem.
Oh my god, yikes. Jinkies, everyone. I was gonna give Fuel a map or 2. I thought this was going the distance. It's just Dragons all day, the full hold. It looked close on Oasis, and we still have one more map to go. I mean, look at the confidence. You have a flex support transcending into your backline to kick you. You got a body block on the Fearless. Dragons are bringing out all types of new looks, and it's just success all day long. I can't wait to see where these teams end up in this tournament. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we get back, we're on Dallas Fuel's last life.
gamers, get your pencils sharper than a lip rail flick. There's no better time than now. As a mid-season madness global tournament rages on, submit your art celebrating the team or the region that you'd like to see win it all on the Overwatch League Fan Art Gallery. Lemon, we certainly have 2 fan favorites here today, but I don't think the Dallas Fuel fans are going to be feeling pretty good about that Midtown.
Yeah, let me paint y'all a pretty ugly picture, or beautiful, depending on which side of the coin you are or who you're a fan of. Dallas Fuel are 0-2 in the series, Shanghai Dragons on series point. Remember, the winner of this gets the luxury of facing the Shock, the San Francisco Shock on Thursday. So I'm not sure how great you're feeling about that, but Shanghai Dragons 1 map away, but it's Fuel that choose to go to Circuit. And as we go to Circuit, you know who gets summoned here. We got Void, we got Hanbin substituted in for tanks.
Yeah, Void and Hanbin coming in because Sigma is love here on Circuit Royale, Lemon. And, well, Void and Bebe, we were talking about how the initial Shanghai Dragons mid-season madness experiment did not go great with Void and Bebe, but it makes a lot more sense here on Circuit Royale. Bebe also, I think, winning one of their first maps in a while over on Midtown. So, excellent performance from him. Izayaki staying in. I wonder if Bebe might be inclined to play a little bit of Brigitte here. I think it's much more likely from the Dallas Fuel to play the Brigitte here alongside Sparkle on a Genji. If I was going to postulate on what's going to happen between these two teams, on Shanghai Dragons, they're going to have Lip and Fleta play some kind of combination of double sniper with one on Sojourn and the other on Widowmaker likely. And Dallas Fuel, instead they're going to play a lot more for the Sigma versus Sigma matchup with a Brigitte and likely a Genji to try and overwhelm Void before Lip and Fleta get their picks. It's essentially a ticking time bomb when you're going up against the Shanghai Dragon snipers.
We've just seen new looks from both these teams, including Fate on the Doomfist, who has really not played Doomfist much at all this season. We haven't even seen much of Bebe, and here are the stats. I mean, most of Fate's time on Doomfist has been in the map you just saw, and they won it. And he has more time than Fearless on the Doomfist. So this is Smash Glass and Red Alert in the Fuel rooms right now. And even Shanghai Dragons incorporating Bebe in a tournament setting where we've seen mostly him come in on the Baptiste in the regular season, but he was on the Ana so that Izayaki could be on the Zen, because it's usually Izayaki on the Ana and Bebe staying in. Because of course you need a BAP player on Circuit Royale where it's going to be poke central, at least for our first point.
On Circuit Royale, I do wonder if this might be a bit of an over-adjustment from the Dallas Fuel to try and make sure they won't be going up against the Fate Doomfist. In my mind, it feels like Dallas Fuel were planning for a lot more of a Fate Winston and the Fate Ball. Like you said, a majority of the Doomfist that Fate has ever played in professional play have been in the last 2 maps. The tape didn't really do much to give us an idea that Fate would be coming into play this. Now Dallas Fuel are going to one of the few maps where the Doomfist would be considered less than optimal, and you can kind of telegraph you're going up against a Sigma at least. However, this does come with a trade-off, that now you're going up against Fleta and Lip on a potential double sniper setup. And to be honest, if we're being brutal, Gurio didn't really hold a candle to Lip in Midtown. It was all Lip all the time.
Thanks, my ears are bleeding, Dragons. I get it.
For this to stop.
I get it. I get it. Okay. Also, we should also talk about what is accompanying said Widowmaker, who is usually a mainstay in this. Sparkle's on the Genji, and usually you'll see anything from Hanzo, Genji, Sojourn, Tracer. There's so many options teams are going with, but Sparkle on the Genji allows for quick dashes to really get in the faces of the enemy team, get quick finishes, and get out, hopefully. There is always a risk, but the Dallas Fuel can play a lot more aggressive on that defense thanks to that. Fleta, though, he's on the Sojourn.
One of the important things about that Genji dash as well is that it does not get nullified by the kinetic grasp of the Sigma, neither does Chio's mace on the Brigitte. So if Void uses that kinetic grasp as a get out of jail card when he gets super low, they can be aggressed upon by the Dallas Fuel and potentially burned down.
Okay, here's a challenge, Sparkle. Dodge the giant meteors coming your way, because that is the ultimate kryptonite to our superhero Sparkle, which Fuel, if there's one thing you can depend on, it's Sparkle's Genji. He has turned around fights time and time again, but if he gets rocked like that, he could get first picked, and that's just not cash money. Fuel, though, they gave up a ton of space, and I think that's because they're really worried about Fletta's one-shot opportunity, and the shield break happening for the Dragons. They've already picked off 2. They actually have control of the right side railing, which gives great angles for someone like Lip, who's already headshot Sparkle. So Sparkle can't be playing passive here because he's just gonna get poked down. So Fuel have to be confident with this comp.
Yeah, the poke here from Dallas Fuel, or rather towards Dallas Fuel, cannot be sustained for long, especially with the limited overall healing throughput of a Brigitte who's not in the midst of the action, and as Zenyatta's Harmony Orb. For Shanghai Dragons, the amount of healing they can pump out onto Void is so much higher over Baptiste in their ranks.
Looking forward to see how the Dragons gonna push this top highway. This is, I think, one of the most difficult parts for the attack, but Fuel just rounding this corner, but Griot's gonna have great sights onto the back line. So can he really deliver? Grab Flux from Void. Not really sure who he caught in that. Oh, Hanbin's dangerously low, and he has his Discord Orb. And the supports of Fuel are 1 HP. They have to give up so much space. They have to play near the garages. Here is the engage from the Dragons with the Ant Matrix, as Hanbin only gets the opposite tank with his Grab Flux, but it was enough to pick off Void, and Bebe had to extend to try and heal that, and he gets picked off. And now that Fuel have won this fight, they can truly own top highway and even get first bloods and drain a lot of time from Dragons.
Getting rid of Gurio, though, is a huge pick for the Shanghai Dragons. This means that the approach towards the next fight is going to be so much safer when you're not worrying about that Widowmaker. She takes so long to get back to the fight because obviously her only mobility is that grappling hook. Lip already pops the visor. Gurio's going to be able to counter soon and then have an advantage on the defense, which will stall out the Shanghai Dragons, but they've already bought their position.
The rally starts from the defense. Shots exchange, but finally Sparkle gets involved, and that's really the value you're hoping to get out of the Genji, is to apply pressure to some of these range hit scans that the Dragons have. And this is the first time in a while we've seen Sparkle be able to get up in their face like that without getting picked. So the Dragons have to reset.
I love a little nod from Lip when he died, like, yep, Sparkle. Sometimes these things just happen when you're going up against one of the most hotly anticipated player pickups of, I think, 2020 is when Sparkle was initially picked up by the Paris Eternal, to the surprise of many. Shanghai Dragons now, once again, open up with the pick. It's Lip. Ernesto entry fragger once more knocking at the door.
Yeah, it's usually the defense that has just better sight lines. They have better protection up here. When you're the attack, you have to round the corner and just be out in the open. Speaking of which, Dragons, Overclock plus the Transcendence. But Hanbin waits for the perfect opportunity to grab Flux and get the Dragons low. And Sparkle, he's already trying to dash reset through them. Hanbin is rocking the socks off of Izayaki, and there's no heals left from the Dragons. And Void thought that was winnable, and he fluxed a ghost. So they have to go again.
Lemon.
It was wrong.
It was a misread, a misappropriation. Fleta swaps over to the Genji now, swapping away from what worked in APAC to deal with brand new threats and brand new approaches. Now Izayaki having to move from their comfort zone a little bit, playing the Brigitte instead. This is going to be an up-close battle now between the Sigmas, which of course has been Dallas Fuel's bread and butter with the brawling DPS that Genji brings alongside the Brig.
Just Dragons just being allowed to go up the highway, and Fuel not really getting much picks into their backline. Just trying to play this from front to back. Rally versus Ant Matrix. Ant Matrix first from Bebe, and just completely catches Gurio off guard, and Sparkle can't handle all the heat. You gotta rally for Gurio just to keep Hanbin alive, but you're just hoping and praying for a miracle if you're the Fuel. You're 3 versus 5, so Dragons really have to put pedal to the metal here if they want to claim point B before reinforcements get back, and this shouldn't be a problem, especially with Hanbin dying last.
All right, Bebe's hitting that StarCraft tier APM at the moment. And it was important that that fight be won with the Amplification Matrix, because Bebe only really had one more fight on this Bap. I anticipate we're probably going to swap over to the Zen to make sure that there's equal distribution of the Discord Orbs between these tanks, because otherwise Void can get very heavily bullied out compared to Hanbin, who's going to be able to weather a lot more damage without that Discord Orb affixed to it.
The Dragons, Cat B, 2.5 minutes for C. Inversight will be really useful here for Lip, just to see who has control of pool, who's maybe trying to contest the cart. Baby's playing hide and go seek with Grillo, and he wants none of that. He's more focused on trying to match up with Lip. There's the Inversight. Grillo's position revealed, and he just doesn't want to take that fight, especially with Inversight up. Just disadvantage for the other Widow. Dragons will have the grab flux, and it's like they're baiting Fuel out of Pool's side to see if they can get them clumped up. But Fleta has already converted on 2 kills after swapping to the Genji, and this works out perfectly. He got great card push, you're halfway to C, and Fuel are investing the Transcendence. They either had to die now, or they had to go out with a swing, and the Transcendence runs out at the end of the grab flux, and Dragons stagger out 3 people and are heading at the end of C.
The value from Void there, unbelievable. We'll probably have to talk about it after this round's concluded, because the rally is giving Fleta some extra armor, some extra cushion, but you need a big cushion to try and eat this blade. Sparkle is instantly lost, and so too is the objective, Lemon. Void managed to keep Hunbin, Fielder, and Chio staring at him across that bridge, and that left Grillo and Sparkle with no support in the roadway. They were overwhelmed in 3 versus 1 scenarios. And then we saw Chio try and, or maybe Fielder try and engage with a trance, and so that could be timed out perfectly by Void. That was a masterclass in demanding attention and creating mental space by the off-tank that Shanghai Dragons have brought in just for Circuit.
Just what did Fleta do? Like, he just killed 2. Can I get I will give $5 to whoever is replays to see how Fleta just killed 2 people for free. Like, no blade, nothing. Just godlike Genji plays. Because usually that part of the map, there's such a long kind of brawly contest for pool control to get your Widow set up and blah, blah, blah. And then Fleta's just like, I'm just gonna 1v whoever. And just at 5-on-3 alone, it's just Fuel were forced with that decision of either transcending or dying and hoping that they reset in time, and they chose the first option. So it was the right option, because I don't even know if they would have had time to Transcendence at the end. And, oh, $5 to you, my man. There is Fleta catching Sparkle out of position, gets a dash reset, right clicks, and melees Grillo. What a play. This is what won Dragon's Point C.
But the real critical thing there is that Fleta wasn't alone, Lemon. There was the Brigitte of Izayaki with him, whereas Chio's Brigitte was sitting up with Hunbin and Fielder on the bridge, essentially doing nothing, just like Grillo's corpse, as it falls to the ground. Lip opens up the Widow versus Widow once more in glorious fashion.
Yeah, Lip continues to div Grillo, where you were hoping Grillo steps up for the Fuel, because this is Fuel's last life. Dragons cap with 1:32. Fuel got to go all the way to the end with time. You know, that would be kind of nice. Or else, you drop 0-3 and go to the lower bracket. And you have to face Fusion, which who knows, because you've never played them before. So we'll see how that goes. Dragons, though, jump snipes from Lip. Sparkle doing the cheating move. He's trying to go onto the bridge because Fuel or Dragons are he's not actually cheating. I'm tapping the admin sit down, but he does go onto the bridge because Dragons were playing far forward, but Dragons ended up disengaging, picking off Sparkle, and that's a risk that Fuel were willing to take.
And Shanghai are happy to try and take this extended fight until Chio and Hanbin really get up onto Void, because they have the overall healing from the Baptiste to make sure that they can take these long-range poke fights, and they only really have to start disengaging when Chio starts whacking upon the Sigma and delivering that Inspire healing over a long term. And this gives Lip plenty of time to look for opening picks.
I really want to be inspired by the Fuel right now, because you just got to hold as much time as possible. Dragons rolled point A and got a lot of time here. So Fuel, it's a time race. That's what this payload map is all about. Maybe working up to some ultimates though, but just getting some free space. Fleta a little bit low. And Sparkle, I mean, he's Narnia away. He can't follow up on that. It's all about Grillo to deal with 2 ranged DPS on the other side, because Dragons are playing so far away. It's Void just anchoring the cart. He's gonna use the Gravitic Flux, but it's countered by Fielder's Transcendence. Fleta's poking his way through the staircase, and Grillo hasn't been able to get a good sight line. So he focuses his attention on Void, but Void gets healed back up by the Transcendence. But because Fleta keeps being a little eager, he eventually got punished. Grillo only looked at Void for a second, but Void's getting all the attention now. And Dragons are down 2. Fuel just have to bully their way to point A, and they got 4 minutes for B.
I've got to make my own $5 offer to replay. Did that flux miss? I think that flux from Void missed. I think he might have hit no one. which is abysmal, honestly, if you're going to get that little value out of such a fantastic ultimate. Maybe it grabbed someone, but they just didn't go up that high. For now, Shanghai Dragons are almost confined to the hotel at the moment. Fielder's putting down so much poke here that Void has to take a much more passive pathing forward to try and find some targets for Lip via pings.
Leave my man Void alone. You know, sometimes you have an unbranded mouse, gravitic flux that happens. It's a little goofy, but this is your one map to shine on, and it's about holding the end of B. You got ults from the Dragons. Overclock, push against the wall, and he puts shots into Hotbin. Shield comes up, and he just presents himself to be killed by the rest of Fuel. Flutta just is unprotected, trying to play on top of the tent to get angles above the Sigma. It just doesn't really get much, but a few members of Fuel low. Now they're bullying their way through, and Sparkle gets his blade shut down twice in a row. This is just not happening for Sparkle, but he's gonna continue on the Genji. Now Izayaki is trapped, and there's no getting out of this. Bebe's just trying to blend into the wall. He's gonna use Ant Matrix. Dallas Fuel, how bad do you want this? Izayaki is now trying to kick his way to death. Gravitic Flux, because Fuel are tired of this. They do not want to wait any longer. A bunch of ults wasted. We go back to the cart. It's 4 meters away. Fuel, can we finish this today? Okay, they're gonna cap.
That was some Igor of a fight, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that's the first time that I've seen mid-fight a team take hostages. Izayaki and Bebe both confined to the garage. Hunt actually puts up the shield in the doorway, so they have no way of actually getting any projectiles out. It splits Shanghai in two. No one else can receive healing, and unless Lip was able to get some mega pop-off, things were not going to go his way. Still, for Dallas Fuel, this is a respectable time back. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to try and get through this final area of Circuit Royale, but this is often where we have seen teams halted for years upon years, and Lip has exactly the spot he wants, control of the pool.
Okay.
And he's making a splash.
And he's dead. And that's just off of a Lip snipe from Pool. So was the shield not up for Hanbin? What happened to shield's up? Sorry, wrong team. But Sparkle has to play charades now and do his impression of Flutta, where he gets a double kill and just kind of carries Fuel through this fight. But without Guerrillo, just Fuel are not going to force it even with Transcendence.
Yeah, it doesn't make too much sense. Guerrillo swapping over to the Sojourn. We thought the Sojourn from Guerrillo was pretty good. It did eventually get kind of phased out by the Edison Sojourn over the last few weeks, but we know that it's very much within his wheelhouse. This is a very, very aggressive play from Dallas Fuel. They do force out the infra sites at least, and so it's a moment to back off Lemon, contemplate, and figure out their next move.
Yeah, and because Sparkle's on Genji and not Tracer, there's not as much cart presence, or at least the way Sparkle is positioning. He dashes out of that, but this rest of his team is going to feel this Gravitic Flux in the morning. Hanbin does get dangerously low, so Fuel, take a second, take a breather. Now we have Rally, so Chio starts that up as soon as he has it, and Fuel are going to bully their way through. Sparkle goes to the cart to stop its backwards progression, and he's so dashable. And Flutta, he wanted it so bad, and Sparkle came for his revenge. Fuel continue to get these first picks in the fight, and Dragons quickly disengage. It's about owning this high ground now. Lip is going to be on all the way on the other side, hoping to match with Guerrillo once again, or really whoever from Fuel who's trying to push this cart. But Sparkle knows he wants none of that smoke. He is nowhere close to even accessing Lip all the way at the back. So Fuel, they gotta just wait for Gravitic Flux, and they waited a bit too long, especially without a shield. Lip has picked Guerrillo yet again, and this is just no bueno for Fuel.
I think that Hanbin may have just made a series-defining mistake, Lemon, overextending a touch too far into Shanghai Dragons territory and losing his life. Yeah, Chio ends up staggering themselves, but in the end, with Hanbin gone, Dallas Fuel had no way to really extricate themselves from the pool that, yes, they had bought for a huge amount of blood, sweat, and tears. But without the Gravitic Flux to really try and find the exits, it was going to be a real chance, especially because Bebe had already used the Immortality Field. Now Bebe has another Immortality Field, there's a Transcendence available. Shanghai Dragons are now in a great position to hold this map.
Oh, just so much of that Fuel time is gone. You have the ults. Fuel, you have to go all the way to the end, or this series is toast. Hanbin's shield's already low. He's gonna use the Matrix, and Fuel are just trying to not get shot by Lip for once. Infrasight activated. He knows where the Fuel are. Gravitic Flux. Hanbin is on his own. Here comes Fuel, their life-saving. Oh, and he's dead. Hanbin cannot be saved. And now you don't have a tank for 38 seconds. Fuel have to make a decision. Do we fight this without him or not? and well, they get wiped away. At least they die quickly, so 30 seconds remaining. Fuel will have one last fight to go.
Critically, Izayaki did not break. The iron will of the Iron Monk has stayed resolute. And the Transcendence now stands at the ready when Sparkle brings out the blade. Gurio might try and use an early overclock here to force out the Transcendence, but Izayaki knows that against the headshots of the overclock, it's not really a huge stimulus for the Transcendence itself. On the other side, Fleta going to be basically unanswered when he uses his own blade. Only Hunbin's shields can really protect anyone. Never mind the blade, Lemon.
Oh
Never mind!
Headshot after headshot! Oh, I was waiting for my moment to say that. And then Fuel just lost. I didn't even get to keep going. Lip didn't even get to keep going. So, sweet 3-0 from the Shanghai Dragons. Absolute domination over the Dallas Fuel with even a full hold on Midtown, a short series. But not a short life for Fuel because they'll get to go down to the lower bracket to face Philadelphia Fusion on a Wednesday. And if you're a Shanghai Dragons fan, you better tune in on Thursday because they face the Shock. But this was still a fun series to watch.
I think I might have just witnessed the first ever iteration of an aim 9, which is forcing the enemy to not be able to touch the point because you just hit every single shot as a sniper. That's frankly bizarre, but then again, Lip has never been anything but bizarre, whether it's doing some weird EMPs or just being an absolute freak show when it comes to the aim. What a performance from the sniper of Shanghai Dragons, Lemon.
And it's just Gurio hasn't been able to even just put a dent into Lip at all.
He hasn't installed Overwatch yet.
I think Gurio was maybe more looking at Fleta's Sojourn than winning duels against Lip. It was just really cool to see just both teams playing their cards. Clearly, both teams have studied a lot on each other. Dallas Fuel picking a few of Shanghai's weakest maps. Turns out Shanghai Dragons don't make the same mistake twice, going from being full held on Midtown to obliterating Dallas Fuel with even time to spare. So Shanghai Dragons pulling out all the punches, but there's one player, I'm gonna give you guys one guess, and you can't mess this up. Player of the match from the Shanghai Dragons, you know who it is. It's Sojourn, it's Lip on the Sojourn, by the way. He just was outstanding today.
The entry frag Ernesto, the creator of the Aim 9, Lip might be the best hit scan in the world, and right now he's certainly looking like it. Shanghai Dragons were by no means slouches today as a team, but when it comes to individual performances, I have not seen one this good since MN3 on New Queen Street. And you know what? Lip did it for an entire bloody series. It's been, it just stopped Gurio from being able to play the game. We've seen Gurio get a couple of good shots here and there to really soften up these targets, but in the end, when you're too worried about going head-to-head with Fleta, things start to fall through the cracks, and those cracks get torn open by a player like Lip.
Yeah, torn open indeed. 64% railgun accuracy, that's the only number I care about. How well do you shoot? Shoot pretty good, says Lip.
Shoot good.
Shoot good. I mean, the fact that this guy was good in the Soldier meta, good on Sojourn, good on Widow, like what can this guy not do? There's just so much competition for just rookie player, MVP of the whole year, and Lip has to be in that conversation. And we have more conversations to have because there's another match around the corner, the last one of the day. Hangzhou Spark versus the Seoul Dynasty. The last time these two teams have met. Seoul Dynasty 3-0'd them and it wasn't pretty. So, will this be a different tale? We're gonna find out because the biggest stakes on the line. Well, at least on the winner's bracket side of things. Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty on the other side of this break, and we'll see you there.
여기 오면 치고 얘 정면에서 할 거야. 내가 보기엔 정면 오겠다.
나 정면 빠질 거야. 나 정면 빠질 거야. 정면으로 왔어. 나 정면으로 왔어.
잘해야 돼. 자리야 보자. 자리야
설게.
돼지 컷. 나이스. 자리야 그냥 때릴게 방금. 가자 당기자. 자리야 컷. 내 왼쪽에 뒤에 소전. 나이스. 뒤요. 뭐야? 헨지고 수시 못하고 그냥.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Fate from Shanghai Dragons. Fate, congratulations on the win. Now, my first question for you is, I found something interesting. I think you guys were sort of predominantly using the Wrecking Ball dive in the regular season, as well as yesterday's match as well. But today we saw something different. You guys were running a lot of the Doomfist dive. I was just curious, was that sort of your strategy for the Dallas Fuel specifically? 일단 오늘 승리 하신 거 너무나 축하드리면서 첫 번째 질문 하도록 하겠습니다. 페이트 선수. 어제 경기와 또 어떻게 보면 정규 시즌 경기들과는 좀 다르게 그때는 좀 더 레킹볼 다이브 조합 위주로 좀 플레이를 많이 하는 상하이를 봤었는데 오늘은 좀 다르게 둠피스트를 좀 많이 본 것 같아요. 이거에 대한 이유, 이게 좀 오늘 달라스와의 경기를 위해서 좀 이렇게 스페셜하게 좀 준비를 한 전략인지 아니면 그거에 대한 좀 이유를 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
네. 그 조합은 사실 이것저것을 다 준비를 했고요. 그 많고 많은 조합을 준비했는데 거기서 그냥 이제 상대에 따라서 그냥 하나씩 꺼내서 상황에 맞게 썼는데 지금까지는 그 꺼낼 기회가 잘 안 나왔어요. 그래서 네, 오늘 꺼낼 수 있는 기회가 나와서 꺼냈던 것 같습니다.
I mean, we always had a lot of different strategies and compositions in our toolkit, I guess. We had them all planned out, but it just happened so that we never had the chance to sort of use different strategies other than the Wrecking Ball that we've been utilizing a lot. But today, fortunately, we were able to use one of the many compositions that we have practiced. So I think it sort of worked out, and it's really helped us get the win today against the Dallas Fuel. All right, my next question for you, Fate, is of course, with this win, you guys are moving up the ladder, and your next opponent is going to be none other than San Francisco Shock. I just want to hear your thoughts on the team and about the match tomorrow. 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 오늘 승리로 인해서 내일 이제 센쇼과 경기가 있을 텐데요. 페이트 선수가 보시기에 내일 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같나요? 그리고 또 센쇼에 대한 좀 개인적인 의견이 있다면 무엇일까요?
쇼크는 제가 생각했을 때는 조금 현 메타와는 약간 비주류? 그런 영웅들을 많이 꺼내면서 딜러 캐리의 비중이 저희 팀보다도 훨씬 높은 것 같은데 그래서 좀 쉽지 않을 것 같아요. 근데 또 뭐 반대로 어렵지도 않을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
All right. I do believe that I think San Francisco Shock is a unique team that sort of they stay a little deviant from all the meta picks or meta heroes. That's what they sort of like to use, and they do have really good DPS players as well. So I do think that it's not going to be an easy match, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be that hard as well. All right, Fate, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 피트 선수 수고하셨습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you. Avani, bye.
Did he tell me bye or did he tell him bye? I'm confused when he said bye. Bye. All right. Well, it was great being on the deck. I've been told that I'm not allowed to actually stand up from this chair because we're wired in, and I would break the set.
Yeah, potentially. Everything would catch on fire. The windows would break. It'd be awful. Yeah.
Break the set,
You're
just
stuck
like
here.
Shanghai Dragons broke Dallas Fuel in that series. See what I did there?
I'm impressed.
It all
We're
comes
all
together
impressed.
at the end. I mean, we're impressed. I feel like Johnny was impressed watching that game because halfway through he got so passionate seeing Lee Jae Gong pop off in the one game that he played. So Johnny, what do you have to say about
We gotta
that?
talk.
We gotta talk. Look at him.
We gotta talk. All right? I don't care. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me when I speak. Give me the time. Give me the time.
There you go. There you go.
We gotta talk about Lee Jae-gon, okay? I don't care that he only played 1 out of the 3 maps, all right? Because this was some vintage Lee Jae-gon. I'm not allowed to say the word. Lee Jae-gon stuff. I mean, he was incredible in that very first match, and I just gotta get that problem. How often do we talk about Briggs? How often do we talk about main supports? Not that often. But this rally in overtime, and he just carries his team, the momentum forward, gets a pick of the sparkle as well, wraps it up with the flail, but also keeps his teammates alive with the armor packs like consistently, and we even saw a little bit more on that later in this very map in the next clip as well. Here on the point, keeping his team alive against this Lucio Moira dive, and then healing his Echo with the armor packs as well, keeping his teammate alive and peeling off all these dive characters. I mean, I just love Lijigon. Like, he's the go, and like I like him. He's so good.
I want to point out one thing.
If you know, you know.
I have been walking around for this entire series saying Lee J Gong instead of Lee J God, and no one has corrected me.
Lee J God. Lee J God.
I've been saying gong like Wong. He's been saying gone because I made
It's
one
gone.
joke, and now I'm hearing it's God. I'm the new kid on the
I'm
block,
naming him
and
the
no
Lee
one
J
has corrected me. So
I'm
thank
naming
you
him
for
the Lee
that.
J
It's been
God.
going on for so long, man. I was kind of like, oh, I don't want to say anything at this point, but
Like,
now
at
you
this
brought
point,
it
I'm
up.
afraid to ask, but you know what? That's totally fine. We do it live on the show, and that's of course fine there. But I mean, listen, we got to hear a little bit from Fate. Danny asked him about switching up some of the strategies. Had seen a lot of Wrecking Ball with our dear little hamster friend, but actually breaking out the Doom Fist. Fate saying that it was something that they had practiced and they were excited to pull it out today.
They activated his trap card.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't expect it coming. I didn't expect it coming. Heading into this match, they had played almost no Doomfist throughout the entire season so far, so I wasn't expecting them to pull it out, and I don't think the Dallas Fuel were either. They seem to get caught off guard by this aggressive style of the Doomfist, and we know how good it can be against that Winston. Those shotguns can do a lot of damage, especially if you can punch him into the wall. The Moira, you can cancel that coalescence with the Doomfist punch, and it just felt like the Dallas Fuel, with this Lucio Moira comp that I'm just not in love with, it doesn't have enough damage to close out these fights, especially when you have, as Johnny said, such a great main support in Lijigon on that brig. So I wasn't in love with what they did in that first map. We head over to Midtown and we go towards a more mirror style with the Sojourn, Tracer, Winston / Doom style, and this is really when Lip started taking over the game. We've hyped him up so much this season and this series, and he really delivered, just absolutely going crazy. And there was no answer to it on the Dallas Fuel side. This is a consistent theme throughout this season that they do not have the hit scan player to be able to compete with the top dogs right now. Gurio on that Sojourn wasn't that impressive, but really on this map, I believe it was 3 final blows for Gurio on that Widow to Lip's 15. It just was not close. And even though the match happened every time the Dallas Fuel started gaining steam, Lip just clicks head after head after head. I actually remember Hex saying, I'm going to throw Hex under the bus here. Hex was walking and he goes, oh, that 3K wasn't that impressive. I could have done that. They were just walking to the cart. I did hit. So, Lip, if you ever need a Widow 1v1, we have Hex in the
it
cart.
wasn't wrong.
You try hitting that 3K. Any disrespect to Lip is disrespect to me. He's such a great player, and no one has had an answer to it.
No one talked to Lip about that ever again.
We're gonna need like a special watch point post-show, and then we're gonna have Hex come out with a setup, and we're gonna put his, skills to the test right there. But with that game results in, we actually have the updated brackets. I just heard him in my ear say, "Bring it on." Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket for what we have, because as we see the Shanghai Dragons moving on, I do believe that they're going to be taking on the Shock. As you can see right here in our first match of the day on Thursday. Spicy indeed. And then we are, of course, going to see Dallas Fuel move on to tomorrow's match in the lower bracket, and they are going to be taking on
Oh, God.
the Fusion. So guys, speaking to you, I'm coming to you. Just begging, pleading, as a Fusion fan. I gotta know, do our boys got this?
I think Fusion has a real good chance in this one. But they're so freaking disappointing that I don't want to believe in it.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to side with you on this one, so I'm kind of torn. I actually think that they have a better chance of beating the Dallas Fuel.
Okay.
But I don't want to become a Fusion fan. They've already burnt me once this tournament.
Yeah, that's an awful thing.
Yeah.
Really.
I just feel so...
But they have a chance.
They do have a chance.
They have a
So in all
chance.
actuality...
Like a good chance.
Good chance.
I'd say this one is actually like a 60-40 Dallas, maybe. I'd say it's
60-40
really close.
Dallas?
60-40 Dallas?
What? Do you think it's Philly?
I'm going like
You think
70-30 Philly.
Oh, really?
I think Philly is in a better spot. I think Dallas has still not shown me an identity. They don't look great in the dive. They don't have the hit scan player to back it up. I think that the Philadelphia Fusion look comfortable.
I might actually pred Fusion too, so.
Yeah. I got it. I want another one over.
It looks like I have managed to turn the entire desk to the side of Fusion fans, which is fantastic. But listen, that's going to take place tomorrow. Instead, let's talk about the final match that we have going on today. That's going to be the Spark versus the Dynasty. Now, Scott, I'm going to start with you first because you just gave us a 70-30 prediction for Fusion. But earlier on today, you actually gave us a 70-30 prediction for Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah.
So, you still standing by that?
I'm just making up numbers at this point. But really, there was logic behind the numbers in this one because MN3, we know that Shy beat him down, MN3, and we know MN3 beat down the Seoul Dynasty the week prior to this. So transitive properties is what I said in the pre-show. I'm sticking to it. Shy, if he can be that difference maker against the Seoul Dynasty, and if they are going to struggle against a top-tier hit scan once again, it could happen. But at the end of the day, it's not just about the hit scans. There are 4 other people in the server for their team.
No, there's actually not. You're wrong. Can I talk about the hit scans? I want to talk about Stalker, actually. I want to talk more about the hit scans. Screw the support, screw the tanks. Just, you know, show some Stalker, because I actually think this could be a breakout game. Yes, that's correct. I'm actually going somewhere with this.
Oh, no.
Stalker on the Sojourn. He's a rookie. He doesn't see as much playtime as other rookies around the league, but this could be a massive breakout game for Stalker in this matchup. You can see that Shy, he's leading in most stats, averaging about 1 more final blow per 10 minutes, half a railgun kill per 10 minutes, and the accuracy is, you know, slightly ahead. So I would actually say that Shy, of course, is the favorite going into this matchup. He's the better hitscan player, but considering that Stalker is a rotational rookie, this could be a massive breakout game for Stalker. So I'm interested to see how he fares against Shy in this one.
Before we toss and before we say anything, that isn't something about the hit scans. Smurf and Prophet. I want to see what form they're in. If their dive is good, it won't even matter how good Shy is.
Prophet is the GOAT.
They will absolutely... Did you say Prophet is washed?
No, the GOAT.
Oh, the GOAT.
Whoa! How dare you speak of Prophet that way?
I'm sorry. Prophet is the GOAT. Keep an eye on him. You've never seen him play. You're in for a treat.
Heresy.
We're all in for a treat as we get into this game because, of course, we are going to be led by our 2 casters taking us into the action, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day. Take it away.
Wow. I just saw a bigger fight on the desk than between the Dallas Fuel and Shanghai. So we keep the action rolling. We got one more match to go, and this one will be a banger, I promise you. Hangzhou Spark versus the Seoul Dynasty. 2 teams who have met before. The stars aligned, but only for Seoul Dynasty because they 3-0'd them. And they even full held them on Midtown. Silver lining though, Spark fans, don't come after me. It has been a few weeks. And I mean, every team is coming out with the punches and the different strats.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of teams are evolving heading into this particular tournament, Lemon, especially as we just saw from Shanghai Dragons. We didn't know that they had a Doomfist. Alas, they have a Doomfist. Dallas Fuel said, we're going to take you to where we can't play Wrecking Ball, and they went, bet. Sure, don't care. Speaking of things that we do care about, though, let's have a look at Hangzhou Spark, our starters here. I think it's fair to say coming into this matchup, Lemon, Hangzhou Spark are the underdogs, and as you said, last time these teams met, it was not pretty for Hangzhou, but when I look at this particular lineup, it's all about those DPS. It feels like this is one of the teams in the league where the support line isn't as much a playmaking component as it is just an enabling component to allow Shy and Alpha Yi to go bloody hard. Shy and Alpha Yi have been consistently impressive this year. Alpha Yi is, of course, one of the newer rookies who's come in and has had plenty of pop-off moments on both the Tracer and on the Genji, and occasionally also turns up on the Pharah out of nowhere.
Well, at least we have one super left in the league. Super Ridge, I think, is becoming one of my more favorite players, even though you're dogging on him. He has a little teacup, and he just tried to meditate and then said, psych, guys, let's get it. So that's like the type of guy I want on my team, and especially Shy, which just statistically has been at the top when it comes to Ashes, which is very unique to APAC. He's number 3 in final blows, scoped crit hit kills, and bob kills of all things. He is very low on fewest deaths, but you know, who's counting that? You know, if you int, at least, you know, get some kills out of it, and that's the type of guy Shy is. But people are more looking at Shy when it comes to his Sojourn performance. Was anyone up at bad o'clock last night watching Spark yesterday? Because Shy went absolutely feral. He had the fans barking over his Sojourn performance, and I hope he brings that again.
Yeah, absolutely barking for it, but goats don't bark, but the goat's going to come up. Let's have a look at the Seoul Dynasty roster. The Videsk was saying that Prophet is the goat, and the reason is he is a one-time Overwatch League champion. Maybe not the most accolades in history, has had an Apex win as well, back when that was the premier competition over in Korea. But no one has been as consistently successful, consistently dangerous, and a source of fear in the hearts of opponents like Prophet has been over the course of his career. Smurf, a two-time Overwatch League champion with a San Francisco Shock, now without having to share the spotlight with Super. He's his own man, his own tank, and doing it all by himself. And Stalker, I've got a tidbit for you here, Lemon. When it comes to my opinion of Stalker, this guy has the best mechanical tracking I've seen since Bunny. I've had a look at his gameplay, and boy, he is sharp.
Sharper than Vindame's hair clips? Like, let me know where you got those, because even look at Fly, Vindame, and not even just Fly, like, appearance-wise, but also in-game, Vindame, I know I'm a little bit late to the Vindame bandwagon, but Vindame is, like, gonna be MVP, rookie, whatever of the year, because his Zen, it frags out. And, you know, that looks cool and all, but to see an intelligent Brigitte player, his pack distribution, his overall awareness, and you never get to compliment a Brigitte player, but when I VOD review Vindame, he goes hard for Seoul Dynasty. Speaking of the Seoul Dynasty, they got to pick third, and they pick Spark specifically because, you know, dodging Shanghai Dragons and playing a team you've actually beat down before. Remember, Seoul 3-0'd the Spark, and Seoul got to pick this first map, which is Ilios.
One of the things we need to address here as well is something that I think a lot of us here in the Overwatch League community are quite afraid of, Lemon. And that's something called Playoffs Profit, which is when Prophet enters the playoffs, he becomes an entirely different creature. He enters a cocoon. He has a chrysalis, a metamorphosis, and he comes out the other side more powerful than ever that thou hast seen before. And if Playoffs Prophet is here for mid-season madness, when Seoul Dynasty are going to be a serious contender to pick up their second title in this year out of 2 that are available to them. Hangzhou Spark on the other side, we have the Echo coming out. Prophet's picking up the Hanzo. That's how much respect they have for Stalker as a tracking talent. Prophet is giving away the Tracer.
Oh, wow. So, Stalker versus Shy on the Tracer. Alpha Yi in the sky with the Echo. He can be chased down, so he has to be careful, especially if he can lock eyes with Prophet. He can get headshots. The Prophet's up in the sky, in the roof. He's already going to disengage out of that point. Unlocked. Who will cap it first? A lot of stall potential on this, especially. Alpha, yeah, there's a window there. He can see you. The headshot aligned perfectly. Easy for Prophet. He got Cloud Drive, but who cares about Hammonds? Bernard's also slept. Good job by Creative. I don't think they really have the burst to deal with that quite yet. And now Irony's also catching strays, and so is Shy. Prophet. Playoffs Prophet has awoken. He is a little butterfly. He's already got 3K in the first fight.
He's a beautiful butterfly, Lemon. What you may see is a potential Rookie of the Year candidate in Alpha Yi. All Prophet sees is fear and dead men. 61% of the way towards the ultimate. Seoul Dynasty get the first cap, and now Prophet can have an extended poke phase as Hangzhou Spark have to approach. Alpha Yi's going to be in trouble if he peaks too high in the sky.
It's pretty quiet out here, huh? Where's Spark at? Okay, trying to engage. Stalker. He's already on the hunt. It's in the name. He's on the flank. You see the rest of Seoul Dynasty want to take off angles. Stalker wants to go unnoticed, but he's already got all the sticky bombs on him. He has the recall. Prophet has hit 4 shots. He's got 4 kills than all of Hangzhou Spark combined and more. What is he, on 5? And now he gets to kill Bernard for free. That's another stagger. So who is here to challenge Seoul, and especially Prophet?
Makes you wonder why they even phased out bows and arrows. Turns out they're pretty damn good, Lemon. Prophet is absolutely dominating at the moment. Oh my goodness, stop it! Get it off my screen. That's illegal. Send him to jail or even to The Hague. Any of them will do.
Can
That's
we
my
count?
lucky number. Not lucky for Hangzhou Spark, though.
I mean,
Stop it.
We're going to play a little bit of unbranded street of can we count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 kills for Prophet. Now, we got a Dragon
5 ults
Strike.
available, Lemon.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be ugly. Well, Let's see, Spark, last fight already. I know, the Spark are still coming up on their first ults. Mines have been used to try and zone out the mini pack Roma on the opposite side. Bernard got slept, at least he lives. I can't say the same about Alpha Yi, but Stalker gets traded out. You got a chance, 4v4, Trans out. Soul Dynasty using all their ults, they know it's last fight. And Shy, he's being pressured, power drive missile from Smurf, but he's hoping to knock some people in that well. Bernard is doing everything he can to keep this up. He got mines, he got a double kill. Without creative, Soul are very much lacking in heals and friends and hope. But Smurf still gets the diff. Hangzhou Spark got the flip, so they have some time to work with here, but there's 3 of Soul on the point and no one from Spark, and there goes the flip. OT in motion, Alpha, he has the touch and he's there, but he's barely breathing. Spark are on their way back. They're kind of slow. They got the rally though, Super Rich keeping everyone up with his meditation and more, but can Spark kill something? That's what I really want to be proven here. Mythbuster style, can someone kill other than Bernard? Okay, that's a good start from Alpha Yi and Shy. No support for Soul, and Spark are alive and well.
All right, Prophet returned on the legs. That's not going to stay, of course. That was simply to return in good time with a sprint for the additional movement speed. Maybe go back to a Hanzo now? Indeed, they will. And the Hanzo is actually really cool for dueling against Alpha Yi because it means you can actually one-shot Alpha Yi with a body shot if he's discorded, and if he gets up close to you and doesn't have a discord, you can wombo combo him with a fully charged arrow into a melee, both of which will dispatch of 150 HP easily. And that means Alpha Yi has to play at a more medium range where the burst is less prevalent.
Well, Spark got a lot of work to do. Got to go from 0 to 100. You have the ults to do it. Alpha Yi on the chase, and he has the pulses. You want to invest it. Well, Smurf got the Mega, and, well, it ain't worth it to Alpha Yi, because supports are in trouble. Zen's traded out from the range duels between Shy and Prophet. Prophet gets another. He's getting to double digits. Everyone, it is time to panic, because Prophet just can't be stopped. And then Stalker with the pulse bomb in the back. Prophet, he knows how to climb, though. Got the grippers on the hands, but there's Bernard. Can he do anything but drop mines and leave? Well, Spark has to touch, and someone has to do it. I'm only seeing Irony and Shy come around the corner, and there it is. Soul absolutely dominating round 1.
I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu, Lemon. You say ranged duels, I say ranged massacre. Prophet is in playoffs form, at least in map number 1. I don't want to be in map 1, Matthew, but when you're hitting shots like that, it is hard to not feel confidence, and that's exactly what you need as a sniper-esque character. You need that mojo, you need that good juju, the confidence to take those angles. Then Prophet's like, you know what? I popped off on the Hanzo. I'm going to pop off on a different character. Goes over to the Echo instead for an aerial duel. Here's another recount. He just knows, man. He knows.
What?
What? I am once again requesting Prophet be taken to jail.
I said range duels. I didn't say duels from another galaxy, but all right. Prophet, he just knows the lineups, and Alpha Yi, he just can't even get close. I mean, that was one of the first picks, was Alpha Yi just trying to get to Prophet, but now they can at least duel on the same ground or in the same air, I guess. Now both on Echo. So you see the point already being anchored by those Hammonds. We'll unlock in a second. Stalker's more involved, and now Vindane 2 towards the point. So Soul just have a lot more bodies there, while the Hangzhou Spark have the middle of the map. Vindane getting tossed up by Bernard, and Bernard's completely surrounded, but enough focus fire from the Spark went into those numbers of Soul that were anchoring that objective, and they were able to convert 2 kills. So Spark, they do not get boomed, they wait for their moment to strike.
I think Hangzhou Spark actually played that a little bit more smartly by keeping Super Rich up on the high ground with Irony for a while longer. It gave a great line of sight to continue giving packs over to Alpha Yi so that he could be a bit more audacious. Meanwhile, Soul Dynasty there had Vindame go over onto a point, and that meant that when Bernard came in to start contesting and Shy was there as well, they could start tearing through that Brigitte before she could really get on a roll with those Inspire procs, and was just out-engaged by the speed with which Hangzhou could hit them.
See Stalker going towards the point, try and draw some attention away. Super Rich is there on Brigitte trying to contest it, but there's just so many cooks in this kitchen that Super Rich don't want any of that. He is getting some assistance now from the rest of the Spark, but Alpha Yi dips Prophet in the sky, a pulse behind the shield of Vindame will give Spark yet another fight, and starting that comeback too. 2 fights in a row and about 50% and more.
Beautiful stick there from Shy, and also worth noting, Shy on the Tracer. Not his most well-known hero, more of a classical hit scan, but it's definitely within the wheelhouse, and it's mostly been Alfie who's been playing that particular hero this year. Alfie at the moment is hard diffing Prophet on the Echo, 30% ahead in terms of ult charge, and finding the final blows as well. Stalker here needs to be the difference maker with their own pulse bomb and take out Super Ritual Irony ASAP.
And I know I've been talking a lot about Stalker, but Shy's just been chasing Smurf like cat and mouse and just not able to burn him down quick enough. Now Spark have been able to just chillax near the point. It's 80% and growing. And Soul, it's coming down to last fight. And they gotta do this without creative. It's just not looking good. Discord Orb on Smurf, focusing beam out. Alpha even has the copy. He could be as aggressive as he wants, and he doesn't even need to use the ultimate. Soul haven't killed anything this fight. It's very Spark-esque from how the last round went. But Spark have done more than enough. It's up to Soul to touch the point, and no one is nearby. So 100 to 0. How about that? How about them apples?
I see a lot of apples for Hangzhou Spark, and Seoul Dynasty, they had 4 members of the team who didn't even reach an ultimate.
Yikes.
Okay, so Playoffs Prophet was more of a one-stage Samantha. That's okay. That's okay. Now we're heading over to Ruins. The topography of this map, it's very narrow and very long, so this is where you're looking for your hit scan / long-range duelists to be at their best. Shy and Prophet are once more going to be hotly contesting each other unless Prophet here swaps over to the Tracer and Stalker stays on the Sojourn. And the thing about the Sojourn here, if it stays for Stalker, is he's going to have a lot of trouble building up towards that Railgun Lemon, which means that Stalker's uptime as a dangerous DPS is going to be severely limited compared to Shy, who has DPS at his beck and call. That's what the Ashe really brings to the table, that instant damage.
Yeah, Sojourn just having a bit more escapability. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Hammond. Dip, dive, and dodge, that's all you need. And Shy just picks off Prophet, who was trying to push that left side bridge. 5-on-4 for Spark. They're going to take a little bit more real estate. Soul trying to present themselves, mainly Stalker. I wonder if he has like 100 charge, trying to snipe somebody, but it's just not looking good for Soul to get any kind of return on that investment. Bernard also has some great scouting, and that's a big dynamite from Shy, getting him up to almost 50% Bob, which is such a big ultimate to have on a control map.
And the thing is, the Ashe on the control map as well, being able to set up good first fights with that dynamite is critical, because it means you get this initial control, and then you can play from a defensive posturing where the poking of Shy is super valuable, because it also denies a huge amount of space from Stalker to build up that rail.
Well, Soul have to play from behind, and oh, we're going bowling. Bernard already found one. 5-on-4 yet again. Spark with the first blood. Is there a response from Soul? They're completely trapped in this side, and that's against the composition of Spark. You got a dynamite on your face, a pile drive, and more. You just don't want to be cramped up if you're Dynasty. Your style does not want to be cramped. Pulse bomb misses thanks to Bernard shoving targets out of the way.
I'll save you.
I'll save you.
What a homie. What a homie that Bernard is. Just helping out Vindame. Remember that when I'm doing tryouts next year, you know? Hangzhou Spark, though, they remain alive in this defensive posturing, almost with the Bob as well. And the Bob is invaluable here, Lemon, because Seoul Dynasty don't really have the healing throughput or the meatiness of tanking to be able to take a battle with the Bob on the point. Vindame drives everyone forward with the rally, but that overhealth is going to be drained away by the dynamite.
Well, speaking of meatiness, the Soul have something to work with here with that rally. Overhealth sort of useful. You got the mines too, placed to gatekeep and girl boss Spark away from the objective, but Spark have just had, all they have to do is live Forehead, because just existing near the objective, they're already up to 90+%. Are they about to 200-0 after what we just saw on Well? Was that all a fever dream? Well, it is Flip the Soul, so it won't be 200-0 necessarily. And Soul, they're in charge for now.
Spark, they're at their most dangerous when they're angry, and I believe that Prophet's Hanzo made them angry. This is the fight for Hangzhou Spark. Already the rally ticking away. Everyone's got the extra temporary green health. Still there's a Transcendence if it's even needed, but Super Rich is on the case.
Oh, he was getting pressured. Creative and Irony exchanging that, and overtime into effect. And Prophet has the touch, but he's so tunneled on Irony, has to disengage from that duel. And because he doesn't convert, now you have 2 supports dead from Seoul Dynasty in the last seconds. Stalker's then instantly off overclock. Prophet hits a pulse, but how much does that matter at the end of the day? There's only 2 members of the Seoul Dynasty left, and all that matters is you don't get mentally boomed, and Spark have taught us a lesson. They take the map.
As Overly would say, anything is comebackable. From one of the most dominant performances we've seen from Prophet on the first stage, just being of a master of his domain, Hanzo Shimada, to 100-0 on Lighthouse, and then a dominant performance on Ruins as well. Lemon, this is going to be a certified banger.
Already a different script than the 3-0 that Seoul Dynasty had against the Spark in the regular season. It's a different story. Spark up first. After this break, it's Seoul Dynasty's choice of map. This is why you don't tweet after map 1. Yes, Prophet can be stopped. The savings are just in the toilet, but Spark are cashing in map 1. And they really dominated once they turned that well around. But it will be up to Seoul to pick what map they want to go to next. So,
yes, Seoul get the choice. And it's going to be one where Hangzhou Spark have found some previous success, but Seoul have also shown themselves to be quite the warriors here, Eichenwald. And when we go over to Eichenwald, it's one of a few maps then where we see the most variety in tanking performances, not only with the overall approach of the teams, but also in an kind of like an inter-map kind of way. You see occasional swaps between tanks for all 3 of the points because you like to exploit the 90-degree angles. On the final point, you need something with a little bit more verticality most of the time. On second point, because those sheer high grounds are so difficult to try and fight against. And then on point A, you can play so many different things. Some teams like to play the Zarya, some teams like to play the Doomfist or the Winston. And where I'm going with this is that for my money, Smurf on Seoul is the most omnipotent tank we have in the Overwatch League. And the only real competition he has is Reiner. And Reiner gets subbed out on Circuit Royale, so Smurf wins by default.
I play more, so I'm better. A lot of the platinum borders in my games say. But yeah, Smurf, you know, when we're co-streaming matches like this, we look at Smurf on the Zarya on attack, Eichenwald, and we're like, what is he cooking? But at least Seoul know what Hangzhou Spark are cooking because Hangzhou played Eichenwald yesterday against Fusion and won this. So clearly Seoul have done some studying to see not only what Spark are playing, but also where they're positioning. You know, they're almost Stalker getting that one shot.
We're in this together.
Alright, Stalker returning to what is his, you could say, signature hero over the course of his limited playtime with the Seoul Dynasty. The Sojourn. There is going to be a significant advantage here. We talk about the railgun charge a lot. It's much easier to charge up off for Sigma, and you can see right now, they actually try and just burst down the Sigma shield after Stalker gets to 100, and then try for the headshot. Stalker's very patient after he gets this charge to make sure he can line up a shot properly.
You can try for the headshot, but can you deliver? Well, there's an anti that just got delivered expressly to Shy. The immortality was up, and it's just done and dusted. Seoul just pressure out the house with the health pack, and Spark are absolutely trapped, and there's only the supports remaining. And if they get stagger out, there's absolutely no chance for a recontest. And Seoul can even take more space beyond that, especially getting castle control after this point. So a very swift first fight win from Seoul, 5.5 minutes for B.
And the great news here is that Seoul honestly don't need to make any compositional swaps moving forward here. With Smurf already on the Winston, he can have access to the high ground with some soft dives to try and build up towards that nano. And Smurf actually just catch a little bit extra poke here. You can see that he's just tempting Shy on the Sojourn to allow Creative to heal up off of him. And that will get us closer to the nano, which will be the primary engagement tool to try and dislodge Hangzhou Spark from a high ground position.
Yeah, I like that Shy throwing his no-no circle whenever Seoul are just trying to rotate, and some nice headshots, but who else is home to help out? Seoul have made their way into Castle, and Shy does not want to open that door. He's trying to be as far away from them as possible and saves the jumps for when Smurf gets close. Meanwhile, Seoul, yeah, they got Castle, but then what? They're trying to get some cart presence here because Bernard is anchoring it, which, by the way, on the defense, he's starting to put some orbs into that backline. So how do Seoul want to deal with Bernard? Or do they want to go after the rest of the defense of Spark? Grab Flux at the ready. Bernard waiting for them to all chase after him. You've all been baited! This is all a plan from the Spark! Bernard with a double kill. Smurf gets nanoed. Can he really have a response? Prophet's already killed, I think, one, and the immortality don't count. So Seoul tried to win best to have an answer, and just no one picked up the phone.
Yeah, without that nano, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Smurf to make a more meaningful engagement. Of course, the Primal Rage is here, and you might use that to actually jump on top of Super Rich and Irony and try and do like a 180 slap to get them off the high ground and into the reach of Vindame, who can really start doing some damage with that melee cleave. Otherwise, Vindame's going to have a good amount of trouble actually proccing the Inspire here. What an accretion!
Catch this, idiot. And that's what I say every time I'm on
Nice catch, dummy.
So Soul have to try this again. Pulls her Prophet, hits Alpha Yi. That's an opening. The overclock activated. Stalker is on the high ground, and he's dealing with a big old lamp from Super Rich. But now, Transcendence and a Super Rich amplification matrix. The card is sailing. Someone has to touch, and Bernard is there to contest it, but he's the only one there. Sparker's still rotating from Bridge. They're actually behind the Soul Dynasty. Stalker is just ruining everyone's lives, but really Dynasty ran out of gas at the end. The flank from Spark actually paid off. Bernard stayed alive long enough to stop the cap, and Soul have to reset.
I'll tell you what, Bernard's Sigma, over the course of the last few games he's had, has been absolutely amazing. And I think that it's going to be a major component in Hangzhou Spark being able to hold this here. He essentially operates alone, a little bit far away from Super Rich and Irony, and that might be able to be exploited by Soul Dynasty by just diving past Bernard onto those supports. However, that does leave Soul Dynasty creative in particular quite exposed.
That's creative. It just didn't hit. And that's kind of what you get. But Soul Dynasty rally, anchoring now near the card, but they're all grouped up for the Gravitic Flux, and at least you have been named mid-rally who's getting fluxed, so didn't end up paying off there for Bernard at the end. Prophet has been left unchecked in the backline once again, hunting down Shy, and without Shy, it's up to Alpha Yi to try and dip Prophet, and that's a tall task to do. Soul meters away from capping, and there's only really 2 or 3 members from the Spark. Bernard is getting hit from every angle, and he's gonna have to go next. I don't think the Spark really have this in the bag, especially when Prophet's going like that. Creative, even Nano's been deemed to ensure fight success, because Soul don't want to be missing no seconds. Even Creative sleeping Irony in the back is kind of nice. So, Soul go into C with 3 minutes.
I think I've figured out the Soul Dynasty plan, Lemon. Step 1, Prophet. Step 2, Prophet. Step 3, Prophet. Soul Dynasty, I really want to see how much damage Irony is taken, because he seems to be quite a low-tier target on the Hangzhou Spark at the moment. He's being left alive for a huge amount of time, and it's actually causing Soul Dynasty quite a few problems in these mid-fights.
Oh, we got Bernard and Lazarian just trying to brawl out, and maybe even able to bubble his back on, especially Shy if he gets pushed by Prophet. Can't really stop the one-shot potential with Sojourn, though, so Bernard has to be on his A-game. You can see that Prophet is already owning the top left, so he's already on the flank. Usually that's where Shy would like to be, but he's on the bottom right side. See, there's a bit of a brawl in the front line. Alpha Yi trying to dislodge Prophet from their back line. Prophet fades into the shadows, goes back to his team. He'll be up to some ultimates, and Soul are coming up on almost every single one. Transcendence first from forced by Irony, and Soul just slowly disengaged. They can't deal with all those resources. Smurf then Primals. The re-engage ensues from Soul. The overclock, now that Stalker has space to work with, and he already delivers. He's killed Shy, and 3 more from the Spark, and what a swift cap from Soul with 2 minutes in the bank.
The pains of B have been forgotten, Lemon, because point C is an absolute breeze for Soul Dynasty. Stalker finally comes alive after what was admittedly a fairly slow start for one of our better statted Sojourns that we have in the league. Maybe a little bit of nerves. Admittedly, this is only Stalker's 2nd time in a top-tier playoffs in the Overwatch League, has had significant success on Gen G. Speaking of which, Gen G is Soul Dynasty's academy team where Stalker came from. They've been sitting on this kid for years. He was there at the 2019 Gauntlet as a part of Gen G and only just got brought up to the team proper. They've essentially had a 3-year-long dibs on Stalker, so Soul Dynasty, they have invested a huge amount in making sure this kid gets on this roster.
And when you go Zarya on that defense, it's about that long-term investment, but it's then Spark kept having to use ultimates first. This clip right here is right after Irony uses Transcendence, and Soul knew it was time to go pedal to the metal and use every single ultimate, because Super Rich didn't have Rally. There were no resources to make up for this, and I think Soul even had leftover Nano at the end. So Stalker has been measured with his approach, and Soul really good at scaring Spark into using their ults first. And Bernard, the long-term investment of the Zarya never really paid off. He didn't have time to scale.
Yeah, like you said, Zarya is a heavily scaling tank. You need multiple fights or at least multiple bubble rotations to really reach your most effective point, and Smurf simply played a little bit faster to deny Bernard those bubble rotations before people were in some fairly significant peril. Hangzhou Spark here. They're playing a lower healing comp because Bernard can try and sustain himself a little bit more, and we've seen Bernard go off on some wild goose chases on Eichenwald in particular, because going through second, that's a huge pick on Vindame.
And that's what you hope your Sojourn to do, but slid right into the ante, and Shy was hoping to get Mini, and Prophet chases it down. So the first blood that Spark had immediately forgiven by a double kill from Prophet, and Spark thought they had it. They thought.
Well, Prophet has to get out of here quickly. If he's discorded, that Tracer duel is not going to be very preferable to take. Alpha Yee's moved up a touch closer now, and Shy will rejoin the fray in but a second. Now Seoul Dynasty have backed on off, and they have to consider how to make this engagement happen again. Remember, Vindame's on the Lucio, which allows for a full team speed for actually crouching as a group.
I mean, yeah, Vindame went from Zen when he got first pick to swapping to Lucio, giving Seoul Dynasty a chance to re-engage as 5. And that's a bold choice to make. Not something we usually see him on. And then they get off the point. My eyes. Oh, well, 2 ticks, that's what you get for giving up 2 ticks and being a little bit too passive on the approach. So, a very swift cap by Spark.
All that speed, all that power, all that ferocity, and yet no point touch. Unfortunate there for Seoul Dynasty, and Vindame will actually move back over to the Brigitte here, which is, this is an interesting shift in the power dynamic here for Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty. Prophet should be able to get a little bit more in terms of feeling. That was an AC-130 style pulse bomb. Doesn't work out. Meanwhile, Irony has to make the decision as to whether he wants to bring over the Discord Orb onto Prophet rather than Smurf to make sure that Alfie has an advantage in that 1 versus 1.
At least Vindame's back on the break, so he can try and stop the incoming dive as much as he can. Prophet has already jumped down, and Smurf is there with him. The Nano given over. Smurf's taking way too many shots, though. But Seoul, they took the initiative, and it just did not pay off. And now, the counter clap that is ensuing from the Spark is just even stronger. So Sparkle, they started with Bernard and Alpha Yi going to the high ground, which scared Seoul into, okay, we should actually fight while Bernard and Alpha Yi are gone. Just the Nano didn't work out.
Seemed like a somewhat piecemeal engage there as well from Seoul Dynasty. Creative's gone over now onto the Zen, which is staying on the Ana for the Nano. Now with a Discord Orb in play, a little bit more, a few more teeth behind the Seoul Dynasty engage, but unfortunately, they have an entire dentist's office to get through here. Lemon as Hangzhou Spark have 5 ultimates good to go at their beck and call.
Yep, and now Seoul, I hope they win this fight, or this will be as painful as pulling teeth, that's for sure. 4 ults for Spark. Which one do they want to use first? Alpha Yi pulses and misses. Rally from Super Rich, but he's just going to get shoved off the map. Actually, I don't even know who took that L. Okay, it was Super Rich. So he has some tea time while the rest of the Spark hope to hold this down. Do you even want to use Transcendence, or do you want to meet the same fate? Well, Irony says, okay, the Primal's over. I can't be clipped off the map, right? A few more meters to go, though, from the Spark, and they've used all 4 ultimates they had in the bank, and even Shy's overclocked, but it's met by Stalker's same ultimate. But Shy just doesn't have a lot of angles to take coming from Castle, and Alpha Yi, he's at least converting with kills into the back line. And Spark, I mean, they still have 2 members at the front, but there's still 3 or 4 from the Seoul Dynasty defending. But eventually it was a slow struggle, but Alpha Yi came alive when it mattered the most. And Spark will cap B. They have 4 minutes for C.
Seoul Dynasty fans, it's time to feel what we call a heckin' concern. Because on the desk, Custer was saying that if Prophet and Smurf are in sync, Hangzhou Spark have no chance, no matter how well Shy plays. But right now, Bernard and Alpha Yi are actually coalescing on targets better than Smurf and Prophet. Now Smurf has moved over onto the Wrecking Ball just to try and mirror this one out and maybe get better setups off the back of these pile drivers, but can Stalker even charge up a rail to try and follow it up? No way! No way!
What's that? It looks really shiny, says Vindame. And Alpha Yi kills both supports, and he's about to diff whoever's back there running away. Scaredy cat. Well, I don't think this is going to work out for Seoul Dynasty right here, right now. I don't think so. Nope. But Spark, this is a pretty large, huge time bank, so Seoul don't have a good recontest. This is going to be real scary. They are coming out of spawn. Bernard is ready with the mines, getting the call of which spawn door they're coming out of. All of Seoul are coming from the left, except Creative on the right. Bernard's waiting for his chance. He actually gets shoved down by Smurf. What a bully. But now Bernard has to give these mines over, right? He's being so patient with them. He waits for Soul to actually get to the cart. Someone is contesting from Soul. Bernard finally drops the mines, and Smurf is actually behind. They just forgot about Smurf. But thankfully, he's still alive. He's taking the mines like a champ. Spark have the resources because they have Rally. And Soul, they ain't got no kills. And they shaved a bit of that time bank, but it's still a pretty big time bank for Spark at 237.
Soul have Schrodinger's support line at the moment. I don't know if they exist or not until our observers go and have a look at them. It's been very quiet in the creative and Vindane camp, I think. And Seoul Dynasty, they were kind of scrambling for an identity over the course of that defense. Couldn't really set up a good fight. And weirdly, it all feels like it snowballed from a singular pick. Shy picks off Vindame with a well-placed railgun. A well-placed headshot on a Zen. Vindame has to go Lucio to return to the point. Quickly using the speed boost, and then Seoul Dynasty actually fully disengage and make a speed boost engage, then C9 the point from there, and then Vindame starts to rotate around. Creative is stuck on the Ana, and they can't actually get onto the comp that they actually want to play until C. I don't know if Vindame's shield got broken there, but either way, Alpha Yi is having himself a game. He has progressed from Alpha Yi to Sigma Yi.
Yeah, he said Alpha Yi with that pulse bomb. Just Vindame was like, me rally, ooga booga, me go forward, W key, and then just and then you know the shield could have been there. It's at his toes. I don't know what was gonna happen there, but canceling that rally was pretty massive for the Spark. Alpha Yi is having a fantastic Tracer performance today. Stalker, no shot at the beginning. Seoul Dynasty with a slightly smaller time bank will get to attack first. Let's see how this goes.
All right, remember, Stalker's playbook here. Build up the rail, be patient, hit a support in the head. And now, when they're not up against Bernard on the Sigma, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do that. Bernard's not going to be catching too much poke here. It's simply an exchange of fire between these two Sojourns. And to be honest, Shy can afford to do this for a little while because Super Rich is essentially acting as a pocket right now.
Oh, no circle being thrown out, but actually the Creative has been found alone. He just didn't feel like rotating that day. So good capitalization by Bernard and Alpha Yi, who are just harassing the backline, and they even chased down Smurf before he could even find and engage. So this already cuts down one fight for Seoul, and they're only left with 1 minute, and Prophet can't afford to be staggered here.
Probably picks up the Mega, so at least it was a little bit too dangerous to consider for Hangzhou Spark to move in there, but Stalker's at least even with Shy on ult charge. However, it feels like Seoul Dynasty, they're being a little bit piecemeal here with their engagements. They can't afford to allow Creative to be caught out again because that Discord orb is just too important when it comes to being able to win these DPS duels, which at the moment, Hangzhou Spark are dominating it.
30 seconds remaining. No mistakes can be had. Prophet's already been forced to use recall. He goes back to the team, and Alpha Yi stinks with Dame again. Hey, this time he had a shield up. It's just pointing them the wrong way, and then Alpha Yi goes after Creative. There's no support for Soul. Alpha Yi's out of 3K. Okay, there's the recall. Smurf is 1 HP, and now there's just no one left to touch. In 9 seconds, Soul not getting anything done here?
Creative and Vindame again and again evaporated. Prophet at least has the setup here to go and grab overtime, and Pulse in his back pocket, but it's a miss. Super Rich dodges the well-timed shield bash. Prophet returns, but there is no more recall, and you see Bernard. What's he cooking, Lemon, with this minefield?
Oh, mines are on the menu. It cuts off Seoul Dynasty's rotations. Creative is just the ugly duckling who gets left behind on every rotation. There's no transcendence to forgive that rotation, bud. And Seoul Dynasty, they still have everyone in the mini room behind the camera, but all you see is death because Shy just hit a nasty 3K, and Spark had 3 leftover ultimates. That was disgusting by the Spark.
Super Rich attempting a touch of mental warfare there with C9 in chat. Seoul Dynasty, once again, I gotta remind you, both of these maps were Seoul Dynasty's picks. They entered these arenas, Lemon, with an inherent understanding that they were better. And the thing is, Hangzhou Spark as well, they've essentially popped off on point A on 2 different compositions now. Bernard's Sigma did pretty well, especially on point B for stalling Seoul Dynasty. And swapping over to a ball instead and making sure that Seoul Dynasty's preparation just felt an attack against potentially the same defense again was stymied before they even knew what was happening. Seoul Dynasty are looking a touch lost right now.
A little bit. This is some of the... I mean, Creative, he could have steel toes, and there's no kicking 3 people off of you. Great lines from Bernard. This stopped the rotations. Creative had an excuse that time. But Alpha is also sticking Vindame. They're killing Creative off rotations every time, and then Shy just slides in and kills 3 while Seoul thought they could maybe win without Discord, but that's pretty capped. So Spark have 2:37 on the clock to get 33%, and they go to series point. It's tieable.
Yep, it's tieable. Not quite comebackable. But like a knot on a ship, Lemon, it is certainly tieable. Hangzhou Spark once again return to all reliable, the default composition. Seoul Dynasty now moving into the mirror. Creative and Vindame, at least they have themselves a defensive position, but they can't afford to get first picked yet again.
Rotations going well. The first 30 seconds here for Spark. Left side approach. Irony trying to charge up, find any picks he can. You see how Prophet is just still near the point. He's just so scared of making any kind of mistake. You can't afford to lose anyone. This is one fight win for Spark and series point in the bag. The Soul playing real deep and around the house. Creative has been separated away from the flock. It was this disruptor shot from Shy that broke up Creative and the Brigida, and that's just it. There was a fight that happened, but the supports just died, and then Spark win the map. So not tieable, I guess.
I have analysis, Lemon, and I have thoughts. But most of all, I have one word. Yikes. Seoul Dynasty, their supports have been thoroughly cyberbullied by the Hangzhou Spark, and no matter what happens, it seems like the pace of the Hangzhou Spark is outdoing the Seoul Dynasty. We look at Prophet, we look at Smurf, and Super Rich and Irony should not have more than one dimension, let alone more than one health point left. But no, it's Shy, Alfie, Bernard just absolutely dominating Creative and Vindame. They are gonna go and, I don't know, get it together. I am frankly flabbergasted, Lemon.
Is this Seoul Dynasty #1 team in APAC? Well, we're gonna see about that. We're gonna throw you to a break when we get back. I guess we're on Seoul Dynasty's last live. Eyes up! A new skin just dropped. Oh, look at her. Gorgeous. Royal Knight available now, and you only have until August 19th to get them. So don't be under that rock. Use your 200 League tokens. I know you're going to be here all night. You might as well put them to a good cause. Royal Knight is looking fly, and so do the Hangzhou Spark, which is not what I was expecting to see today. Mostly because Seoul Dynasty are the #1 team in APAC, according to the notes. But all I'm seeing leg day right now is a 2-0 for Spark.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 2-0 for Spark. I'm seeing 2 maps that Seoul Dynasty picked and 2 maps that Seoul Dynasty failed to register their mark upon. We have ourselves a couple of substitutions, Lemon. The first one I want to zoom in on here is Stalker out and Fitz in. Profit and Fitz, or Profits together, of course, as they so lovely fit, has been the primary DPS line of Seoul Dynasty for a long time. Fitz is a prodigious flick scan player on both the Widowmaker and the Ashe, and of course on the Sombra as well. But on the other side, Spark have got a response, Lemon. So, sure. You've bought in Fitz, you've bought in your main DPS. I guess fine, Master. This one time, I will use 10% of my power, and I will draw the Primal Blade from its sheath. Guxue has been released from his Kung Fu Panda Tai Lung-style prison to play the Winston on Dorado.
Yeah, the actual power levels of Alpha Yi. Can we talk about that for a second? Going from 0% on Ilios Well to being Prophet's target dummy to matching him on Echo, beating Prophet on Echo, and then beating him down on Tracer. I mean, Alpha Yi is the picture of composure when it comes to just turning things around, and he's having just the best performance of his life right now on the Tracer, carrying Spark to that victory back on Eichenwald, if you did just miss that. But this is still Seoul Dynasty's choice. Surely this one won't fumble. We go to Dorado, and it will be Hangzhou Spark on the defense. Guxue said, gotcha. I actually left the spot. I almost got you. No Orisa today.
Almost had you. Gotcha for a second. But no, the Primal Blade comes in to do Primal Blade things. And Smurf versus Guxue and a Winston versus Winston it would be a very fun matchup. And you know what? Guxue is probably going to spend a good amount of time here trying to bully the Seoul Dynasty backline. As Bernard went out, probably gave Guxue a high five as he made his way into the gaming room. Like, yep, those supports are toast, man. Easy clap. Just farm them. Creative and Vindame definitely need to be covering each other a little bit more here, or the rest of Seoul Dynasty needs to be doing a little bit more in order to force Guxue to play more of a peeling role by putting more pressure onto Irony and Super Rich, who've been playing quite safe and allowing Alpha Yi and Shy to simply pop off.
At least Creative has a better kid to defend himself with. He has the sleep and the anti. Just don't forget, kids, rotations. Rotations. Don't just focus on fragging, because you'll face the Seoul Dynasty treatment like we saw in last map. So it is Seoul on the attack, already establishing themselves in the top right. For Fitz can charge up off of Guxue, see if he can connect onto someone, and Alpha Yi, the first victim, of course, the caster crews of just hyping up the man, then he gets shot first. First blood, though, for Seoul, and it's going well.
Don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Lemon. It's an entirely different game for Alpha Yi. A brand new flick scan, a brand new threat, and Hangzhou Spark are forced to back on off here. It feels like this is a team that's a little bit less confident in playing without Alpha Yi, whereas Seoul Dynasty, they do enjoy taking their 3 versus 4s. Oh my god, no way!
The Fitz continues to shoot things. He's subbed in and is just bangs and then leaves. I mean, Fitz is delivering on every level. Alpha Yi caught in the middle of 3 people while half HP. Fitz gets slapped. Good peel by Irony. Maybe at least Alpha Yi gets to live and has a clap back for Fitz, especially just for him. Great pulse bomb, and Vindame thinks he's safe. Oh, Alpha Yi didn't want to commit. Too many cooks in that kitchen. The rally starts from Vindame. Creative is currently slapped, so I don't know how much Seoul want to leave him behind. Spark wanting to capitalize on that, and they don't. Now you got a Nano Vindame instead of Smurf on the Primal. Well, it's fine, because Seoul Dynasty's still going to fight win, and a swift cap for A.
Holy hell in a cell, Batman. Vindame nanoed, Smurf primaling. That was a box of pain, and Hangzhou Spark got their ankles broken within. Guxue didn't even get the chance to pop the Primal Rage. And Seoul Dynasty are making pretty good time here. Fitz has turned up, changed. Oh, Smurf's undetected. Smurf is an unknown factor and actually gets help disengaging there thanks to Super Rich. Cheers, bud. Very nice of you. Just paying back what Bernard did before.
Yeah, he just tried to smurf in the back line. It just didn't. And he didn't get punished. It did force Gushue to pop down. It's not like Soul had a good punish there. Fitz not charged up. There's the engage off the high ground, but Fitz is on the flank with Overclock. Shy doing the same thing, and Fitz is the first to back down. What a coward, but it's okay. I respect not wanting to int. I wish my teammates were like that more. But it just means that both Overclock's exchange and really the defense benefit from it.
Unfortunately, not relatable content. A miss there from Shy. And Fitz tries to take advantage of that expended railgun, but you can see how quickly Gushue is on this, trying to deny Fitz this space now, realizing, okay, maybe I can't do as much to try and bully Creative and Vindane, but what I need to do is deny space from Fitz. And now he denies life from Fitz.
Prophet's in the backline too with Pulse Bomb, and he kind of needs to start killing things quick because Soul are down 2 or 3 at this point, and Prophet did kill Irony, and he's getting some good car push. Just wish he had some friends to help out in this fight. Just the one and done, and Prophet's gone.
That'll be more than enough, Lemon. One of the difficult things for Prophet here is that lining up this Pulse Bomb, he has to make a considerably longer commute because Trace doesn't have a huge amount of vertical mobility. He's actually caught here by Alfie, and Alfie takes a huge amount of damage. The initial clip from Prophet is already forced out that recall, and now he's in a position to try and get an excellent sticky onto Super Rich.
And Irony's playing so deep too, so it's really hard to dive him. Irony will be able to hit the sleep as long as Smurf doesn't time the bubble well. I guess in that case, Prophet hoping to close the gap, has already forced to recall. Soul will take shelter below the bridge. And at least they could be heading towards the card here, which seems unprotected. So Prophet hoping to get some good push in, but Gushue's in the backline with Nano. Creative misses the sleep. Gets tossed up. Vindane forced to use the rally just to keep everyone healed up. Now Smurf hoping to do just that to Irony, but forced to back away. Great peel by Gushue, and Prophet gets the execute onto Shy. It's a 5 versus 3, and Prophet finally gets a chance to shine. Where was Prophet from Ilios? Well, here he is. Soul, 2 more kills to go, and they get the Cat B. 3.5 minutes for C.
And Smurf back on the Winston here is providing a lot more sort of space for Prophet to work with. We saw that Super Rich and Irony, they were being a Vibranium support line. They were unbreakable together and not dying, but that did require all of their resources to be expended amongst themselves as support. So it meant that Alfie, Shy, Gushue, they had a little bit less to sustain them, and Prophet's damage would add up over time. Moving into third point here, Seoul Dynasty still have 3 minutes, and Fitz can open this up strongly with an overclock to try and make sure these long sightlines can't be sustained by Hangzhou.
Like Soul taking up that high ground already. Alpha E forced a recall after the pulse doesn't hit. Prophet sticks him though, and that's the revenge Soul Dynasty desperately needed. Overclock 2 on the high ground. It's getting a ton of value for Soul Dynasty, already on the 5-on-3, but a quick disengage from Smart. Just kidding, Gushue's in the back with Primal. Oh, the rest of the team are leaving though, and he didn't get the memo until now. So the Primal is just be a distraction, a zoning Primal even, but not gonna have it to sustain for the last fight coming up, and that's a pretty thick-looking time bank for Soul, but they don't have Prophet, so can they keep this going? Looks like they have some good pressure on the spawns of the Spark, but now they have space to work with, and Shy slides right into Fitz, has the overclock ready, might not even need it, and now he's getting jumped up by Smurf, and Shy is still killing through all the fire and the flames he do be carrying on, and Soul have been wiped away, and they won't be able to sail away to sea yet.
I love how much faith Shy has in his supports when he gets dived on by Smurf, a 2-time world champion of Overwatch League. Winston's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can tank this. I've got Irony here. No, I ain't gonna be dying to this bozo. That's a Rick Bozo on creative as well here. Hangzhou Spark here have built up the preemptive railgun, so Shy once again is going to be looking for an opening pick. Creative would be the gold standard here.
Oh, Nano's first. He's on the high ground. Shy trying to overclock in the background, I guess, while he has Nano. Didn't connect on any shots. Disengage so strong from Soul, and Smurf is slept, and now these supports again left unprotected. Vindame's already down. Creative is left on his own, and at this point, Soul need all 5 members to be alive to push this card to the end, and they only have a minute to do it. Smurf on the Primal, tossing up Shy against the wall, but just not wanting to fully commit, just is scared to just stagger out and waste precious seconds, and he still gets staggered because Shy doesn't give up.
This Primal Rage has bitten off a touch more than it can punch, and Gushue there, great synergy. And we saw that Shy was a little bit trepidatious about moving forward into a crossfire of 3 Seoul Dynasty members. Gushue comes into that tiny area and puts down the Winston bubble. That cuts off Creative from healing both Fitz and Vindame, and gives a bunch of safety for Shy to operate from. Prophet used their Pulse Bomb somewhere, wasn't towards a Hangzhou Spark member, and that's one less tool in the bank, Lemon, with only 20 seconds remaining for Seoul Dynasty.
Well, in the multiverse of madness, that would have hit somebody in some galaxy, but not this one. Soul, last fight, 12 seconds left. Some cart push. Fitz, hoping to get this overclock going with the double pulse bomb! That is not what the Soul wanted to order on the menu! How do they pull this off in a 3 versus 5? It's just not gonna happen, Chief! Gushue with the Primal is gonna assure they can't even touch, and that'll be the end of the road for now for Seoul Dynasty. As Last Life coming up, Spark had to push to this box of victory to sweep the series 3-0.
Oh, I tell you what, Lemon. Good Winstons on Dorado are a joy to behold. You can essentially become an omnipotent gorilla deity. And that's what Gushue was bringing to the table. And the thing is, because Gushue was able to demand so much attention again and again, that allowed Alpha Yi to make these precision incisions with the pulse bombs and with the pulse pistols to chip away Seoul Dynasty's numbers, finding a final blow here, an expenditure of a health pack there. One of the plays I really want to highlight from Alpha, even though it ended up being inconsequential, is when they were chasing down members of the Seoul Dynasty in what was ostensibly a 5 versus 5, but happening outside of Hangzhou Spark's territory, so it was almost like they were looking for stagger kills. Alpha Yi was prioritizing using his blinks to steal the mini health pack from Prophet. And that's not just to deny the healing, but it also forces Vindame to use one of his repair packs to keep Prophet in that duel, and that means that Creative becomes more easily killable for Gushue.
I'm just saying, okay, well, let me look at what Alpha Yi's doing. Oh yeah, this is the double sig. It hits Smurf, and then, you know...
Come have a look at this. Do you have a defuse?
He jumped.
You got a diffuser, mate?
Prophet blinked away. He had the right idea. Smurf just said, hug me through death. But I gotta hug anyone who had a perfect, or just had this bracket, because anyone with a brain would have thought, okay, Seoul Dynasty #1 should be winning this. So I want to talk to whoever has the perfect bracket, who would have predicted Spark to go this far, but this is a good series. This is fun.
I'm having a great time. Oh, Gushue is going to be just playing space control at the moment as Fitz is hard scoping in on the Ashe. One of the things that's quite interesting here is that Ashe can actually be quite effectively dived by the Sojourn, more so than something like Hanzo, who can actually pop the Storm Arrow to stop a wicked slide dive.
Yeah, I think this will be a lot easier for Fitz to get away, especially if Creative doesn't hit the sleep. Just hasn't happened a whole often, but at least Prophet hits the shots, goes after Gushue. Now Spark are just getting free card push, but now they're going into this little room, and Super Rich is very much overextended, and he's antied, and there's no healing through that, and even Irony tried to help, and he gets smoked too. So Seoul, they hold for now.
This is such a powerful area. Seoul Dynasty want to exploit this for as long as possible, Lemon. Creative and Vindame can both essentially reign free on the high ground and put down huge amounts of healing and damage, and it allows Fitz some real freedom to operate as well. And critically for Smurf, he can make a drop-down engagement without having to expend his jump. Goodbye, Super Rich. That was quite intimate a stick, wasn't it?
Yeah, you had the drop-down all right, just with one of these.
Look me in my eyes when you stick me.
Spark around. Still the attack. I know it hasn't moved very far. Almost half the time bank gone. Alpha Yi is right below the defense. He wants to sneak up those stairs if he can and maybe go after Creative and Vindame the way he did on Eichenwald. Where was that? Now Shy is on the high ground. He gets nanoed, but he jumps down, and now he's got to make something out of nothing. He's got the jump yet again. Goes up, kills Vindame. Bubble in his way, hoping to burst this both physically and morally. And it looks like Seoul, even through that bubble, we're allowed to disengage. Shy slides back in, kills Creative, and that has to be enough to ward away Seoul Dynasty. Smurf is going to buy time, but doesn't even have time to Primal. maybe saving it for point B, because I don't even know if Seoul have a recontest at this point.
Something out of nothing for team number 7. Order up, man. That'll do just fine for Shy, who now has access to the overclock. The passive ult charge grabs it in the end. Bob is available if Fitz can only get there. And yes, Bob impacts directly with the cart, so that isn't moving for a couple of seconds.
And it's right at the front. Okay, at least you got to sleep from Irony that stops it for now. There's some initial damage going in, and Spark now forced to invest ultimates, including Gushue, who got slept while he was trying to primal. So Spark, do they still have this in the bag? This was all off of a stall from Prophet and a bob thrown by Fitz. What a massive turnaround from Seoul. Now Spark only have a minute. What? They think this is winnable. They're starting the rally and they're fighting at point B. Can we get a touch on the point, please? Well, Fitz is dead. Prophet is keeping this fight alive. Over on the point, it's 3 versus 5, I think, favoring the Seoul Dynasty. And now they're nanoing Smurf just to clear up reinforcements from the Spark. The fight's not even happening near the cart, and that's what you get. They're gonna cap.
What were they cooking?
What were they cooking?
Irony and Super Rich essentially marooned in the backline. Super Rich is like, oh, this is so sad. Can I have one gifted nano, please? And the nano indeed gifted over, whacks through Prophet. And I think that Seoul Dynasty, they overcommit when it comes to that Transcendence because there was no way for Fitz to avoid being antied there. So Vindame essentially uses his trance there for nothing just to try and keep Fitz alive. And I think that maybe that was just a bad counting of cooldowns from Seoul Dynasty, but in the end was hugely impactful.
Ah, caught them staring, Alpha Yi. You could have got the stick. Well, it's okay. Vanilla shot's just as good. Not even needing to use ultimates is actually really good. Gushue's killed 2. He's got slept. Alpha Yi has his back, and you've talked about that synergy before. And Gushue can keep playing aggro because he got primal. Hasn't been a problem though. The small problem, Prophet and Smurf are doing the same thing in Spark's backline and have killed Creative. So there's still progress on the cart though, so Seoul might have to think about that soon.
Oh, that's a tough kill to drop. However, Smurf getting out here, if he survives, this is huge. That's a great amount of nano charge for Creative that can be given over for free. And yes, Smurf will survive. Prophet sacrifices a lot of his life force here just to keep this cart in place. This allows for Smurf to set up for a fresh dive. Vindame's almost dead already.
Ooh, the shield is barely up for Vindame, and he gets healed back to full. How does he live that? I have no idea. Prophet misses the pulse. He's anti and forced to recall, and he's in the middle of 5 people. Alpha Yi has the blinks, he has the shots, and everyone's dropping down in front of Alpha Yi. So now 5 versus 3. Spark even have the nano. Gushue will take a little nappy nap. And I don't know how much gas Seoul got in the tank. Smurf was also antied. He's in the backline dying. And not much of a recontest for Seoul. At least the card hasn't been pushing a whole lot. So definitely a touch available from Prophet. But Smurf is last to die, so that sucks.
Yeah, there's been some good objective griefing here from Prophet just to continually keep it contested. Look at this. Gushue's already in the backline, causing problems, and he's got a primal if he needs to pop it. This is bad news for Seoul.
And the bubble from Gushue is just forcing Seoul Dynasty to extend forward, and now they have to nano Smurf. Good stall by Prophet just to make this fight possible, but Gushue is making living impossible for Seoul Dynasty's backline. Continues to bully them, stuff them into lockers. Vindame got slept, and he's last to die, so Spark will be capping B, and they only have 2 minutes for C.
In 2022, Gorillas have learned sign language and tool use. In the 2060s, when Overwatch 2 takes place, their tool use has expanded significantly, Lemon. The Primal Blade is a huge evolutionary trait for Gushue to pick up, and boy, is he Primal Blading today. Seoul Dynasty, at least they've drained down the clock significantly. There's only a minute and a half here for Hangzhou Spark, so this is a far from guaranteed win as Seoul Dynasty get closer and closer to that rally.
And just with the amount of push that Spark already have, this is within one fight territory to sweep the series 3-0. But Seoul won't go down without a fight. It's been 3 or 4 kills against only the 2 that Shy had, which was a valiant effort with the overclock, but shot down almost immediately. So Seoul get to breathe for now.
I think Shy got the wrong memo there, Lemon. That would have been so good to have, especially against the rally when Vindame used it to just strip away all of that additional health. But now, Hangzhou Spark, they're going to be moving into a potentially final fight here, depending on how long they take for setup, with limited resources, only really a nano, and yes, it's an advantage over Creative's nano, but if he can stay alive for a good portion of this fight, that nano will be up in no time, and Fitz almost has an overclock of his own. Plus, on top of all of this, Hangzhou Spark have to invest resources to get through these chokes and find the high ground against Smurf.
Yeah, Arnie's like, get out of the way, Alpha Yi. I gotta nano the right person here. I can't mess this up. Prophet messes up the pulse though, but Spark, head in. There's the nano on the Gushue. Forces out the rally from Vindame. He shield bashes back to spawn. Fitz thought he had a chance on the right side. And Gushue keeps him in. And that is a big anti, or at least heals from Creative at the very least. Overclock from Fitz on the off angle, and no bubble to really stop him until Gushue takes it for himself. He has the Primal Rage, and Gushue's in the back. But Seoul Dynasty on the counter flank. They can't seem to get the same kills, and Hangzhou Spark are getting the push. And it's that 3-0 sweep against the #1 team of APAC, the ultimate upset of the mid-season madness.
Hangzhou Spark defy every single expectation, and it's an in-series turnaround as well. Who would have thought as you watched Prophet domineer on well, be untouched, unfazed in his lane, arching away with the bow and arrow like he's competing at the Olympics instead and getting gold, that Hangzhou Spark would not only turn around Ilios, but they'd sweep through the entire series and make Seoul Dynasty look almost toothless in so many cases. This was an absolute showcase, not for Alpha Yi, not for Shy, but for the entirety of Hangzhou Spark, because the fact is, Hangzhou Spark's support line today has been worth its weight in gold.
Oh man, just you saw the emotion from Hangzhou Spark of how much work they put into this moment, turning around a 3-0 that happened in the regular season. Seoul were beating them down. I mean, Seoul had third pick. They could have chosen Shanghai. They thought Hangzhou Spark was the easier opponent, and they got 3-0'd. And they lost every single map that they picked. I mean, Seoul, a monumental fumble. But you saw it on the faces of Hangzhou Spark, just the emotion, especially from Alpha Yi. I was watching him even yesterday when they played. I mean, Spark's cards were on the table. They played yesterday. So it was up to Seoul to study up and know where those weaknesses are, and they still couldn't capitalize. But you saw the faces of especially Alpha Yi, who I even saw him slapping himself at one point. I'm not sure if he was waking himself up or really just feeling defeated in those moments. But man, did he rise to the occasion today. And you gotta say, Alpha Yi really was the alpha this match. Now, I do think he had a great competition against Prophet, and that went back and forth. But ultimately, there is only one deserving of player of the match, and it's Alpha Yi from the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, he may have been slapping himself for a while, but we're going to slap him with a player of the match title. What a performance from Alpha Yi, and let's just put this into context. Alpha Yi out-echoed Prophet significantly on Ilios, one of Prophet's favorite heroes, and then goes over to the Tracer, Prophet's most famous hero since his days on Jisoo Busan in Apex Season 4 alongside Gesture. Prophet could have been the best Tracer in the world. Season 1, a championship, Prophet was the best Tracer in the world, and now he's a rookie coming into the Hangzhou Spark, going toe-to-toe, mano-a-mano with Prophet and winning out as Tracer. What a Chad.
The Spark, after this win, they'll go up against the Gladiators. So, not an opponent they've ever faced before, and that's one of America's, one of the West's representatives. And now Seoul get to drop down to face Atlanta, and that'll be a tough match as well. And look at the statistics, a lot of great sticks from Alpha Yi, and just overall the consistency and the fact that he was getting, dominated by Prophet on the Hanzo at ranges I've never seen before, to swapping it up and never giving up. And that's the type of pressure, like when I said Alpha Yi was like slapping himself, it's like, yeah, you could feel that he was taking in a lot of the pressure to step up and perform, and then so he did in the match that mattered the most. So that was a series. I wasn't expecting 3-0s, 2 3-0s today like that, but we're usually cursed with game 5s. But I'm really interested to see the desk's reaction to this match and how much of an upset this really was. So we're gonna throw it to the desk/break, and we'll see you guys for the next matches.
What do you mean? 야 쏘리 우리
뭐야? 이상이 한 거였네?
꼬꼬댁? 아닌데. 형 텐션이 더 떨어졌어.
오늘 집에
잘
부수고 은퇴해야지.
Don't know what you just said, but okay.
Guys, is everybody sitting down right now? We need to start getting everybody to sit down.
Can you literally shut the up?
Can you really just listen to me? Okay.
Me and Wub are the only people in the lobby.
Dude, you guys should if you want.
Oh, we're playing Wub today?
Wub. Wubby. Whoops. Wubs. Wub. Wib. Wooper. Web. Where's Wub? Dove.
Huh?
Oh.
You say my name?
No. Never mind.
Danny, every time I win an off-roll, on an off-roll hero, you need to type, you just lost to Hawk Ryan, you just lost to Hawk Winston. I need someone to type that in match chat.
Let's go. 야나 원숭이 소리 내줘 그러면.
원숭이? 아, 나 원숭이 소리 낼줄 몰라.
아, 하잖아.
해줘.
뭐야?
야 되게 좋은데?
아, 이거 개 아파.
야 방금 너목 나갈 뻔했다. 야 조심해라 야.
형 다음 그 뭐지 리그 썸네일 형이다.
오픈 마이크 이제 원숭이 차상 앞에 영환이 합성해가지고 이제.
되게 카메라 잘 나오려고 안경 벗고 이러고 있는 거 레전드 잘생기거든 레전드.
I feel today. You guys need to carry me.
I feel like too. 이 냄새. 야 냄새. 와 신민주 이 냄새 레전드.
The only thing that matters in this comp is the Ryan show.
Yeah.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm Danny Lim. I'm here with Bernard from Hangzhou Spark. Bernard, congratulations on the win. And yeah, what a crazy upset. I don't think a lot of people would have predicted the Hangzhou Spark win over the Seoul Dynasty, but you guys made it happen. How are you guys able to defeat the Seoul Dynasty today? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 축하드리면서 좀 제가 봤을 땐 많은 분들이 항저우가 이길 거라는 생각을 못했을까라는 생각을 좀 합니다. 하지만 오늘 또 항저우가 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주셔서 오늘 서울과의 경기 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단 저희도 아무래도 서울이 되게 강한 팀이다 보니까 걱정도 많았고 또 경기를 아직 서울을 하지 않았었던 터라서 되게 불안했었는데 그래도 뭔가 그냥 우리가 뭔가 해야 될 걸 좀 더 집중하자 그런 식으로 집중을 하게 되면서 오히려 저희가 원하는 쪽으로 게임을 잘 이끌어왔던 것 같습니다.
I mean, Seoul's a great team, and also, we were sort of worried that because they were such a strong team that, we weren't really sure how the matches were going to play out. But in the end, what we thought of was, we just had to focus really hard on what we had to do, and that was the key to our success and the victory against the Seoul Dynasty today. And I also want to follow up with another question, Bernard, because I think I was watching your matches yesterday and today, and I do want to say that Hangzhou Spark, you guys are popping off in the tournament right now. You guys always have been a great team, but I think especially in the tournament, this tournament cycle, I think you guys are just going crazy. What sort of did anything change internally to sort of just help that, or was it just sort of like a tournament buff? 자, 두 번째 질문은 항저우 팀이 워낙 또 항상 또 잘해왔던 팀이긴 하지만 이번 토너먼트에 들어오게 되면서 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬다고 제 생각엔 좀 그렇게 생각을 하는데요. 베르나르 선수가 보시기에는 어떻게 좀 이렇게 요즘 토너먼트에 들어와서 지금 두 경기를 치르면서 이렇게 좀 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 이렇게 팀적으로 좀 변환이 있던 건지 아니면 좀 이렇게 토너먼트라서 조금 더 개인적인 좀 실력이 그렇게 좀 올라왔다고 생각을 하시나요?
일단 제 개인적으로는 뭔가 좀 더 전에 비해서 더 신경 써서 연습을 하게 된 것도 있는 것 같고요. 그리고 팀적으로는 아무래도 저희가 지난 토너먼트 때는 되게 안 맞았던 부분들이나 이런 게 되게 많았다고 생각하는데 그런 걸 위주로 저희가 좀 많이 맞추려고 서로 노력을 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 그게 조금 좋은 결과로 다가왔다고 생각합니다.
I mean, individually, I think we did definitely put in a lot of work in, and we did a lot of practices. And compared to the last tournament cycle, we found a lot of the flaws that we had to fix as a team as well. So I think working on that sort of really helped shape up the team for this tournament cycle. All right, Bernard, that is it for the question. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on your win against Seoul Dynasty. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 서울과의 경기 승리하신 거 너무나도 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
All right, that is it from me. Amelie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny and Bernard. And gentlemen, like Danny had said, didn't really expect anyone to predict the Spark to beat the Dynasty. Oh wait, except I predicted that. And both of you thought that Seoul, the team that just got, you know, 3-0'd, were the ones that were gonna win? That's so interesting. You said 70 to 30 odds that they were gonna win. What happened there, Scott?
What? Spark are really good now, I guess. And the thing is, you know, we hype up Shy. We've talked about how great he is as a hit scan. He didn't even have an outrageous performance. It was honestly all the other players on the team really stepping up. I think Alpha Yi especially on that Tracer was just on a completely different level. He went toe-to-toe with Prophet and just absolutely put in work, especially on that Icon Molder. But here's how it went. For me, we get onto this Ilios map and I'm watching Prophet
What was
do this. I'm watching Prophet do this and I'm like, Prophet's in the server, this one's over. And then we went on to Lighthouse and I'm like, wait, no, not like this. They literally get absolutely rolled on this Lighthouse, and that set the tone as well for Ruins, where all of a sudden Hongzhou Spark seemed to be in the driving seat. And I'm like, okay, well, Hongzhou Spark, you know, it's just one map. Seoul Dynasty can pull themselves back from this. We go over to Icon Molder, and they do dominate. At the attack, the Seoul Dynasty are looking dominant. They have the dive working. Stalker is playing well on that Sojin. It doesn't feel like this Sigma composition is going to work for them. And then all of a sudden, the Hongzhou Spark have their attack, and they finish with even more time. The Seoul Dynasty crumble on their attack, and all of a sudden, it's a 2-0 deficit. And then Dorado, the rest is history. But Johnny, we were talking about it. We need to talk about it more. The backline of the Seoul Dynasty, we've hyped them up so far this season, but Creative and Vindame were just everywhere they should not have been in this series.
I mean, yeah, credit where credit is due. First of all, the dives were good, right? Like Alpha on the Tracer, so much impact, so many final blows. And the dive even from Seoul Dynasty was good. Like Prophet, as you said, like racked up the final blows to begin with. It was pretty even when it came to the dive. But like the backline from Seoul Dynasty, if we want to get a bit analytical, but like individual performances, the backline just didn't help each other out. And Fitz on the Ash, like he was nowhere to be found. It's such a stark difference from when we talked about San Francisco Shock and like playing around the Baptiste, playing together as 5. This is Irony and Creative on all heroes in today's matchup. And you can see for yourselves, like twice the amount of deaths from Irony, final blows 19 to 5. He got 5 final blows on all heroes over the course of 3 maps, playing like Zenyatta and Ana. Like, oh, it was a tough matchup. The backline from Seoul Dynasty, I didn't think that they helped each other out that good. You know, supporting each other to keep alive, to survive these Tracer and Winston dives. And like on the opposite side of the spectrum, like the Hangzhou Spark backline, they had that moment in the little hut, you know, on point A, Dorado, and they're like, I'm going to nano you, Brig. And Brig's like, I'm gonna rally you, Zenyatta, and we're gonna make this work together as a team. And like, meanwhile, Vindam and Creative, they were just like not playing well together. Fitz on the Ash, I think he should have helped them out with the coach gun, peel a bit more for his team, and they just couldn't stay alive. So Seoul Dynasty, not what we expected at all from them today in this match.
Yeah, definitely not what we expected from them, but they still have the chance of redemption as they get knocked into the losers bracket, which we are going to see in just a bit. But first, we're going to be talking about the best of the day, because I think we had a lot of really good moments. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start with mine. And this is actually from the San Francisco Shock game against the London Spitfire. You know me, I'm a Spitfire fan, but I thought that this was really an amazing play. If we could just go ahead and take a look at it. Honestly, just game changing. I think we could see it right here. So we see, I think we had like all 5 up on the side of the Shock. And then here we see it's, you know, being contested and then contested again.
Until
and
it isn't.
Contested again.
What do we call this? What do we call this, Overly?
We call it a C9.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Good old C9.
Oh, look at the reactions. Oh.
Just Backbone's just laughing. Just evil maniacal laughter.
Oh, no.
That
They did not look happy. And I think that was the only map that they had taken.
Yeah. Well, hey, we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. We talk about that.
They played well. They played well.
Comebackable.
They played backable. Yeah. And, you know, talking about people that potentially got overconfident in their matches, we have A strange play by Reiner. You know, we've all talked about the tactical crouch. We've talked about the impacts of, is that a toxic thing to do? Is that a negative thing to do? I love a good tactical crouch, you know, a little bit of a teabag onto them. But Reiner's taking it one step forward. He's adding a dab into the mix. Here we go. We're going to see him getting onto Pelican. He gets the empowered punch. He predicts the blink, gets Pelican in, and gives him a tactical crouch. But the cam has to be here. You guys ready for it? Wait for it. Oh! Damn. Sometimes you just got to do it to him. Reiner absolutely popping off. Oh, he knows what he just did.
That's how you also
know what you did.
Inspire fear into the hearts of your opponents as well. Stand up, dab on them.
Houston did win the map, or they drew it actually. They drew it actually after that.
They were rolling until he dabbed on them, and then it went
The dab
terribly.
ruined everything. Let that be a lesson to you kids at home. Don't you dare dab.
No dabbing.
I'm gonna tell kids to dab at home. I think it's safe, but Johnny.
Is dabbing still cool?
No.
Oh,
It's never
you
been
didn't
cool,
know?
No.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no
Dabbing is
idea
still cool. I
either.
haven't seen it. TikTokers, please help me out. Is this a trend, or are we back into more Doja Cat singing?
Well, talking about my worst of the day, let's transition to my best of the day. Whoa! Actually, some gameplay that was pretty cool, unlike, you know, random gestures that are not cool at all. Sparker on Spitfire. God, I am meant to be a host with my transition. He fragged out on Race to Route 66 against the Shock. So even though they did lose the map, I gotta give it to Sparker, not because he's Swedish, biased, but because he generally popped off so hard with this here as well. Got a collateral, you know, through the Diva mech as well. Spectacular performance by him on here route. He just like didn't care. She's like, none of me up! I'm sliding out! Use the ultimates, and he just goes ham through the Diva mech. Gets a nice pick onto Violet as well. And we can actually take a look at his Sojourn stats, like this entire map. Even though they did lose this map against the San Francisco Shock, you will just see for yourself. Like, he just popped off on this one. 75% rating accuracy. 75? That is ludicrous.
That's actually
madness. That's crazy.
That's impressive.
He's cracked.
It's absolutely insane.
So yeah, inspiring.
No, pretty good.
Good one.
Pretty good, but not as good as our bonus best of the day.
We got a bonus?
We've got a bonus one, and of course it is our tiny tea time. We saw it super rich. Look at that! Look at that! That's so cute.
We need to know what's in it. What could be in the tiny cup?
Is it espresso? Is it
I
tea?
mean, I think it might be tea. Is it like one of those thermoses? Like there's Japanese thermoses that you've seen them, right?
Yeah, where you pull it off and it's a cup on top.
Yeah.
They're winning. Don't tell me.
Yeah, they're winning. Yeah.
Nothing like a hard day at the office.
You got a bit of a chug there as well.
Yeah, that's like
Mouthful.
five or six different sips. He's just like 1, 2, 3.
Is the manager just like, okay, another one, here we go, just reload?
I really
It's not
want to
crazy.
see, just like the coach or the manager just halfway through the game come in with like a tea kettle and just be like, more for your tiny tea? More for your tiny tea? More for your tiny tea?
Just for you, Super Rich, of course.
We need to get everyone on the team tiny mugs.
I want. I want
tiny. Can we get tiny cups on the desk?
Can we get tiny cups?
We'll make it happen.
I mean, we could take those coconuts and we could try to like cut open the coconuts, right? Does anyone know how to cut open a coconut?
No. Didn't you say you once cut your hand on a coconut trying to open it? Is that not a story you want to tell on broadcast?
This is Watchpoint After Dark. This is what you asked for. This is what you get.
It's dark outside, so all of the childhood trauma comes flooding back in. Yes, I was not able to open up a coconut, and instead I opened up my finger. But you know what I do know how to do?
Yeah?
Pull up the bracket for the week. So let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket now that we've finished all of today. Looking at the upper bracket at our Thursday matches, we've got the San Francisco Shock taking on the Shanghai Dragons, and then that second match for the day is going to be the LA Gladiators taking on our victorious.
Let me amend that one. That's on Thursday.
Thursday, I'm sorry,
We're
what
doing
did
the
I
lower
say?
bracket tomorrow.
You did say Thursday.
I did say Thursday, right?
Okay, well, never mind.
Maybe I'm changing history. Maybe you did say
Trying to.
I don't know.
I thought I said Thursday. But Wednesday, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
There we go. That's where we're going to see Seoul Dynasty take on the Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws take on Toronto Defiant, Dallas
good.
Fuel taking on Philadelphia Fusion, and London Spitfire taking down. And here we have tomorrow's schedule, as we can see right here. 4 p.m. Pacific time is when we're going to start with the Spitfire taking on Florida Mayhem. And this is going to be a good day of
great
games.
day.
Yeah, great day.
Atlanta Soul in the lower bracket. One of those people are going out in the first round. That's brutal.
Philadelphia, Dallas.
That's also.
One of them is going home in the first round. Yeah, I mean, I think Atlanta Soul is like the biggest, like, boom kind of matchup. But Philly, Dallas? Ooh.
I mean, we all know who's going to come out on top there, right?
Yeah.
Dallas Fuel.
Right. No! Come on, Fusion fans. I'm trying so hard to represent you. I had quite a few people send me messages saying, like, thank you, Fusion Grandma. When can I expect my cookies?
Oh, have you told them that the cookies are a lie, or are you actually going to make Philadelphia Fusion?
You know what? I'm going to say this. If the Fusion win the entire tournament,
okay,
I'm calling up Joe, I'm calling up the Fusion, I'm calling up everyone, and I will bake as many people cookies as I possibly can.
That's a smart, safe bet because they historically have never been able to do it, so...
Stop. I know they showed me the
I'm saying you didn't really put anything out there because they've never won.
I'm committed to this.
Okay, yeah.
I'm committed to this. And half of the cookies are going to say that Custa sucks. But, gentlemen, as we close out today, do we have any final thoughts before we rest up for tomorrow?
Timber! I lost it. I'm taking these home.
If a palm tree falls on a watch point desk and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Because I felt like all of us were here and we didn't hear anything.
Chat, did you hear anything?
Chat, did
Let us know the philosophical question.
Yeah, Cuss, any final thoughts from you?
No,
it doesn't matter. I don't want to hear it anyways, because it's time to go. Thank you all so much for watching.
Stop him in,
today's
Hangzhou.
show.
Stop
We're gonna
him
be
in.
back tomorrow,
Stop
so
Pineapple
tune in
in.
then. We will see you
We
all
need to see
there.
Pineapple.
Bye.
Mr. Pineapple.
Why do
bring
you
us
have
the
so many
truth.
pineapples?